Having said that, I can't remember what it is.
Essex Cricket.
Essex Cricket. Thank you.
Good start.
I started, so I'll finish. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Yes, it's a new email address, and therefore I plead that rather than mere senility, as Porter moves in and bowls. And a play and a miss there. It moves away outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper. Pepper, yes, Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We've had one email that came in very late last night, timed at 11:26. The reason for that being it's from America and it's addressed specifically to Martin and about cricket in the northeast. So we'll get on to that at the end of the over.
Yeah, I had one came in late last night as well. Actually, it's early today. It's coming early today from Mervyn. So he's up with the Larks, Mervyn, today. So I'll read that out in a minute.
And Porter moves in again. Bowls. And that's played solidly back to the Essex bowler.
When I got up this morning, there was a lot of condensation on the car, so it got cool last night. But it was a nice sort of autumnal feel to things. It was about 14 degrees on the drive-in, but it's warmed up quite considerably since then, and we're going to be in the low 20s again today. So mixture of cloud and sunshine at the moment. Possibility of a passing shower this afternoon, but it could just miss us as well.
Yes, Porter moves in, and first run of the day is nudged out into the covers, and it's going to be 2 as it's fielded by Noah Thane. Yes, but as I was parking the car, as I invariably do, have a little natter with the car park attendant, and I said, he said, it's a bit nippy, isn't it? I said, well, it's not too bad. He said, it is at 7. It was at 7 o'clock in the morning when I got here.
Well, it's just a nice day, you know. I love days like this in September because, you know, they're few in number, aren't they, as the nights draw in.
Oh, yes.
Got to try and enjoy it while you can.
Too true. And that's just played out in the offside. Well, I mean, certainly weather-wise, it's been a tremendous season. I can't really remember a better season. I can't recall any day that's been lost.
2011 was dreadful, and 2012 was worse. I think 2012 ended up being one of the wettest on record. And then about, was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Durham lost more than 1,000 overs that year to the weather. But 2013, when we first started doing this, every game home and away, that was a nice summer.
As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out in the offside. I mean, it's been so good, you just sort of almost take it for granted. So anyway, that's the end of the over, and Essex have progressed to 318 for 8. Right, let's get on with this email while they sort out the second over of the day. It says, Martin, this one is for you. I don't have your email address, so I'm using the Essex one given on air. I'm watching the excellent coverage of the Essex game from Cincinnati, where I've lived for the last 17 years. I'm originally from the northeast. Played for Tynedale in the late 70s to early 90s before leaving the UK for work. Now retired and enjoying the coverage while exercising in my home gym. Just wanted you to know that we have a fish and chip shop restaurant called Lobster Bakes, less than 10 minutes from our house, owned by a British couple, which serves excellent fish and chips. If you're ever in the area...
It's Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you pop over there quite frequently. Really.
Yeah, just to take a wrong turn heading towards Kendal.
Yeah, that's right. Very much hoping Durham stay in Division 1. My godfather was very important. I'll come back to that final sentence because...
Here's Bracewell, isn't it? Bracewell bowling from the river end to Connors, who stands firm, plays that ball back to him.
Right, his final sentence is, my godfather was a very important part of Durham receiving first-class status. His name was Don Robson.
Oh, yes.
Cheers from Graham Wood in Cincinnati. Thanks,
Former
Graham.
council leader.
Well, I say thanks. I doubt if he's listening because it's probably about, was it 10:30 here? Take off
5 or 6.
5, yeah, it's about 5:30 in the morning. Keen as he is, obviously, to listen and watch the stream, I doubt if he's up at 5:30.
That's the next delivery from Bracewell, left alone by Connors wide of the off stump. We used to have a lad listen to us called Brad Clark, who listened in during his night shift when he worked at a petrol station, which he referred to as the local stop and rob. in a place called Lone Oak in Colorado. And he was a big baseball fan, and he got into cricket when he'd been stationed in the West Indies with the US Navy, and started watching cricket there. And he'd never been to the north of England. I don't even think he'd been to England. But he latched onto the commentaries one day and suddenly listened to all the Durham games, then started listening to the Newcastle United matches as well. Bracewell comes in, and that's played by Connors up to mid-on, no run there.
Thanks, Richard, very much for your email. Email even. It's a technical issue, so I won't read it out, but really appreciate it, and I'll endeavour to get on the case with the technical people back up the road at BBC Essex. So, yeah, it's no good apologising to those trying to get it on the BBC app, because if they can't get it, they can't hear me apologise. It's okay on the YouTube stream, apparently. Thanks, Richard. Having said I wouldn't read it, I more or less did.
Bracewell comes in again and bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket. The irony of this being that I can't get the YouTube stream up. It tells me I need to talk to my people at work. I've never seen that before. So you should be able to listen to us on the BBC website and on your smart speaker on BBC Sounds. So you could ask your smart speaker to play Essex v Durham. I haven't got a smart speaker. We had one and I got sick of it listening to everything we were talking about, so it's got stuck in a cupboard somewhere and forgotten about. Durham currently 318 for 8 as Connors goes under the back foot. He's looking to cut that one through the offside. He's got an inside edge and has gone off to mid-wicket and he gets a single. James Middlebrook, the umpire, is officiating. He's got a boater hat on. And he's officiating, and he's got Dougie Bracewell's sunglasses on the back of his hat, so they're flashing at us and shining away every time he moves his head, catching the sunshine, glistening back towards our position. Bracewell comes in again and bowls, and Clark plays that back up towards mid-off. Dot ball, end of the over. Just that one run then from Connors out to mid-wicket in that over. So Durham 319 for 8, so they need another 31 to get the next batting point. Now I'm looking at a scorecard here from the game on this ground in April 2021, where Essex were bowled out in their first innings for 96. Durham then made 259. And I remember ringing my wife on the Saturday morning saying I'd be home today, and then I wasn't home until late the next day. Because Essex in their second innings was struggling. They were 180 for 6. But then Paul Walter led some resistance in a late fight back.
Porter in, and it's whipped away through the onside for a couple of runs, maybe 3. They might come back for one on the throw. I think they will quite easily, yes. The throw comes in at the bowler's end.
Anyway, he got 77, and Ben Allison, he got 52. There was also Sam Cooke with 37, so the tail wagged that day, and they ended up in their second innings making 330 and then bowled Durham out for just 123, so they actually won the game by 44 runs. It was the one that got away.
Porter in again, bowls right arm over to the right-handed batsman Clark, and he plays it out into the covers. No addition to the score of 322 for 8, so Durham have added 6 this morning.
They had a few messages from people last night who were listening yesterday or watching to say they thought it was a very good day's cricket. I mean, 8 wickets fell, but I think from Essex's point of view, they'd be happy that they had Durham 8 down at the close, because Durham at one point were 189 for 1 and then 240 for 3.
Oh, that's a super nice shot. Over pitched and just driven straight just to the offside of straight for 4. It's one of those shots that had 4 written on it. The moment it left the bat,
yeah.
Especially here really, where the boundaries are well, the boundaries each end are famously or notoriously short anyway. But even at one of the bigger grounds or biggest, I think Leicester, Grace Road is considered one of the largest. Even there, it would have been 4 straight away. As Porter moves in and bowls, and that's chopped. Doesn't time it entirely to his liking. Probably looking to chop it down to third man. Finished up going square on the offside. Thane picks up as.
He's never going to sell many ice creams going at that speed.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're only a matter of, probably fewer than 100 yards behind us is the main road right through the centre of Chelmsford. So, yeah, it's a mixed blessing being this close to the middle of the centre. I think the. Oh, that's a play in the miss. That moved away quite a lot outside the off stump, and Pepper had to take it sprawling away to his right towards Dean Elgar at first slip. Yes, but the advantages of being so close to the middle, I think, outweigh the very few disadvantages, like the occasional siren from the emergency vehicles, which we always hope are a false alarm. But, as I was in the long queue of traffic coming into Chelmsford today, could see that's a super shot as well. Out into the covers for 4 runs, crosses the boundary now through extra cover, and yeah, excellent shot again from Clark. Yeah, I was in that situation which lots of drivers are in at one stage. You're in a queue of almost stationary traffic, and suddenly you see in your mirror and you hear an ambulance trying to come up through the centre lane, and you think, where can I get out of the way? Where can I get out of the way? And you do manage to eventually, but it's it's a bit of a panicky situation.
Well, I had to do that in the junction just here to turn to come in towards the ground. I had to go through a red light and pull across on the other side of the road to let the ambulance pass this morning. I hope there wasn't a speed red light camera there. It's just all the administration you have to go through,
Oh, yes.
Here's Bracewell to start his second over of the day from the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. It's the river end. First ball bowled there to Connors has just defended. On that, going back to that match in 2021, when Durham fell apart in their second innings, they came back on the third morning and it was touch and go, and then they just lost their way, and it was Harmer who did the damage with his spin bowling from this end of the ground, taking 5 for 79. So a game Durham should have won, they lost. As bowler comes in again. That's a nice shot there from Connors. He steers that way wide of gully down towards third man, county corner of the ground, as they refer to it. Derek's messaged, season's over for him and his family, he says, in terms of club cricket. Ellie, his daughter, is off to Australia to take up a job as a player coach later this month. But before that, he and Ellie are doing their annual charity walk. They're doing 25 miles a day, walking from their home in Northumberland to the Forth Bridge. As Bracewell comes in again, that's in the air, and that's a caught and bowled. It's a false shot from Connors, just when he was looking quite tidy. Come off the toe of the bat, he's out for 24. Durham 9 down, that's the third and final bowling point for Essex. And Durham could miss out, look like they may miss out on this batting point, which could prove crucial. He was just through the ball a little bit too early there, Connors. Out for 24.
It was a good catch. He had to move quite a bit to his left and take it. It was a nice height. It was sort of shoulder height, but as is well known, it's not easy, especially as a quick bowler, to readjust everything so as to field the ball as well. So yeah, he did. Bracewell's had a good return to the club after an absence of 2 years. So yeah. Connors batted pretty well for his 24, and that wicket put on 41. Yeah.
Much needed runs, but Durham are going to feel here they've left a lot out there, I would say.
Callum Parkinson makes his way to the crease.
Email I had from Mervyn is asking about the 8-point deduction for Somerset because of the pitch that they produced when they played Durham a few weeks ago. I'm told it was mentioned in commentary by Anthony Gibson and Jonathan Dodge yesterday, but he says he hasn't seen anything official about it anywhere yet. So I've messaged Gibbo to see what the crack is there. So hopefully he will return my message with some information. And Mervyn adds, Durham have picked a side full of batters who cannot bat. Is something wrong? What's going on? Thank you and your colleagues for the great coverage. There's just too many of the key players out of form, unfortunately. So Parkinson then, facing Bracewell. Bracewell comes in and bowls. Parkinson turns this to mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Noah Thane. Anyway, back to Derek and Ellie then, doing the sponsored walk. They're walking from North Northumberland, from their house. They're out on the coast, around Dunstanburgh, somewhere like that, and they're heading up the coast, up past Berwick and Eyemouth, and it'll be up through past Dunbar and then through Edinburgh and on to the Forth Bridge. They're doing 25 miles a day for 8 days for the Stroke Association. Bracewell in again, Parkinson forward to defend that one. If you want to drop me a line, you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk, WEAR, Weir as in the river, or you can message Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, which quite a few of you have done.
And for us, it's Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and that's it.
Bracewell in past the umpire, bowls. Parkinson forward to that one, plays the ball firmly into the ground and back to the bowler. End of the over. So Durham 332 for 9. Clark has 36. Parkinson yet to get off the mark. Tom, the bookie, is on Blue Sky, said encouraging comments from Ryan Campbell regarding Mark Wood's expected return next week. But could that in turn be detrimental should the ECB have some kind of say in how much he can bowl? Because we need all the bowlers we can get. It's been a season of injuries for Durham's bowling attack. It's one of the reasons why they're in a relegation scrap. They started with a lengthy injury list. I've asked the question, why are so many bowlers injured? And they don't seem to know. But it's not just this year, it was last year, the year before.
Porter to continue from the far end and come back to that Martin just raises in a moment. That's just worked well on the onside for a single. It does seem strange at best, and I won't put it stronger than that, that especially at this stage of the season, the ECB can still have so much say in who counties play. Ultimately, you know, promotion, relegation, championships could be decided by the ECB almost, by their making of players available or unavailable. It doesn't seem entirely equal to me, but as I've said many a time. Way!
Oh, that's the end of it.
Durham are all out for 333. Parkinson loses his off stump, knocked out of the ground. And, 333, a significant number in Essex Circle since it's what Graham Gooch made in a test match against India. And, so this morning, 333 minus 316, 17 were added. So Essex will be pleased with that, because history shows that there are too many times when the tail, the deep tail has wagged to great effect, but it didn't do so today. And so Callum Parkinson is out, leaving Clark not out, Graham Clark, beg his pardon, not out 37, and Durham all out 333.
They needed more. They needed more than they've got. So they pick up 2 batting points, Essex 3 bowling points.
For the sake of completion, I didn't see how many Parkinson got, if any.
None.
None, right, thank you. Didn't mean to rub it in, I hasten to add.
I think he was out 5th ball, maybe.
So, yes, it took Essex, 20 minutes, give or take, a little bit to bowl out Durham.
And 20 overs and 2 balls with the new ball. Bowling figures. Where are we? Parkinson faced 4 balls. Porter's finished with 4 for 77. So he did some damage with a new ball yesterday. And he bowled 23.2 overs, 4 of them maidens. Snater, he bowled 19.2 overs and then had to go off after he'd injured himself yesterday. 6 of those were maidens, and he took 1 for 64. Bracewell on his return. He's taken 3 for 70, the New Zealander. And he bowled 17 overs, but didn't actually bowl a maiden, strangely.
Oh.
Harmer, where was he? 1 for 68 from Simon Harmer, so quite a appearance for him. He bowled 27 overs, 7 maidens there. We only saw 3 overs from Noah Thane yesterday, and he was none for 19, and unsurprisingly no maidens. And then Critchley, 10.4 overs because he finished Snater's over when Snater got injured, and he took none for 30 and had the 1 maiden. So Essex pick up 3 points there, Durham 2. So it doesn't really help Durham's relegation situation, what they've achieved today. And they had closed yesterday on 316 for 8 after 96 overs, so all out for 333 today in 100.2.
The Durham scorecard in full. It shows that certainly Alex Lees and Ben McKinney got by far the major part of it. In fact, they got 215 between them. Lees 94, Gay 22, McKinney 121, Beddingham without scoring, Ackerman 13, Robinson 15, Clark 37, Rain without scoring, Potts without scoring, Connors 24, and Parkinson 0. I should have added the rider to Clark, 37 he got, but not out, 37. So, yeah. And that all added up, including the extras of 7, it added up to 333 in 100.2 overs. So that's it. There's no point in now going off air for what's left of the 10-minute interval, so we'll rabbit on for a little while, and inevitably the couple of the Durham bowlers having some practice on a vacant strip near the pavilion, and groundsmen or groundsmen Stuart Kerrison and his team of 4 helpers, including the fellow on the steamroller. Well, it's not a steamroller.
Steamroller.
Steamroller. I can remember steamrollers, but that's another story altogether.
Well, I tell you, if you like steamrollers, the first weekend of July, I think it is, at Duncan Park in Hounslow in North Yorkshire, they have a massive steam rally. People come from all over the country with the steam engines, and then at the end of the day, they all drive them into the centre of Helmsley. It's quite an occasion. Right, Mark Wood, I'm just looking him up because I can't remember the last time he played for Durham. He played against Derbyshire in 2021. Now then, what format was that? That was a county championship match.
We have another email from Richard. Thank you very much, Richard. I really appreciate this. Pleased to say the commentary is back online. Excellent, via the BBC app. On another note, did you see if Snater was back on the field today? No, he's not. That may have been just because, Essex hoped that he wouldn't need to participate very much in the expectation, hope that Essex would dismiss the Durham tail, which indeed they did. And so, no, he says hopefully he hasn't done himself a mischief. Yes, well, hopefully he hasn't, obviously, from the Essex point of view. When he went off yesterday, if we hadn't seen him fall down in a heap just before, we wouldn't have known that anything was wrong. We might even have thought he was going off for a comfort break. Although with only about 7 or 8 minutes left of the day, you could think he could think of something else. So, yeah, hopefully he's not. But if Essex bat well, that shouldn't give the management of the Essex team too many concerns. Initially, it gives him a little bit longer to recover. Tony also, well, no, let's get them through chronologically. Yeah, Robert raised a point which I've often said. Nearly every time anybody is caught down the leg side, and it's called a strangle. I'm not quite sure why it's called a strangle, and I'm not quite sure why it's considered unlucky either. To my mind, it's just an indiscretion and a misjudgment, the same as most methods of dismissal. Tony, outgrounds, my favourite subject. Can you see Essex returning to some or all of the outgrounds in the future? No. In a word, it would be nice to watch cricket at these grounds. Regards, Tony from Dagenham. It would be lovely to watch cricket at outgrounds. It's my favourite version of watching county cricket. Any outground.
Where have they played? Southend they've played, haven't they?
Oh, I mean, at one stage they were more nomadic than any of the other counties. When my dad first took me to watch Essex, biggest by far, but it's still a pretty big county, yes. And they used to play at 9 different grounds, including Southend. Southend was not the last one to go. The last one to go was Colchester, and before then it was Southend. And I haven't got the data in front of me or the information, but I would have thought it's probably half a dozen years at least since Essex used an outground, which is a great shame. In a way you can understand it. It's all about, every aspect of life now is about money, and it is expensive. They used to have this sort of travelling circus, as it's always referred to, that went round from ground to ground with all the paraphernalia. But I suppose it can be argued it's a bit of an anachronism. The days of outground cricket was before public transport was as good as it is, before so many people had cars. So, they took cricket to the fans rather than expect the fans to come to HQ. And now that sort of situation doesn't exist. It's as I was saying yesterday, apropos some other totally different subject, you just have to accept that life is different now. It's not better, it's not worse, it's just different. Although
it's another reminder that nobody likes change. Right,
no,
I'm have to go and do an update.
But some philosopher, and it certainly wasn't me, once said that the only constant thing in life is change, and that's very true. I wouldn't be capable of coming out with such words of pith and moment, I'm sure. But we just have to accept it. And so that's a typically long-winded answer to a brief question from Tony in Dagenham. No, I very sadly, almost a telltale tear in the corner of my eye, I can't see Essex returning to any of the outgrounds in the future. Soon after 11 o'clock, I'll be doing an update for BBC Essex. We have the very great pleasure of being joined by Rushan Alam today, who I've had the pleasure of commentating with on a few occasions here, and he's sitting about 6 or 7 feet to my right, but we are connected by cable. How are you, Rushan?
Morning, Dickie. Yeah, really well. Pleased to say, and I don't know if you remember the last time we were on together, it was the heat wave. I'd slept with a fan on and I'd lost my voice. So today, though, full vocal range available. So hopefully, slightly less painful for everyone listening, as well as my throat.
Those stentorian tones will be ringing out all over Essex and Durham. So excellent. Yes, we have had some very hot days, and as I was saying yesterday, this box we have of ours, this commentary, it's a very nice little commentary box. It's sort of, I think estate agents would describe it as bijou. And but it does face due south, and in the middle of the afternoon, 3 or 4 o'clock, if the sun's fairly fairly high in midsummer, it can get very unpleasant here. Excuse me, Rushen, can you carry on talking because his phone's ringing?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've just seen Essex come out to bat.
Hello?
Durham 3-3-3.
Hello?
That was the
Yes, I am, yeah.
was the score in the first
cheers.
innings.
Go. Yeah.
Durham of Walker, Elgar and Walter will be the first batters to face. It'll be Elgar facing the first ball from Rain, who comes in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And the first ball is defended. There's a slight cry from the three slips in place.
And we went down on Sunday morning and we managed to clear
But the first ball from Rain, who was out during the break, doing a few practice run-ups from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Which was a fair giveaway about where he was going to be bowling from early on. Essex then looking to chase down his 3-3-3 in their first innings. Here comes Rain once again. That's quicker and it's edged it straight to the fielder at point.
At some stage in the next minute or two, I will rudely interrupt you. In fact, now. And the good news from the Essex point of view is that the last 2 wickets didn't take them too long. In fact, it took 20 minutes to get rid of. And so eventually Durham were bowled out for 333, which on this wicket is probably just about a par score. We should be in for a good game of cricket. The last 2 wickets were those of Sam Connors, who was a very useful, very clever caught and bowled by Doug Bracewell. He made 24, and then Callum Parkinson, who, well, with all due respect to him, he's known as a very useful spin bowler, but that is his main talent. And after a very short time, he lost his off stump uprooted by Porter. So Essex were all out for 333. Durham has just begun their reply with only 3 deliveries into their innings, and they're 0 for 0.
And commentary continues with Dick and the team right now on the BBC Sport website and regular updates here on the radio. And the weather forecast for Essex, sunny spells and patchy clouds.
Here comes Ben Rain once again then. And it's another defensive shot. The sun seems to have come out over Chelmsford.
Temperatures up to 21 degrees Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit. And that's the latest. It's Essex News.
Durham, who won the toss yesterday and chose to bat and started off very strongly, and it looked like Essex had something of a comeback. I think we're quite pleased with mopping up the final 2 wickets, Dickie, in the first 30 minutes of the play.
I'm sorry if sound is coming through into the microphone. I'll see if I can do something about that. Can you carry on, Rushen, while I try and get them?
A big appeal from Ben Rain's last ball. Apologies if we have a few technical issues. You might be able to hear BBC Essex output coming through. But here on BBC Sport, commentary of Essex against Durham in the County Championship. We're into the final 3 games and a relegation battle of sorts, a tag that neither team would have wanted for this game at the start of the season, but here they are as Rain comes into Elgar and a slight edge. Elgar will nudge this into the offside and it's picked up by the fielder at mid-wicket, and that's the over. Essex then, 0 for 0. A fairly eventless first over for them. Durham started the day on 316 for 8. It took half an hour for Essex to find those 2 wickets. Eventually Durham were bowled out for 333. Essex the happier of the 2 teams. They will have 3 bonus points from that innings. Durham just the 2. Remember, Durham are in 9th position in the County Championship, just above them Essex, and the bottom 2 looking at relegation. So some may say Durham have a slightly there's no such thing as an easy run in county cricket, but they're playing the teams around them, so points up for grabs. But this would definitely have been an important fixture in that survival battle, and I think Essex, you'd have to say, probably the happier of the 2 teams, both with the bonus points, and also bowling Durham out fairly quickly on the second morning. There's going to be Potts coming in from the Graham Gooch end for the second over. Walter to face, and it's straight through to the wicket keeper. A few shouts around the ground. 3 slips in position early on today at Chelmsford. As Durham hunt for those early wickets, they know, they possibly feel that they are not necessarily on the back foot, but certainly in a kind of survivalish position coming into this game and going into the final three. The three slips very close together, very balanced together. Sometimes you see a bit of space, maybe a metre between them, but they're almost sort of, I'd say, toe to toe as Potts comes in. Slightly fuller ball pushed back to the bowler for no run. Essex yet to score in their second over their innings. They'd be the happier of the two teams, you'd have to say. Commentary here with Roshan Allen and Dickie Davis, also Martin Emerson, who...
we're still getting output coming through our headphones. Oh, it's right, it's just gone.
Here comes Potts again, then into water, and this is just chipped back. Just past the bowler, straight to the fielder at mid-off. And Essex yet to score. And Dickie, you're back with us.
Right, we're all back together now with no noise in our headphones, and
It was very confusing commentating with the BBC Essex output. I mean, it's fantastic output, but very confusing trying to commentate there.
I just can't cope with it. You know, some people can cope quite well. I can't cope with it at all. No, it's like sort of, what is it, tapping your head and rubbing your stomach at the same time. It's just, I suppose it's nothing like that actually. Sorry, Roshan, carry
It's
on.
Potts to continue to Graham Gooch end, and this is once again defended back to the bowler. Quick and full deliveries in his first over this morning from Potts. Matthew Potts bowling towards us from the Graham Gooch end, towards the river at Essex, which is fairly, I'd say, you know, fullish in the two stands either side for us. So people have opted to sit in the shade. Dickie, it's the sun is out. I mean, it's been a very temperamental day. It's made the half-hour drive here. The sun was out. The sun was disappearing as Potts once again. And this is flicked off the pads and I'll take a single here. That's right the way through the covers, and that should race away for the boundary. Fielder in pursuit, and it just makes it to the rope. So that's the first boundary of Essex innings and the first run of their innings. Comes off the bat of Walter. So Essex now 4 for no loss. And a very kind of easy-going looking shot actually. It's been very full and very quick so far from Potts, and Essex off the mark here. There is rain predicted, both I think potentially today and definitely tomorrow. And so I wonder how much that will play into the minds of the players, both looking for points. I'm not going to lie, Dickie, the old weather forecast has just changed and changed and changed. It currently says thunderstorms all day tomorrow, so...
Thunderstorms tomorrow?
Potentially, yeah. There's the next ball is just blocked out.
What does it say for
Potts.
Thursday?
Thursday, light rain, showers and moderate breeze. It has rain in there from 3 o'clock, but clearly the winds are changing every now and then, because when I looked last week, it looked like there was going to be a little bit of a spot of rain later on today. Now,
Yes, well, I can understand it sort of changing, obviously, with the wind. So, yeah, I'm particularly keen to, well, not just from the Essex point of view, but from a personal point of view, to know what it's going to be like on Thursday. But
well, it looks like it'll be dry until about 3 o'clock, but of course, you know, there's ever-changing winds.
Yes.
Who can predict?
Right, okay, it's Payne bowled from the Alistair Cook end, and that's just played solidly, defensively, but with authority into the onside by Dean Elgar. And the score remains just that one boundary, 4 without loss. Just as a reminder for anybody just logging on or listening online, or that Essex were bowled out. No, Essex did the bowling out of Durham for 333. Setting up the game quite nicely, you'd have thought, as Payne moves in. Rain, rather, beg his pardon, round the wicket, and that's just, they go through for a single. No, Payne plays for Gloucestershire. And, brings Michael Pepper on strike, just taking the guard. from umpire James Middlebrook, former Essex player. But if any Durham listeners are concerned about that fact, the other umpire is former Durham player Ian Blackwell. As rain moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively. Rain by name, but hopefully not by intent. The sun has just gone behind a cloud, but I hasten to add, dear listener, that it's not rain-threatening cloud. In fact, looking away to the right, where the weather usually comes from over Writtle Agricultural College, there's fluffy white cotton wool clouds, but nothing more threatening or intimidating than that. As rain moves in, round the wicket, over the wicket this time, although Walter is also left-handed. He declines to play that and it goes through the wicket-keeper. The crowd, haven't told you about the crowd today. Yep, good as ever, on top of the Tom Pearce stand, the most popular part. And yeah, if anything, I would say that the public enclosure has more people in it than it did yesterday. Essex are pretty well supported county. All when there's a play and a miss outside the off stump, didn't really get to the pitch of the ball and goes down the crease now to do a little bit of horticultural work. Yeah, the Essex supporters seems to me particularly like their championship cricket. Although having said that, of course, the shorter versions, particularly the shortest, is well supported. But it's frequently, I think, by different sets of supporters. No, not completely, but you know, there's an overlap, obviously. But every county would say the same thing. As that's just played solidly defensively. Essex is no different from the other 17 counties, and they're all, well, they're not all struggling to survive in difficult times. One in particular is not struggling at all, but the others are, yeah. I noticed, I thought of that when I saw that the scorer on behalf of Durham, I say, rather than the Durham scorer, is actually a woman from Essex, because Durham, so I understand, would rather not pay out for their scorer to stay in the Chums today. That's what I've heard. If that's not accurate, then please don't hold it against me. And I've made enough appearances in the Old Bailey. I'm not. I have been to the Old Bailey actually, but I hasten to add I was only in the press box. Not
I was going to say, not the witness stand. Okay, fine. Good to clarify that.
No, just in the press box. But it's still a fascinating experience.
Here comes Matthew Potts, new over from the Graham Gooch, and the first ball is pushed to the fielder at mid-off for no run. Essex 5 for no loss in this county championship match. It's 9th against 8th. Durham starting the game on 114 points. And Essex on 126, congested through the middle of that Division 1 table, though 3 points separating 5th to 8th. And so survival very much on the cards for Durham, but Essex not clear. And so with rain predicted potentially tomorrow, both teams will be looking at squeezing as many points as possible. As Potts comes in once again, and that's just defended for no run. And you have to say, Dickie, I imagine Essex probably the happier of the two so far. You know, they are 12 points ahead of Durham, 12 points against above the relegation zone, which, you know, is not too much of a buffer, but a buffer of sorts. But getting the one extra bonus point from their bowling probably morally, you know, puts them in a good place going into bat, I think. Yes,
I was talking to a few supporters at the end of the day yesterday, and they were saying, particularly having looked at the weather forecast, you know, that if from the Essex point of view, if Essex come out of this game,
as Potts comes in, Elgar will turn that towards a fielder at a square leg, so the fielder at mid-wicket will dart across and they'll get a single. Takes the score to 6 for no loss, Essex.
With either the same number of bonus points as Durham, or ideally, you know, 2 or 3 more, then at least that will consolidate their position. But obviously, both sides would be very, very keen to get a victory out of this.
Some have said that Durham have, I mean, there's no such thing as an easy run in the final 2 games, but Durham playing a lot of the teams sort of surrounding them in the table, whereas Essex, slightly tougher games as Potts come in once again, and that's just pushed past, or pushed to the bowler even.
Yes, Essex have Warwickshire at Edgbaston and then Somerset here.
So playing against the 3rd and 4th teams, who have a sizable distance between them and Surrey in the table, but tough fixtures to consolidate, and so there is a real opportunity for Durham to look to leapfrog, and once they're into that 126 point lead, there's only 3 points between Hampshire in at 5th and Essex at 8th as the next ball comes in, and that goes straight through to the wicket keeper Ollie Pope. So it's going to be a tight finish and potentially quite an exciting one down at the in the bottom half of the Division 1 table. But if things stand as they stand so far, Durham will not be playing Division 1 cricket next season, and that's not a sentence people want to hear possibly on the radio and commentary, but they've got 2 and a bit games to try and do something about it, and with the rain potentially coming tomorrow, bonus points are also important, so Durham will be looking to make very early inroads into this Essex batting lineup as Matthew Potts comes in again, long run up from the Graham Gooch end, and this one is turned onto the offside, no run, and that is the over. So Essex 6 for no loss, a fairly steady start so far, nothing too testing from the 2 opening bowlers.
Essex are without the 2 C's, Jordan Cox and Sam Cook, but on the other hand, most counties can say that they've got injury problems, so it's all more or less the same. The main thing I hope, being a cricket lover as much as an Essex lover, is that whatever way the season goes, I hope it's determined on the field, and that at least everybody is either playing at the same time or rained off at the same time. We don't want it basically determined by the weather. As rain moves in and bowls. And that's just played solidly, as you'd expect, by the vastly experienced Dean Elgar. Yes, I mean, if come the last game of the season, a couple of the games are completely washed out and the other 2 are played, and that determines in the end who goes down. I know whenever the moment you get involved in cricket, whether it's as a player or a supporter, you have to accept that there is this great imponderable called the weather.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it can be cruel at times as rain moves in and bowls. And every time I say the word rain, I think, no, please don't.
Looks like you're summoning it.
I wonder if he could change his name.
Well, the drive down here today, I started the drive with sunglasses on because it was so bright, and by the time I pulled up into the car park here at Chelmsford, it was almost a sort of different landscape, and that's sort of what's happened on the pitch here today, because the sun has been out. It was out for the first half hour, but it's ever so slightly gone sort of darker shades, which I wonder whether Durham will help, hopes favours them condition-wise.
Rain round the wicket to Dean Elgar. You can almost see the concentration on his face, of his head right over the ball. Not a particularly big man, quite sort of compact, I think would be the word. And obviously vastly experienced in all over the globe. Equally obviously in the twilight of his career. But aren't we all? Well, no, you're not, Rushan.
Sometimes I feel like I am.
That's just played back to the bowler. Yeah, the other phrase often used is on the back 9. I feel as if I'm on the last green at times.
The back 9 that's second half. That's complimentary. That's plenty left in the tank, I think.
Yes.
Back 9. I think that's I would prefer that to Twilight Years.
Yeah, the back 9 of life. Yes, it's as rain moves in and bowls, and Dean Elgar plays that quite confidently or competently anyway. But as he played the shot, he took what would it be, the lower hand, I think it was, off the handle of the bat as if it sort of stung a little bit, but everything seemed to be in the right place. Having said that, what do I know? Having played no higher than a fairly reasonable level of club cricket. As rain moves in. And that's just nudged down towards third man. There should be 2 in it. No, there's not, beg your pardon. And there's certainly nothing like 2. Goes down for a single in the direction of the sycamore tree, but nowhere near as far as it. And Dean Elgar will retain the strike because it's the end of the over. I mean, between overs, when batsmen talk to each other in send and pitch, as I said during that over, Dean Elgar is a fairly shortish, compact man, and that neither of those 2 adjectives could ever be used about Paul Walter. So when they're standing together discussing it, it's quite amusing, really. Mind you, I'm easily amused.
Well, the sun's come back out at Chelmsford. There's a little bit of a conversation going about the fielding positions. 3 slips currently, all stood quite close together. And the sun's come back out for this Matthew Potts over as he comes in from the Graham Gooch end, bowling to Dean Elgar, and the first ball is pushed into the covers. Fielder there, no run. 3 slips in place, all stood very close together. Perhaps an indication of the line and length they're expecting from Matthew Potts. Essex, 7 for no loss so far.
I just remind you of the email address, Essex Cricket at BBC. Oh, I'll say it more slowly. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Congratulations on having an email address. The last time I was here, you didn't have one. We were using, I think it was Hampshire's one.
Oh, right, yes. The veritable Kevin James.
Indeed, here comes Potts once again into Elgar, and that is pushed towards the fielder at mid-off, no run. And yeah, the sun has come back out. It's going to be one of those days where the brightness is going to vary, I think, and it will keep us on our toes about the weather, but no rain predicted today as per the weather apps. Although, you know, I dabble in a couple of weather apps, Dickie, and the predictions sometimes do vary depending on which satellites I believe they're using. So who knows? We may get caught off guard as Matthew Potts comes in now. 3rd ball of the over into Dean Elgar, and he leaves this one straight through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson behind the wicket.
I remember my dear old mum used to say, this was before I worked for the BBC even, she used to say, I always look at the weather forecast on ITV, you get much better weather there.
Don't they always use the Met Office though?
Well, of course, I'm sure they all probably use the same, but yes, of course. Oh no, she reckoned you get better weather.
Get more accurate weather.
On TV.
Gone are the days where you'd have to wait till the end of the news to find out the weather with apps these days. As Matthew Potts once again into Dean Elgar, and it looked like very close to the bat there. Hands on heads behind the stumps. I think they maybe thought might have caught a little edge, but the ball flies past safely again into the hands of Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. It's been a slightly more challenging over from Matthew Potts. We've not seen many testing deliveries, but with the sun back out, this looks like it's giving Dean Elgar something of an examination.
Yes, I agree entirely.
Perhaps the sun and the brightness has given Matthew Potts a spring in his step as he comes in again. Long run up this one. It just felt slightly shorter, and Elgar looks at a cut and retracts his bat almost at the last minute. Again, the ball fly through to the gloves of the wicket keeper. Just something of a spring in his step from Potts. Now, Dickie, I mean, this is obviously the first of the 3 final games, having had this break. Did you think Essex, having in the last game scored 600 plus against Warwickshire, they would have loved to keep the momentum? And do you think they'll be able to pick up that kind of positivity and momentum that they had in that last game? I'll let you think of the answer and come in after this final ball from Matthew Potts. And this is once again left by Dean Elgar. He has both hands in the air. A very dramatic leave. That's the end of the over.
Yes.
Essex 7 for no loss. Yeah, Dickie, I mean...
I think it's unlikely that any county would momentum is one of the big words used in sport now, which to my mind is only all sport, which is now really only another way of saying confidence, which is fair enough. But no, I think really, looking at realistically, if there was a gap of what was the 5 or 6 weeks between one championship game and the next at least, and so much for some counties happens in between. No, I'm not. I'd take a lot of convincing that either a good or a bad run sort of puts you in a similar mood for the continuation of that particular form of the game. That's outside the off stump. But if you were to ask the same question of the management of Essex, they might have a completely different answer, and they're the people who would know, of course. But and the side may have changed significantly. Well, quite interestingly there, number 24, who is Emilio Gay, is fielding short-ish on the offside and very straight. He couldn't be straighter. As all that is out. Caught at first slip, a regulation catch, and Paul Walter just fished for that outside the off stump. It wasn't played with any conviction at all, and he's paid the penalty for that. And so Walter is out for 4 and Essex are 7 for 1.
Something has happened in the last couple of overs. Durham just have something about them.
They do.
Deliveries have just been ever so slightly testing of the Essex batters, and they've got their reward. They wanted an early wicket.
McKinney it was.
And Walter falls for 4 runs with Essex now 7 for 1. So if we were talking about any sort of urgency in this game with the rain pending or with this relegation battle, and I'm going to do my best, Dickie, to not use the term relegation battle too much, because with 3 games left of this championship season, I don't think people want to write anyone off at all, and survival is still very much on the cards for Durham, as it is Essex. But Durham aren't going to be looking for quick wickets. They're going to be looking to wrap up really this Essex innings with some urgency, get as many bonus points as possible, and maybe try and get another bat before the rain hits, if it is to hit tomorrow.
Well, yes, I mean, if we wanted to look at that sort of angle of it, the follow-on mark would be 150 off. That is a lot. What, 184? I think that's right. 184, agreed?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I was about to get my calculator up
Oh,
and
no.
just double check it.
You shouldn't need a calculator.
183 would be 150 shy.
Yeah, so 184
would
to
be
avoid
the
it.
safety mark, yeah, spot on.
In my day, you could do mental arithmetic.
It's true, honestly, I have an app for everything. Dickie, honestly, I'm so lazy. There's an app for everything.
Oh, yes. So, skipper Tom Wesley comes to the crease. Now, he, at the risk of talking him out, has had a very good season indeed. One of his best for the club. And he faces up to rain and allows that to go by outside the off stump. And Essex 7 for 1. With the one man, Paul Walter, caught fairly comfortably by Ben McKinney at first slip. Slightly to his right, but waist, knee height perhaps.
He had a phenomenal outing in that Warwickshire game, didn't he? A century and a half century.
Yeah.
Leading from the front.
Or Wesley pushes forward and the ball beats the outside edge. Essex are struggling there. They've got to just, well, they will know far better than I. They just got to bat through it. Batting always becomes easier the longer you stay there.
The sun's fully out now. You'd think it was a midsummer's day, Dickie. The brightness is really switched on the lights over Chelmsford.
Wesley gets solidly behind that. You can probably hear the ball make contact with the middle of the bat via our effects mic. So there's a a palpable feeling of tension around the ground now. Essex crowd just a little bit on edge.
It's understandable. There's been something about the Durham bowling in the last few overs. They've just looked slightly more potent.
I agree entirely. Yeah, well, that's a good shot from Wesley. That's played through his favourite onside for 4 runs down to mid-wicket. He'll feel good for that because, yeah, that is a confidence-boosting shot if ever there was one. And, yeah, it pushes that. It was always bound to be 4 because it was going in that direction, and as I was saying yesterday, there is a very slight slope, especially the last sort of 20 yards down towards the river, and yeah, it accelerates down there. So 11 for 1. Oh, I was going to turn around and invite Martin on, but it's disappeared. Oh, I'm going to have to work a bit of overtime. Oh. What's that, time and a half or time and 3/4?
In double time, go for it.
Oh, double time. Worst they can do is reject it.
So Essex then 11 for 1 in response to Durham's 333. They were bowled out the final 2 wickets in the first half hour of today. Here comes Matthew Potts then into Elgar. He nudges this into the covers straight to the fielder, no run. In this, what we're calling a relegation battle, Durham in 9th position. 12 points behind Essex, who are in 8th. And Durham, I think, probably slightly shy of a big total, the sort of total they would have wanted. Essex took 3 bonus points from that innings, Durham just the 2, and so Durham looking to take quick Essex wickets as the sun's come out. There's been a bit of potency about their bowling in the last few overs as the sun has come up, as Potts comes into Elgar and lets this one go straight through to the wicket keeper, the hands of Ollie Robinson. But the county championship looks like it's going to come to a very, very exciting and interesting end. Only 3 points separate the teams between 5th and 8th. The teams sat just above that relegation zone, so a lot to play for. And the teams will have an eye on the weather. Looks like storms tomorrow, unless the winds change. So this should be an eventful day. Plenty to go for, plenty to play for. As Potts comes in again to Elgar, and this is nudged down the leg side. There isn't a fielder there. There's one in pursuit. They'll run a couple, and a sliding stop by the fielder chasing that ball limits them to 2 runs there. So Essex moved to 13 for 1. Elgar there on 4, 5 beg your pardon, and Tom Westley, the new batter, in on 4.
And although neither of these sides realistically is, looking at the top of the table, their concerns are the other end. How much of a lead does Surrey have at the moment? You have the...
Surrey are 175. They are 11 points clear. Sorry, 9 points clear of Nottingham in second.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'd say a fairly comfortable lead. Not unchaseable, but a lot of results have to not go their way for anyone to really catch them.
Sorry, I interrupted Rushan at the wrong time. That was played out on the offside square, but no run scored. I mean, it's not an original view, but I think it's difficult to deny that Surrey are the best side in the land and probably deserve to win the title.
It's hard to disagree with that, isn't it?
People will say, well, if my club had their money, we'd win it. Well, maybe, but other clubs don't have their money.
Next ball in from Potts is left by Elgar. He sort of stands legs apart, bat in the air. Doesn't even consider a shot on that occasion. I think both batters having a look at the pitch, just tapping their bats into the ground. They've always spotted something. So there's a slight element of uneven bounce potentially. Sure, I thought so. However, Dean Elgar takes a long stare at the ground in front of him as Matthew Potts returns to the top of his run-up. Up at the Graham Gooch end, the opposite end from where we're sat here in the commentary box, and here comes the next delivery, final one of the over, and it's pushed to the fielder at mid-on, and that is the over. Essex 13 for 1. Durham bowled up for 333 in the first half hour of today.
We're now going to do a change, Rushan, which involves you getting out of your chair because Martin likes to sit in his corner. Be very careful of this white cable and you don't strangle yourself on it.
This is like the bus drivers.
I'll stay on air.
Garage.
I'll stay on air until but for half a minute or so until Martin is safely installed, and then you can come and sit here. So yeah, an interesting position. Essex having lost a wicket already at 13 for 1, and Martin is just getting everything into place, and we're now up and alive.
1-2, yes, I'm there. It's a nice day outside, nice and warm, sunny.
Yeah, the sun has sort of popped in and out through the morning, but it's fully out right now.
Connor's bowling there. Still feels very much a summer's day. Sometimes we talk about one of my favourite words, actually, capricity.
That's a good word.
Do you know the word capricity?
No, tell me more.
It's about the warmth of a winter sun.
Oh my word. Is there a unit for capricity?
When you feel it on your back, I suppose. That would be my unit. Connor's coming in, right arm over, bowls, and that's pushed away down towards the county corner of the ground, chased by Clark. And 2 runs there for Wesley, takes him up to 6, 15 for 1. Can you do us a favour? Could you just pass me that big bottle of water?
Absolutely, you've got to stay hydrated. This one here.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
I was looking for smaller bottles, but
no, I like that you've got the
limited choice today, I'm afraid.
Is that a 2 litre, 1.5, Martin?
I don't know, what is it? It's a full 2 litre job.
Good, well, I
one.
shall ensure you are regularly sipping, especially in this heat.
Connors is only playing in his 2nd championship match as he bowls here. That's a drama driven back to him. No run there. He played against Sussex in a draw. He's been struggling with injuries this year. He hasn't really played much in the last few years. His big breakthrough season, I think, was 50 wickets in 2022, which earned a Lions call-up, but then just a handful of injuries, a handful of appearances in each season after that for Derbyshire. 5, I think, appearances in one season, and 4 or so in another. He comes in, right arm over, and that's defended on off stump by Wesley, 15 for 1. And I think, you know, colleagues who cover Derbyshire, Dave Fletcher and his mate who does the statistics and the photography, Griff, they were rather surprised to hear that Connors was on his way to Durham. Basically here in this game, Durham have gone with 3 frontline seamers, but one of them, as in Connors, has only played the 1 game this year, so there's a lot of weight being carried on the shoulders of the likes of Potts and Rain. This is defended on off stump, it goes off to the offside, no run there, and then Parkinson's your main spinner, and they'll be expecting some assistance from Colin Ackerman, who really is a part-time spinner, although he is a world record holder as well in a T20.
Is that right?
Was it 7 wickets he took in the 4 overs against Warwickshire a few years
back? Oh my word.
Somebody else has had slightly better figures than those, but it was Namibia against Kenya, or you know, some Asian games, something like that. I can't remember the scorecard exactly. The final ball of that over is a dot ball, and that is the end of the over.
Surprised to see the bowling change. I felt that Potts and Rain had just sort of found their rhythm in those last few overs. It was like the sun came out, and then they started to be a little bit more potent, a little bit more testing of the Essex batters, and obviously you know, paying dividends for that Paul Walter wicket. Obviously, Connors.
Well, I was going to say, is it an opportunity to switch ends, but Potts is going to continue here for the time being from the Graham Gooch end.
Essex 15 for 1, day 2 of Essex versus Durham on BBC Sport. It's Roshan Allen with Martin Emerson bringing you every ball of this relegation battle between the 2 sides. As Potts comes in, it'll be Elgar to face the first ball of this over, and that's pushed to the fielder at mid-off for no run. The batters have sort of both walked towards each other, just they've sort of maybe spotted some debris on the pitch. Just Wesley, the non-strikers, then sort of seem to pick something up off and chuck it to the side. So now that that's out of the way,
I'm just looking through the scores, the first innings scores in Division 1. I mean, the Somerset are still batting their first innings, and they did have a lot of time lost to rain yesterday. It was stumps quite early there. But Somerset 183 for 4 against Yorkshire. Surrey were all out at the Oval against Warwickshire for 246.
As Potts comes in back to Elgar, this is nudged again for no run.
Hampshire were all out in Hove against Sussex for 226. Worcestershire all out in Worcester against Notts for 182. So Durham's first innings score is actually the highest in the first division.
Fascinating, there you go.
In the Division 2, there's been some high scores there. Gloucestershire at Leicester are currently 478 for 9. Derbyshire were all out at Lords for 283. Middlesex 66 for 2. Kent made 293 in Canterbury.
As Potts comes in once again to Elgar, and this is pushed back to the bowler for no run. Essex 15 for 1.
Lancashire 60 for 2 in response to Kent's first innings score of 293. Big scores for Glamorgan as well. They're still batting at Northampton, and they're 443
piling on
for
the runs
8.
there.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
So it'll be interesting to see when all of the first innings are complete in this round of games if Durham remain as the highest scorers or not, because I think they left runs out there.
I think they'll feel the same. As Potts comes in once again to Elgar, and this is left through to the hands of Ollie Robinson. And Essex 15 for 1. Story of the day so far. Durham resumed on 316 for 8. They're bowled out for 333, with Essex taking those first 2 wickets, their last 2 wickets, I beg your pardon, in the first half hour of the game.
Just looking at the cricket forum online, just quite a few people were watching this online and unhappy with how Durham have batted, but I've seen a few comments from people who are actually here who think...
Potts comes in, this is pushed through the covers, and there's no fielder there, and that will race away for 4 for Dean Elgar. A much needed boundary for Essex. They're not necessarily in the back foot, but the bowling has felt potent in the last few overs, slightly testing, so that's much needed relief for the Essex batter. And that moves Elgar on to 9 from his 34, so it's been a slow start and taking its time as Essex moved to 19 for 1. Well, I'd agree with that, Martin. I think you know, if this was the first game of the season, I think 333 is a very good score, but I think that added knowledge that we're now essentially end of the season and in a relegation spot just adds to that, and in that context 333 might not feel enough, and especially, you know, knowing that Essex are 1 place above in the table, they've scored 1 bonus point, so that gap of 12 that we started with yesterday morning is now 13, yeah. And so I think all of that knowledge probably plays into a feeling outside of the actual scores themselves, as the next ball is defended by Elgar, and that will complete the over.
Yeah, there was quite a few people who were watching it online unhappy with how Durham have batted and the runs they've accrued, particularly after tea when they just fell apart yesterday, and they lost the 5 wickets around about the introduction of the new ball as well. But 1 or 2 who are here are seeing it differently and think actually it was a good performance and it's not a bad total at all, and it's a evenly matched game so far. So
I mean, piling on 316 runs in a day is an impressive feat, I think. You know, it felt like the runs flowed.
Well, what did they have yesterday morning? 133?
In that first session, yeah. So
here's Connors coming in to bowl to Wesley, who's on 6 from the river end. Oh, that's worth a shout. Not given, but it was from here. I thought that was definitely worth a shout. It's played across the line there, but James Middlebrook is unmoved. Can you see that on your monitor? Is it on or not?
Not a replay just yet, but yeah, it was a very confident appeal, arms up all over the players. Here comes the replay. Let's have a look at this then. Oh, it was a fair shout. Perhaps the umpire thought maybe it was going slightly over, because it didn't look like it was. Yeah, potentially too high. It didn't look like it was going to be drifting down the leg side necessarily.
It was a sharpish delivery. Had the Durham players interested. Comes in and bowls again. And bat on that one this time from Wesley. Pushes the ball off towards point, picked up by Clark. Paul Wilson's emailed. He says, "Hi Marty and the gang, greetings from a sun-kissed and fairly warm Costerdale Hartlepool. Decent batting from the Durham batters yesterday, fairly evenly poised at the moment I think, but still some work to be done by the Durham bowlers to get a few more bonus points. Should be with you for the rest of the day because I'm working from home and the 50p in the meter is working as the commentary is returned online. Have fun and come on Durham." Connors comes in and bowls, that's left, it's gone through to the keeper. Now he sends a list each time of cricketing and cycling events on this day. So we've got births, deaths and events.
Oh, fantastic.
So who was born on this day? I'm having a look. I didn't recognise any names yesterday. Oh, Neil Fairbrother. Born on this day, 1963, English batter, played for Lancashire. Players agent these days. On this day in 1982, Graham Onions.
Ah,
Former Durham bowler and now bowling coach.
happy birthday, Graham.
Yeah. Connors in, bowls, turned off towards mid-wicket to Rain by Wesley, who's on 6, no run there. 19 for 1 the score. Graham Onions, who took 8 wickets for Gateshead, fell at the weekend against Seaham Park in the North East Premier League.
There you go.
Which
Still got
moved Gateshead fell to the top of the second tier of the North East Premier League.
Yeah, it was final league matches for a lot of teams this weekend. I know many clubs will still have a few friendlies through September.
Yeah, the North East Premier League, I think it ends this weekend. Connors comes in and bowls, and this is pushed up to Lees at mid on no run there. James Hildreth's birthday as well, Somerset cricketer. Somerset, 20 years he had with them, 2002 to 22.
Good day of cricketing birthdays then.
Yeah. 2018, France's Julian Alaphilippe won the Tour of Britain. This is a Yorker length ball, dug out by Wesley, played up to Lees. And that is the end of the over. A maiden from Connors, a nice over that one, and had that big shout for LBW as well. So 19 for 1, Essex.
Do you know what, Martin? I've noticed you're wearing your sunglasses. I might have to switch to mine. The
Yeah,
sun is
there's quite a bit of glare there, isn't
I'm
there?
going to go
Where
to
are
my
they?
rucksack under the desk. Bear with me. This is not going to make sense to anyone at home, but the sun is fully out in Chelmsford. It's been a very temperamental day with the weather. It's been in and out, but it looks fully out.
Julian Alaphilippe winning the Tour of Britain in 2018. He was riding in the race the other day, actually. He was riding for Quick Step at the time. There's a funny story. So Richard Ray, who is the Radio Leicester cricket commentator, lives part of the year in Spain, spends the winter out there.
Here comes Potts, so their first ball of the over is left by Elgar.
And Alaphilippe won the World Road Race title a few years back, so as a result of that, you get to wear the rainbow bands whenever you're competing in a road race. And for Christmas, Richard's wife bought him a winter training top, Quick Step top with the Olympic road bands on it. So he went out for a bike ride one day, and I've got a rough idea of where he lives because my aunt used to have a place near where he is, and there's a big mountain with a dam and a reservoir right up at the top of it, up above Altair.
Here comes Potts into Elgar once again, and that's blocked out defensively.
So
19 for 1's the score.
It's just north of Alicante, that area on the Spanish coast. You go up this mountain range, and there's this big reservoir up there. And there's a cafe which is quite popular with motorbikers and cyclists and everything. So he cycled up this mountain and went into the cafe, and as he walked in, everybody started to laugh at him, and he thought, what have I done? Why is everybody laughing at me? And then he turns round, and who is sitting in the corner of the cafe in his world champion road race top? Julian Alaphilippe.
Fantastic. Here comes Potts then from the Graham Gooch end into Dean Elgar, leaves this one again. Potts is having a wonderful time. There's a gentle slope, I guess, from the Graham Gooch end, and a steady flow of good line and length balls from Potts this morning. Just looking to test Dean Elgar as he continues from the Graham Gooch end. Essex then 19 for 1. Elgar on 9 from his 38 balls. And Tom Wesley, the captain, the new bat in on 6. That after Paul Walter was caught in slips before. Here comes the next ball from Potts, and oh, there's a big shout for an edge.
I think that's outside the line of off stump, isn't it?
Nothing from the umpire, but it was a sizable appeal. I think perhaps we had heard the sound there of bat hitting ground rather than bat hitting ball.
Elgar got some runs in this fixture last year. In the second innings, he made 120. Tom Wesley got 63. I think it took Wesley something like 70 balls to get a boundary because they just blocked all the way through the final day. It ended up in a really boring draw. Durham only managed to get 1 wicket on the final day, and that was the night watchman.
Here comes Potts once again into Elgar, and this time he does connect with the ball, and this should go down towards the boundary at third man. There'll be 4 more for Essex. They'll move on to 23 for 1. Elgar will move on to 13.
Was they met in the end of June last year, and it was a heat wave here. It was unbelievably hot in this box.
This commentary box is the hottest I've been in during a heat wave.
Basically a greenhouse on stilts, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean greenhouse is generous. I would say microwave. Yeah, very warm.
So it was a Kookaburra ball game as well.
Final ball of the over then from Potts into Elgar, and this one is edged and picked up by the fielder at backward point. That's the over then. Essex 23 for 1. Elgar on 13. Wesley on 6 in response to Durham's 333.
Gonna test you now. What's the link between Elgar and Worcester?
Go on.
You'll have to have a think about it.
Is it cricket related, or is there a twist? Is it sauce related?
No, it's Worcester sauce. No, I don't know.
I was expecting a trick question.
I don't know if he likes Worcester sauce with his poached eggs. I haven't got a clue. No.
Okay.
Edward Elgar, the composer,
yes,
was from Worcester and Malvern. And there's when I was staying in Great Malvern earlier in the season when Durham were playing at Worcester, there's a statue of him on the high street, looking right down the hill, back across towards the Severn Valley. Connors comes in and bowls. That's turned away down towards long leg to Parkinson by Wesley for 1. It was an expansive shot. Initially I thought it was going to fly off through mid-wicket for 4, but he found Parkinson. You can do the Elgar route. You can drive the Elgar route as well. Nice town, Malvern, up on the hill. The Spa town.
Oh, I love a Spa town. It's been a while since I've been to a spa. I have an 18-month-old at home, so right. Spa days have been off the books for some time.
Well, up in the northeast, Harrogate's the big spa town.
Yes, it is, of course.
Just up above Leeds.
Natural spring water from there as well, which you can get all around the country now.
Connors is going to come round the wicket to Elgar from the river end. Elgar plays that safely out into the covers to Rain at no run there. Where's the other? Southport was a spa town, wasn't it? And Cheltenham. It's called Cheltenham Spa, isn't it?
There you go, yeah. I mean, it's quite often nowadays the train stations give away the spa. I mean,
trying to think of any others.
I mean, Bath, obviously the big one.
Oh, Bath, yes, of course. I love a bath.
Yeah.
If it's still going, if you visit Bath, do the comedy tour on an evening. It's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
Connors, that's away for 4, up towards the Hayes close end of the ground. There's a thick bit of bat on that one, just drifted towards the leg stump, and Elgar helped it on its way. It flew. Yeah, the comedy tour of Bath. There's a hotel in the centre of town just near. Is it Pulteney Weir? Where the gardens are and the Weir and the lovely bridge. So it used to go on an evening from there, and they take you around the city centre on this walking tour, and I've done it 2 or 3 times this tour, and it's just absolutely brilliant, really funny as well.
And is the comedy as you're going on the tour? Yeah. That sounds great.
Yeah, it's excellent. Connors comes in, bowls, defended on a length there by Elgar. In fact, it was the night me and my wife actually got engaged. We were in Bath, and we went on the comedy tour, and she ended up in the stocks in this little square of houses with Japanese tourists throwing carrots at her head. And she thought I'd planned the whole thing, and that I was going to get down on one knee and propose to her at that point in time, but I was too busy laughing.
What a turn of events from the stocks to a ring on the finger.
Yeah. Next ball bowled by Connors to Elgar. Plays that up to mid-on. No run there. Picked up by Potts, who gives it a bit of a polish. Durham's score here last year in that Cooker ball draw, they made a first innings total of 587, which was their best in a head-to-head. Alex Lee's got 113. Ollie Robinson, a career best 198. There's also 65 from David Bedingham and 73 from Colin Ackerman. While Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley took 4 wickets apiece. Connors in again, that's a good ball, that's done too much. It's moved on Elgar, he's played and missed, and it's gone through to the keeper. That was a sharp delivery. End of the over. And Essex 28 for 1. Durham earlier, all out for 333. Essex were bowled out in their first innings last year for 339 as Matty Potts took 4 wickets. But they lasted 99 overs, so Durham didn't enforce the follow-on, despite a deficit of 248. And then Paul Walter, the only player in that innings to do anything really with the bat, he made 134. Durham then declared on 184 for 8 and had a lead of 433. Essex had absolutely no interest in chasing the score. They were 28 for 1 at the close of day 3, and despite losing night watchman Jamie Porter early on the final day, that was the only wicket to fall on that day.
Very defensive block-out day.
Yeah.
Essex 28 for 1 then, as it will be Matthew Potts to continue from the Graham Gooch end into Wesley, who pushes this one to the fielder at mid-off. So it's the County Championship if you're just joining us. Essex and Durham, 3 games left of this season, and this game has heavy relegation context to it. Durham in 9th, Essex in 8th. Rain looming tomorrow, and so both these teams will have that in mind. Potential bonus points up for grabs, of course. Essex took 3 from the Durham innings. Durham to the 2. Bowled out for 333 this morning as Matthew Potts comes in once again, bowling to the captain, Tom Wesley, and this is defended out to the offside for no run. I mean, with rain predicted tomorrow, Martin, do you think that's going to play into the players' minds a little bit? Do you think Durham are going to go?
I don't think there's anything to do about the weather, because the forecasts I've seen, some passing showers was what I was looking at.
It does change. I keep seeing it, and depending which app you use, because there are a couple out there.
There's more than a couple.
There's more than a couple.
I mean, the 2 ones I look at, I haven't looked at the cricket weather app yet, but I will. But the Met Office app was predicting passing showers
later today, as Potts comes in once again. Wesley decides to leave this one, bat raised straight through the gloves of Ollie Pope. Essex on 28 for 1.
Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley last year batted out the final day. They faced 421 balls between them in their partnership. What do you reckon their partnership finished at? 400
odd balls.
Yeah, 421 balls.
I'm going to guess that they went at less than a 50% strike rate.
The partnership was 165.
Oh my word! So way less than 50. Next ball goes straight through to Ollie Pope.
Elgar made 120 and Wesley 63. They finished on 208 for 2.
So that's sort of 35-40%. That's a very patient day of batting.
I had some sort of commentary review with Rob Nothman from 5 Live, and I deliberately chose that day of commentary for him to listen to because it was such a hard day to commentate on.
There's a lot of defensive shots.
Nothing happened, and he listened to it and he accepted it was a very hard day.
Tough day at the office. Here comes Potts once again, and Wesley will just defend this one back to the bowler. Essex 28 for 1. In response to Durham's 333, it's Roshan Allen, Martin Everson and Dickie Davis on the commentary here from Chelmsford. Essex taking on Durham, it's day 2. The story so far, Durham yesterday won the toss and chose to bat. They finished on 316 for 8 at the end of day 1. And this morning Essex took little less than half an hour to clean up the tail and take those 2 wickets. Here comes Potts then, final ball of the over into Wesley, who just defends this one onto the offside for no run. Essex now 28 for 1 in response to Durham's 333. The 2 batters at the crease, Dean Elgar on 17 and the captain, Tom Wesley, on 7. Just 1 wicket to fall today, that of Paul Walters. he was caught in the first slip. So Essex, you'd feel maybe the happier of the two teams, as Martin Emerson was saying. A few Durham fans on email saying they weren't necessarily happy with the way the team batted. However, 333 is not a score to be sniffed at. It is just the further, wider context, I think, of the county championship reaching its final stage that again it's going to play into the minds of fans and players alike. And Durham, really, as things stand, if they stay in the same position, will not play Division 1 cricket next season.
Connors comes in, balls. It's played back to him by Elgar. I've just dialed into Radio Newcastle on my kit to do an update. I've just heard the weather forecast, and the weather presenter is saying what a beautiful day it is in the northeast today, but enjoy it while you can, because the weather's going to turn, and by the weekend it's going to be very stormy, or it could be very stormy. So the final weekend of matches in the Northeast Premier League, and the local league cricket games could be affected, which is not good. Connors comes in again to bowl to Elgar, who's on 17. He drives this up to Lees at mid-off, no run there. 28 for 1 the score. Right, I'll go and do the update.
And I shall take over. So Essex 28 for 1. And it's a Sam Connors over, bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook's end here at Chelmsford. Dean Elgar, the facing batter, he's on 17 from his 48 balls, a strike rate of 35.5. Faced some testing balls this morning. And here comes Connors, then third ball of the over, and this is turn round. There's no fielder at square leg, so the ball will make its way down towards the fielder at the boundary. They'll jog across for a single. The score will move on to 29. And Essex looking to recover after that early wicket of Paul Waterfell. He fell for 4, with Essex just on 7, and joined again once again by I want to say Chelmsford's finest, Dickie Davis, but I don't think you live in Chelmsford. You just do a lot of cricket here.
Try not just turning the volume up on my
Hey, you take your time as Connors comes in, and Wesley just pushes that into the offside, no run. And Essex 29 for 1. So Essex are, you have to feel probably the happier of the two teams. There's no overwhelming urgency to get on with it. They started this game 12 points ahead of Durham in 8th place, just above the relegation zone. They gained 3 bonus points, that's 1 more than Durham did. And so they're thinking they've got a buffer of 13, but obviously, they're not safe from that relegation tour. As Connors comes in, bowls to Wesley, and this is driven beautifully. There's a diving fielder at mid-off, stops that from what would have been a potential boundary, to a justified round of applause from the crowd here at Essex, which has started to fill up the stands to my right.
Yeah, it's looking good. Almost
at capacity. People have chosen to take the upper deck today for the stunning viewpoint you get at this ground. This is good for a Tuesday, Dickie.
It is. It's, as I was saying earlier, it's appreciably better than yesterday.
Perhaps people have figured their way here, and as tube strikes in London, making travel extremely difficult, as Connors comes in. Final ball of the over. This is into Wesley, and he nudges this one to the fielder at mid-on. That's the over. Essex are 29 for 1. Elgar on 18. Wesley on 7. Yeah, I wonder how many people travel up the road from London. I mean, obviously the tube strikes, but it feels like a county ground, and I love this. A county ground you can drive to.
Yeah, that hadn't occurred to me. There was a tube strike yesterday.
All week, yeah.
All week.
Yeah,
oh, so that couldn't have really been the reason, because otherwise they wouldn't be here today either.
No, very, very true. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
look, I've got
the Elizabeth line goes out as far as Shenfield, which isn't too far away. So yeah, it could well be the case. So it's going to be rain.
Ben Rain switched ends from earlier.
Yes, I have.
It seems to be getting more results from that Graham Gooch end, so rain from a different end.
He moves in now and bowls to Dean Elgar. Lets it go by. I wonder whether, Rushen, whether you could pass me my laptop.
Of course I can.
None of the stuff on top of it, I'm not bothered about that, just the laptop itself, see if anybody's been
Now,
trying
would
to
you like
email
your
us.
power cable? Do you think you've got enough battery in there?
I think it'll last a half an hour, thank
In
you.
that case, I'm going to steal your charger to charge my phone. I'm in logistics from the commentary box if anyone's interested. I forgot my phone charger, Dickie, so I will be borrowing cables all day. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you pack last minute.
Quite. As Rain moves in again. Bowls to Elgar. Elgar again feigns to play the ball, but then just takes the bat away and just lets it go through.
I wonder if Rain's seen the kind of results that Potts has had from that end. Sort of, I mean, it's a very gentle slope. I wouldn't really describe it as a slope. It's a very kind of gentle slope bowling from the Graham Gooch end down towards the river. And Rain thought maybe I'd have a go at that. But also, I think Potts earning a well-justified break from a lengthy first spell. It lasted 7 overs.
Rain again. In and played pleasantly through the onside. That will just a no. It was a valiant effort by the fielder out there, sprawling on the ground. But yeah, it was all that effort was in vain, and it did go through for the boundary and clattered against the little brick wall in front of the pavilion, which might not have done the ball any good. Don't think they like bashing into brick walls very much. Well, none of us does like bashing into brick walls.
Well, it's sort of a hidden ditch down there, isn't there?
Yes.
You don't really spot it. I only noticed it when I was watching a few players a couple of years ago sign autographs over there.
Yeah, and that's nudged away on the onside just for a single this time. So it takes Dean Elgar on to 22, the considerable majority of 23 indeed of Essex's 34 for 1. Considerable change in the field is obviously for the right-handed Tom Wesley. After all that, no, we haven't had any more emails. And that's just played solidly. Trickles out on the offside. Two slips and a gully. Backward point, or more or less square point. Cover mid-off, fairly conventional sort of, well, it's a 6-3 field, yeah. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and presumably a long leg. Wesley goes forward, then takes the bat out of the way, goes through to the keeper. End of the over, and Essex have moved on to 34 for 1. Their first target will be, what did we say,
184.
184, so they're 150 short of that at the moment, yeah, to avoid possibility of being asked to follow on. And if that were to happen, it's more the vogue now not to insist on the follow-on, but I think with rain threatening, Durham would have little hesitation in asking Essex to bat again.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So Essex 34 for 1, Dean Elgar on 23, Tom Wesley on 7. And it looks like it's going to be Connors to continue from the Sir Alex Cook, and I said something Alex Stewart. That's very different ground. That's edge. That's going to go down towards fine leg, and it's run away for 4. There was a fielder in pursuit, but not quite quick enough to stop the ball. So Essex will start the over with a boundary to Dean Elgar's name. He's on 27. Essex moved to 38 for 1. In response to Durham's 333, so as Dickie said, that first target in mind will be 184 to try and avoid the follow-on. Both these teams looking for as many points as possible. They know there's rain on the way, potentially tomorrow, unless the winds change. I keep saying the winds change, only because the apps keep telling me different things. You know, sometimes I'm told there's thunderstorms, other days I was told there was rain today, but the clouds look like a full summer's day as Connors come in, and that's gone straight through the wicket keeper. And by a whisker from the batter.
I'll have a look on the net weather cricket.
Yeah, let's keep checking the weather. I mean, you know, what is cricket if we're not checking the weather?
Let's make everybody miserable.
But as things stand, I mean, it's stunning at Chelmsford. The sun is now fully out. It has been out now for best part of an hour, and you wouldn't tell that you were in the first week of September looking out over the ground today. As Connors comes in once again, it's Elgar to face. And Elgar pushes this one to point. There's a fielder there, no run. I've noticed the Durham slips there were 3 stood very close together for much of the first hour of play, but we've now got 2 slightly further apart, and I guess a fielder at gully.
Could get a bit humid later on. It's currently 19 degrees. It's going to get a high of about 21. But the cricket forecast on net weather suggesting 100% cloud cover later today. Chance of a storm at only 11%, it says.
Wow. Here comes Connors once again, and Elgar ends up taking a hand off the bat to defend. No run taken.
There's been a lot of rain coming up across Cornwall and Wales and sort of drifting towards us, so it's quite wet over there. It's been quite wet over there this morning, and this afternoon it will be. Then that's going to sort of reach this area by about tea time and maybe early evening, but it's going to be passing showers. Tomorrow, storm risk 32% tomorrow early morning.
That to me says 70% no storm, which I would take as a positive, and I'm sure the players would as well, as Connors comes in once again, and that whistles through to the hands of Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Tomorrow morning, precipitation 0, cloud cover 100%. Tomorrow afternoon, possibility of some showers around about, it says between 4 and 7, so that's around about 4 o'clock it's saying possibility of showers, so I'm not sure the weather's a write-off tomorrow.
That's excellent news for both teams involved. I'm sure they'll want to get a result either way. As Connors comes in once again, and it's a big appeal this time. Hands up all round the ground, and no reaction from the umpire whatsoever.
He takes some convincing anyway, James Middlebrook. Everything looked wrong to me about that. Looked too high. Look down the leg side. Right, the Met Office today has the possibility of some showers around about 4, 5 o'clock, but only 30%, so could easily miss us. Tomorrow, well, the Met Office is saying tomorrow 60 to 70% chance of showers through the day, and then 80 to 90% by mid-afternoon. So that suggests a downpour to me. So 2 very distinctly different sets of forecasts there. Here's rain from the Graham Gooch end. That's gone through to the keeper. Swings as it passes the stumps. We do have bright sunshine at the moment, but the cloud is starting to build and bubble up this afternoon. Some of it looks a little bit grey, other bits nice and white and fluffy. Gentle breeze coming up from the southwest as well, judging by the flag next to the pavilion at the back of the players' marquee. Rain is bowling his 6th over, 1 for 11 so far. Comes in again, and nicely forward to that one, pushes it up towards mid-on, no run there.
Scorecard.
You're looking for a scorecard?
Yeah, I did have a scorecard, but it's disappeared. Never mind, I'll survive till lunchtime.
We had 3 or 4 of them in here yesterday. Where have they all gone?
We'll get out a search party during the lunch interval.
Weird. Rain comes in again and bowls. Wesley defends. It goes back to him. Who would take the scorecards away?
I don't know, they've all suddenly disappeared, haven't they?
Yeah.
They haven't flown out the window. No.
Huh?
No, it's not strong enough wind for that to happen. Things have happened like that. And how very strange.
My scorecard was just lying on this bench. That's where I left it last night, so it's not there now. Maybe the cleaner's taken them. Rain bowls. Wesley defends. The ball is back with Rain.
Well, a total mystery. The phantom Chelmsford scorecard thief has struck again.
Could be chapter 2 in the Thursday Night Murder Club.
Yes.
I was watching that last night.
You didn't see any ghosts in your hotel?
No, the lady asked me today if I'd seen any, and I said no, and I said I don't expect to either.
No.
She said she's going to knock on the door at 3 o'clock in the morning with a white sheet over her head. Rain comes in and bowls. Wesley defends. And each ball so far in this over has been a dot ball. Looking at the head-to-head stats between these two sides. Prior to this, they've met 20 times in the championship. The meetings in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021 were the first where they played each other in 12 years. And Essex won both of those. Prior to that, their previous meeting was September 2010. Essex went down, and then when Durham were relegated by the ECB in 2016, that was the year Essex came back up, so they missed each other. That's the end of that over. As another dot baller to leave. So Durham actually hadn't had a bigger gap in between games against another side than they did with Essex when they eventually met each other again in 2021.
Yeah, for those who don't know, who are relatively new to this game, Durham joined the county championship and became a first-class county in 1992.
Yeah.
But they've been knocking on the door for several seasons beforehand.
Oh yeah, quite a long time. I mean, they had some big success in the Cups in the 70s, didn't they? Beating Yorkshire and Harrogate. They pulled off some big scalps. In terms of wins, Essex have beaten Durham 10 times. Durham have only won 3, and I mentioned numerous times, only one of those down here, which was their first visit to Chelmsford in 1993. There's been 7 draws between the two, including both games last year and both matches in 2010. Going to see some spin now. Callum Parkinson coming into the attack for Durham.
Yeah, which shows that lunch looms. Most counties sort of seem to adopt this tactic of giving their spinner a few overs just before lunch. And Parkinson just having a few practice deliveries. He'll be bowling to Dean Elgar.
Will we see a little twirl from Colin Ackerman as well?
Parkinson moves in now, left arm over the wicket.
Oh,
That
turned a bit, didn't
it
it?
did turn quite significantly. It finished up going out onto the offside, but yeah, one delivery wasn't without incident. Moves in again and bowls, and it's just played short leg.
Johnny Eggs has sent a message on Blue Sky with the word apricity. I said capricity, didn't I? But it's apricity, which is the warmth from the winter sun. I had an erroneous C on the front of it. This is certainly not winter sun. This is more like summer sun, this. Nice warm day.
Yes, it is. Elgar gets the pitch of the ball, drives it hard back to the bowler.
You did do one skiing holiday. You were talking about it yesterday, but there's nothing nicer than being on up a mountain in the snow, in the sunshine.
That's
good diving
well
stop by
fielded
McKinney.
there, diving away to his left at wideish mid on, already wideish mid on, and had to dive even wider and further. Very well fielded indeed.
We went skiing in Austria a couple of years ago, and we were sitting in t-shirts having lunch one day up the mountain, and another day we'd gone into Innsbruck. It was 19 degrees on a February afternoon. It was far too warm for that time of year.
Well, yes. And although it's that's just worked away on the onside, and they'll go through for a single. Although it's a long way from being one of my areas of expertise, not that I have many. In fact, I can't think of any. But yeah, I mean, it's not really good news, is it? This this global warming for apart from numerous other things, the ski resorts of Austria and thereabouts. That's pushed forward there. Optimistic appeal for LBW, probably not with too much conviction. Well, I don't know, having said that. And anyway, it's the end of the over. Callum Bartlett that one over cost him. They've taken it down already. Just that single, I think.
There was a
Sorry.
at the ski resort where we were in a town called Seefeld. It's held
Yes.
it's held the Winter Olympics a number of times, and I think they said it was the place where they learned how to manufacture snow many moons ago. But there was a nursery slope for the kids, and we'd finished skiing on the Friday afternoon, and I'd taken my ski gear back to the ski hire place. The kids wanted to ski a little bit more, so we went to the nursery slope, and there was a bar at the bottom of the slope, so I'm sitting there, and all around me is a huge lake of water. I'm sitting on duck boards at this bar, and the lady who ran the bar was actually from Essex.
Oh.
I think she may have even been from Chelmsford, so I had a chat with her, and she was quite worried because she said the weather's all wrong. Rain starts anew over here to Wesley. Wesley plays that to Connors at Point No Run. And she said, you know, we've got all these duck boards here, and she said it's not for the rainwater or the melted water. She said normally it's to give you a bit of grip because this should all be snow. And she said we've not had any snow for weeks, and it's February and we're already wondering, do we have to close the nursery slopes? And it was bizarre because they hadn't had any snow for quite a few weeks. It certainly didn't snow while we were there, and then you can guarantee the next day as we're waiting to get on the bus to go back to the airport, it absolutely poured it down. Rain comes in again here and bowls. That's a nice shot from Wesley. He's just drifted onto the leg stump there, and Wesley's played that out towards the Felsted School stand. Has it gone for 4?
Yes.
It's gone for 4. Fielder out there missed it. David Bedingham, I think that might be.
44 for 1. Another 8-9 minutes to lunch. If these two are still there, then Essex and their loyal band of supporters will be reasonably content.
Yeah.
The other side of that same coin is, of course, that Durham will be desperately hoping to get another wicket, another scalp before the interval.
Rain comes in again and bowls. Wesley drives up to mid or no run there. That 4 from Wesley took him on to 12, and the score on to 44 for 1. There's another issue with the weather constantly changing and being too warm in the winters, particularly at these ski resorts, because in St. Moritz in Switzerland there's a huge lake in front of the town which freezes solid during the winter, and they have horse racing on that lake, but they also have a winter cricket festival as well.
Oh.
So they put a cricket mat down on the lake, and lots of ex-players, you know, used to head over there and play in this cricket festival there. In comes Rain again, bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. They parked their cars on there as well. There was a story, one former England captain had left his car on the lake overnight because they all went into town for a drink, and when they came back the next day, the ice had melted and the cars were at the bottom of the lake. But Isabel Duncan, who
Yes.
some of you will have heard commentating with us over the years, she goes skiing a lot. I mean, she's very good. She goes off piste and does a lot of adventure skiing, but she's played in the cricket tournament at St. Moritz.
So, come back to that after this.
Rain bowls to Wesley, and it nips right back in and ties him up a little bit there.
So what surface do they play on?
Well, they put a mat down, like a cricket mat
see.
down. I don't know how you draw the boundary. They must have to put sort of like coloured paint on the boundary.
Yeah.
But I've seen photographs of it. But the horse racing festival goes on for a few weekends, because we were in St. Moritz years ago and it was on then. And they have grandstands on the ice and everything as well. They call the horse racing festival the White Turf, and the horses. There's 3 different races that I could see. So on one of them, the jockey is on the horse on a saddle. At another race, the jockey's being towed by the horse and is on skis. And a third race, the jockeys are in sledges, being towed by the horse. Rain to Wesley. Wesley forward to this one, plays out to Parkinson in the covers.
And is St.
Very
Moritz
noisy, but I can't see it.
Is St. Moritz also where they have the crest to run?
Yeah. To be honest with you, me and my wife were staying in another resort. It's quite a few years ago now, because pre-kids, and we won. The little resort we were in was quite small, but it was nice and quiet. And then we got the bus over to St. Moritz one Sunday afternoon, and I absolutely hated the place. It was just
Well,
unbelievably ostentatious.
I can imagine,
and
yes.
dripping with money and not very nice people, really.
I can well imagine, yeah. Yeah.
We couldn't wait to get back to our little friendly resort on the other side of the mountain.
Yeah, a few years ago we had a holiday based in Naples. Let's just played defensively. Callum still bowling. And one day we took a boat trip out to Capri.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and you go up to the top in Capri. I mean, it's so artificial and it's all money. It's not like real life. And wasn't glad to get back, really. And of course, so different from Naples, which is very, very basic place.
Yeah.
Great fun though. Let's just play back to
Naples. Does look quite lively. I wouldn't mind going and having a look around there.
And I just worked away on the onside for a single out to a deep mid-wicket. Comfortable, agreed single that they can almost walk through. Brings Wesley onto strike.
We were down in Sorrento in October about 1993, something like that, and we were going to go over to Naples, to Capri one day, but it was quite stormy and they cancelled all the boats, so we never got there.
You didn't miss much, in my opinion.
Was it Gracie Fields who lived there?
Yes, yeah. But I mean, she lived inland, I think, rather than sort of the immediate vicinity of the port.
Yeah.
And I mean, day trippers like we were don't really see the whole of the island, and I'm sure parts of it are very, very pleasant. Yes, our Gracie. Parkinson in again, 2 balls of the delivery, 2 balls of the over remain, and that one's just played. Met with solid defence by Wesley, pushing it out on the offside, no addition to the score of 45 for 1.
Just the one single so far from the over.
Parkinson completes his over with a delivery which is played out into the mid-wicket area, and no addition to the score. So 45 for 1 at the end of the over, with assuming it's bowled by a seam bowler rather than another spinner, then probably the last over. Oh, anyway, yeah, the clock on the scoreboard and on the pavilion is a bit ahead of my Mickey Mouse watch. Can't think why. My watch was relatively expensive from a well-known catalogue store. And
is it a Seconda?
I've got a feeling it is a Seconda.
I didn't think you could still get them.
Yes, it is a Seconda.
It is? Oh.
Yeah, cost me about £19.99.
Did it?
God.
How long were you saving up for that?
I had to save up to get this, yeah. I decided not to get the Rolex that year.
No. Well, we've all had that consideration in our lives, haven't we?
Yeah, good Lord, yes.
Here's Rain bowling to Elgar from the Hayes close end of the ground, the Graham Gooch end. First ball's played safely to Clark in the covers. I have to say, I've had a smartwatch for a few years now. My wife's got one, but when we were in Italy a few weeks ago on holiday, and wandering around various shops, the smartwatches that were on the shelves there were a lot cheaper than what you seem to be able to get here.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I couldn't understand the disparity.
Is it not duty when you bring them back here on watches?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't buy one, but
no.
I presume it would be above a certain value, wouldn't it? Rain again to Elgar. Played the square leg, no run there. Gay picks this one up. I never generally buy anything abroad, really, in terms of where I'd need to worry about do I pay duty on it or not.
No.
Would Naples be a good place to go with the kids or not?
I wouldn't have thought so personally.
No?
Oh, Naples.
Yeah, Naples.
Good question. I'll give that some consideration.
That's a nice shot from Elgar. It was just a little bit too loose there from Rain. Short of a length and wide of off stump, and he's cut that hard to the boundary where the apartment complex is.
No, I mean, we've holidayed a lot in Italy.
Yeah.
And No, I think I'm just trying to think whether we just went on our own. Yes, we did just go on our own, my wife and I. And no, I don't think Naples is really the sort of place. Well, certainly not young children, possibly teenagers or
Yeah, well, that was
late teenagers. Yeah, but certainly not young children. I mean, it has a reputation of being quite intimidating, and it is in a way. And I mean, I had my rucksack dipped into the first morning I was there walking down the main road.
Yeah.
There was nothing there worth nicking, which much to their annoyance, I expect.
Rain around the wicket now to Elgar. Elgar plays this off towards mid-wicket. He's on 33 following that 49 for 1 Essex. They've been steady away since the ball. Durham out for 333. Walter the man to go, caught a first slip by Ben McKinney off the bowling of Ben Rain when he was on 4. There was 7 for 1 in the 7th over at that point, Essex. And we've got 2 balls left before lunch.
But I mean, if you want to see the real Italy rather than the sort of sanitised version of Italy for British tourists, then Naples is certainly the place to go. Unpretentious is the word.
Looks a lively place.
Yeah.
Rain around the wicket to Elgar here. Let's play back to him. I think the tour of Italy went there this year, and I was trying to take in as much of what the city looked like as I could, because they did a loop and came back round again. But a few weeks ago we were up in the north. We did Lake Garda for a few days in Venice, and then down to Umbria, Perugia, Triestina, Gubbio, Cortona, those places. Back up via Florence. It was just very, very, very hot. Too hot for me. Rain comes in, bowls. Elgar plays this one to mid-on. It's a dot ball. 4 runs from the over. 22 overs gone. Essex 49 for 1 at lunch on day 2 here against Durham. 67 overs remaining in the day. Elgar will resume after lunch on 33, and Wesley has 12.
Yep, that's it in a nutshell. So thanks very much, Martin. Thanks, Rushan. And thank you for listening or watching or both this morning. And please continue doing the same in about 40 minutes' time, and enjoy your lunch. Thanks very much. that Essex's first aim when they go to bat would need 184 to avoid the follow-on. Didn't make the best of starts. With the score at 7, they lost Paul Walter. Picked up sharply at first slip by Ben McKinney off the bowling of Rain for 4. But Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley navigated through to lunch when the score was 49, and it's just had the first ball of the afternoon from Connors, and it's played out into the onside by skipper Tom Wesley, who's had a good season with the bat. Well, had quite a good season with the bowl. He's actually given himself more of a bowl than he normally does as captain, and it's proved fairly fruitful, but obviously it's mainly as a batsman that he plays this level of the game. And yes, he's had a good season.
Yeah, finished on that last match before the break with a century and a half century, didn't he?
That's right. And that's played defensively off the back foot, an immaculate backward defensive shot. Sorry, with me is Rushan Alam. My name's Dick Davis, and Martin Emerson is lurking away somewhere, but he'll be back. He'll be with us in half an hour, and then I'll go for another late lunch.
You do love a late lunch. I've noticed this, Dick. You do like to wander off in the afternoon session. I guess you miss the queues and the crowds, don't you, from the official lunch break?
Well, I mean, it's just the way the schedule works out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. And that's played outside the off stump and diving away to his left by the wicketkeeper. Well, the point is, of course, especially at this time of year, with lunch being taken earlier, and I have to do a 1 o'clock update. I can't sort of disappear into town or somewhere for the whole of the lunch period.
No, of course.
Because I'd have this 1 o'clock rendezvous hanging over my head.
Yeah, it's quite a deadline to hit, isn't it? I had to wander into town for lunch. I'm a big fan of the old Chelmsford town centre.
I'm one of a city centre.
City centre, I beg your pardon.
And that's whipped away through the onside for a boundary. Wesley obviously favours the leg side. Well, it's not obvious to everybody, but he does favour the leg side, and that was food and drink to him. Yes, I mean, to my mind, obviously I'm biased, but one of the attractions of this ground is that it is so near the city centre, nearer even than Twickenham.
Yeah, it's less than a 10-minute walk.
Did I say Twickenham? I mean Taunton. I knew it began with T.
Yeah, I was going to say a 10-minute walk maybe at most.
Oh, at most, yes. Even I can walk it in 6 or 7, I'd have thought.
And there are, I'm a big fan of a chicken restaurant. There are a couple of American brands who've decided to set up shop in Chelmsford city centre. So, yeah, very big fan of a walk down there during the lunch break.
Yeah, the city centre of Chelmsford is very good, and to my reckoning, and more important to my wife's reckoning, easily the best city centre in the county. And it's been rejuvenated in recent years, and it was the arrival of a very prestigious store whose headquarters is in Oxford Street.
Impossible to get parking for. Queued round the block before.
That attracted other prestige outlets, I think would be the phrase. And so it's really good place now, the city centre. It's always a buzz. That's just played out in the offside. Right, I've done my bit for the Chelmsford
Local authority
and tourist board. I speak as one who lives in Southend, which is also as near to Shangri-La as you can get.
I do like a day trip to Southend, though. I've driven down there with my daughter a couple of times.
Oh, right.
She's not 2 years old, but she enjoys the ghost train. Make of that what you will.
Connors into Wesley. Wesley, I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. I think it probably was, because it was off the full blade of the bat, but played very fine down to third man for 4 more runs. So that brings up the 50 partnership. And Essex have moved on to... they always take it off the board at the 57 for 1. Yes, we've got so many means of looking at the score. Yes, in fact we have. We've got the scoreboard in the commentary box, which is a reflection of, not literally a reflection, but a view of the main scoreboard. Then we've got the secondary scoreboard, and I, sitting in this seat, have also the view of the score at the bottom of the screen of the live stream, which I frequently forget to watch. But with the sun shining in, it's not very easy to watch anyway.
So it looks like Matthew Potts is going to be bowling from the Graham Gooch end. First ball in, and it's edged, and it'll run away 4-4 behind the wicket keeper. Bit of luck on their side. There was a diving Ollie Robinson trying to grab hold of that.
Yes, it was runs certainly, and it probably wasn't too far out of Robinson's grasp. I don't know. I'm just going to see it on the replay. Well, because the sun's shining on it, I couldn't really see very clearly.
Well, I was going to say, you said the screens were a reflection of the score. There's a big reflection on the screens, isn't there?
Well, yes, exactly.
Essex with the new scoreboard, actually, which is perfect for our views. Good to have, because before you'd have to crane your neck around the corner to sort of
yes,
get any sighting of the scoreboard. Anyway, it'll be Matthew Potts once again from the Graham Gooch end. Long run up, arms pumping as he comes in to bowl to Elgar, and this one is blocked out defensively. Essex 61 for 1 then. 184 we've sort of labelled as their first target to avoid the follow-on in this game. After Durham were bowled for 333 in a little over, maybe a little under half an hour this morning. They started the day on 316 for 8. And I think you'd have to say it's been Essex's day so far. They got those quick wickets and they've got off to a steady start, bar the wicket of Paul Walter, who fell for 4 when Essex were on 7 runs. Anyway, here comes Potts again into Elgar, and this is pushed down the leg side. There's no fielder there at square leg, and this will race away. There's a fielder in pursuit who makes a dive and just stops the ball inside the boundary, but they have run at least 3 there, and their efforts will get a huge round of applause from the Essex crowd. Big crowds either side of us in the 2 stands, either side of the commentary box, as the sun's come out just after lunch. It's been a temperamental day weather-wise. I say temperamental, just the brightness has really varied. But we're in a good patch of brightness for now.
Yes, we are.
So Tom Wesley will face the next ball. He's on 20 from his 50 balls. He came in with Essex on 7. And these two have steadily rebuilt this innings, and they're looking quite comfortable, and they're scoring at a fairly steady pace. There's some delay as Tom Wesley sort of, as Dean Elgar has done throughout the day. There's something that's got the batter's attention, probably about 2 metres out of the crease, and they've just gone in there to give it a little nudge with the bat. Anyway, everyone's happy for the next ball to come in, and Potts plays this to Wesley. He turns this through mid-wicket, diving fielder misses it, and it will make its way for 4. So Essex have come out the blocks.
They have.
After this lunch break, and we've had 2 boundaries in this over, and they've run 3, so 11 from it so far. It's turning into a bit of an expensive one from Potts, bowling down the slope from the Graham Gooch end. And Essex will move to 68 for 1. Elgar on 40, Wesley facing on 24. Here comes Potts. What's he got up his sleeve as he comes in once again, bowling to Tom Wesley. This one is left and straight through to the wicket keeper. And Dickie, I mean, for all the talk of potential rain, my word, Chelmsford looks stunning now in the sun.
It certainly does, and yeah, there's no sign of it on the horizon looking away.
No, looking away. I mean, Martin was saying perhaps there might be a bit of rain from the south coast. The weather apps were all saying storms tomorrow, but on current evidence, and I don't want to tempt fate, you know, a lot can happen, the winds can change. But so far, we're looking ahead at a decent afternoon of cricket as Potts comes in once again. Wesley will play a sort of defensive motion, but ultimately the ball sails straight through. So a good over there for Essex. The deficit now 265 runs. They move to 68 for 1 in reply to Durham's 333.
Yes, and this is, you know, the driest corner of the country. So yeah, we do pretty well. We do maybe too well as regards dry weather. I'm married into the farming fraternity, and so therefore we know a lot of farmers, and they don't think it's good news at all, which they wouldn't, of course. And no, I feel sorry for them. And one of them said to me last week, who was also a member of somebody I know quite well, he said, you know, we seem to have a reputation of being miserable as farmers. We've got plenty to be miserable about. I paraphrase. as Connors moves in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. So, in fact, there's a little village just very near where I live in Southend, called Great Wakering, which year after year is the driest place in the country.
Is that based on millimetres of rainfall? How do they measure that?
Well, yeah.
Presumably millimetres, as
Yes.
opposed to, I mean, if it was the most scientifically accurate method, it's not. Could be amount of clothes dried outdoor. I don't know. That doesn't seem.
Oh well.
Doesn't seem scientifically airtight, does it?
When I say driest, it's certainly not as regards the number of pubs. It's got more than its fair share. Every one of which I've patronised over the years. I think that was a no ball. Well, it was a no ball indeed. So Essex go on to 70 for 1.
Something's happening at the wicket there, because I just saw the umpire go over and sort of drag his foot over a couple of times, and the batters have, both Dean Elgar and Tom Wesley have now both gone over and sort of tapped their bats, I'm going to say sort of almost a metre outside of the crease.
Wesley plays that with a degree of authority, but it just goes out to mid-on. There it's fielded by... that is Matthew Potts. I thought I recognised the number 35. He was bowling from the far end. Yeah,
He was, yeah, indeed.
Matthew Potts. I apologise to Durham listeners that the players aren't instantly recognisable, but I'm sure you can understand why. But, that's outside the off stump, although it is a great advantage having numbers on the backs of shirts nowadays. And yeah, they're highly visible. These shirts, some counties they're less visible. And but no complaints about that. It's just that if they're facing you rather than got their backs to you, you can't see them.
Halfway through this over, it's felt like a long over so far, this one.
So Connors again bowls. A stifled appeal, I think, as clearly there was plenty of bat involved in that. For the benefit of the uninitiated, including me, who don't know really too much about Sam Connors, just looking up at the poor man's wisdom. And it says that he was born in Nottingham in February 1999 and originally played for Derbyshire before crossing the border, well, a few borders to get from Derby to Durham, but not much of a move alphabetically. That's just nudged down into mid-wicket area, no addition to the score. And can't really tell you too much more about him. Samuel Connors, George Spencer Academy, of which I know nothing, but I've no doubt it's a wonderful seat of learning. As Connors moves in again and bowls, and that's played out on the onside. No addition to the score. 70-1. The one being Paul Walter, who was caught by McKinney after bowling of rain for 4.
It's Essex and Durham, day 2 of the County Championship match. Story so far then, Durham yesterday won the toss and chose to bat. They ended day 1 on 316 for 8. And on resumption this morning, Essex took little less than half an hour to clean up and take those final 2 wickets. And in response so far, they are 70 for 1. The 1 wicket to fall. The 1 wicket to fall, Paul Walter on 4. And Essex, I think you'll feel, will be the happier of the 2 sides. They've got 3 bonus points at Durham's 2. And it is going to be Matthew Potts continuing from the Graham Gooch end. First ball is driven through the covers. There is a fielder. The fielder there at mid-off, jogging across to stop the ball for no run. Essex and Durham in what's been touted as a relegation battle. Durham in 9th, Essex just above them. They started the game 12 points ahead in 8th, with only 3 points separating 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th positions. So it is looking like a tight finish in Division 1 of the County Championship, but Durham know they are currently sat in one of those relegation positions as Potts comes in, bowling to Wesley, who drives this through the covers, fielder there, stops it, and it's no run. And the sun's just dipped a little bit over the ground. I can still see it in the distance. Sort of large cotton clouds, so I think we're going to sort of have a varying brightness level. I'm going to have to switch between my normal glasses and sunglasses, Dickie, I think, through the afternoon.
Yeah.
And Essex are 70 for 1. There's talk of rain, but that seems to have gone away for this afternoon. In comes Potts once again, and this one is left through to the keeper, Ollie Robinson, who had a fairly, I'd say, busy-ish afternoon, a fair few leaves this morning, I should say. But Durham now fielding with 2 slips. Fielder at backward point and a couple on the onside as well. They've largely chose to field without anyone at square leg or point, and Potts is going to come in once again to Wesley, and this one's blocked out the hole and defended back to the bowler. Essex 70 for 1 in reply to Durham's 333. And they've gone along nice. It's been something of I don't want to call it a recovery, but I think when you lose your first wicket at 7, when you're number 3 back coming in at 7, 7 being the score as opposed to batting position.
Yes.
It does feel something of a recovery, and they've done well. They're 70 for 1, so they'll be happy with the progress they've made.
They certainly will.
Here comes Potts into the captain, Tom Wesley, and this one is cut late. This is going to run away for 4 down at 3rd man. There was a fielder in half-hearted pursuit, but they were never going to keep up with the pace of the ball, so Tom Wesley adds 4 to his score. He moves to 28. Elgar's there on 40, and Essex are 74 for 1.
One thing I didn't mention, with the benefit of those who are not up to date with the story so far today, is revolves around Shane Snater, who didn't appear for the half hour or so of the tail of Durham innings. He walked off towards the close of play yesterday with a calf injury apparently, and hasn't reappeared today. So hopefully from the Essex point of view he'll be okay later on in proceedings as that goes through into the gloves of the wicketkeeper to conclude the over. Yes, when he walked off yesterday, I think it was a precaution because to the untrained eye there didn't appear to be anything wrong, but obviously there had been, because only a minute or so earlier he'd gone down in a heap in having bowled a delivery and didn't complete his over. But there were only about 10 minutes, if that, of the day to go, so as a precaution they took him off. But he's not back today, and we're just told that he's being assessed, which, well, covers a multitude of situations. So it's Connors to continue from this end. The Sir Alistair Cook end moves in now and bowls, and that's worked her way through mid-wicket for 4. The fielder is pursuing it, but only to retrieve it, not to reduce the number of runs that accrue from it. So Elgar moves on to 44. Wesley's on 28. These two are put on 71 in fairly short time.
Yeah, they've certainly come out of the blocks after lunch. I don't know what was in their sandwiches, but they've really got on with business this afternoon, and have trundled along through the gears very nicely.
As Connors round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. Watchfully sees that go through and declines to play. So interestingly poised still. Essex still need 106 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
And from their position now, you'd have to back them, you'd feel. you know, unless something goes catastrophically wrong from them, you know.
Yeah, well, you can say that. I wouldn't dare. As that's played solidly, defensively, trickles back to the bowler. As somebody who was first taken to watch Essex by my dad when I was, I don't know, 9 years of age perhaps, which still leaves plenty in between, then yeah, anything can happen from this situation. And the fitness or otherwise of Shane Snater could prove vital, both with bat as well as with ball. And that's outside the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Robinson, who has 2 slips keeping him company. Then there's a gully, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a long leg mid-wicket. And a mid-on. So a conventional field, no great eccentricities or quirks. And that's played along the floor to backward point. .78 for 1.
The sun. Oh, sorry, Dickie. I was saying the sun's dipped back away again.
Yeah, so it's going to be like that, really.
It's causing me all sorts of chaos with my eyewear, I'm not going to lie. Glasses on, sunglasses off.
Oh, and Elgar flirted with that one outside the off stump. Not one of his best shots, and he will know it only too well. Luckily, from the Essex point of view, he lives to fight another day, but it was certainly a little bit imprudent, as it turned out. It's easy for us to say it from up here. It's a different kettle of fish down there. And so Essex continue the fight back, and we'll just get our television working in here, hopefully.
Well, it's difficult to find.
Press any key, that's it.
There you go, sorted.
These screens go into sort of...
Oh, we can't have that, can we?
It's to save energy. It's all very laudable, but sometimes, especially if you can't find the remote control, it can be a bit irritating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you're watching at home and it's in the middle of a drama or something.
Here we go then, new over. It'll be Matthew Potts to continue from the Graham Gooch end of this county championship match between Essex and Durham. A lot of context attached to this game as Potts comes in. Tom Wesley to face the first ball. He lets this one go through to Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper. Durham starting the game in 9th position. Essex just above them in 8th, and so this is a relegation battle. Both teams grappling, need of those points. It's a survival match of sorts with 3 games left of this season's county championship, and I think that's going to lead for a lot of excitement. Only 3 points separating the teams between 5th and 8th in the current table, and so points up for grabs here. There was some thought of rain tomorrow, and so I don't know if that's maybe in the back of the players' minds as Potts comes in once again to Wesley. Plays us onto the leg side. It's gone to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. And Essex are on 78 for 1 in response to Durham's 333. Tom Wesley on 28. Dean Elgar looking good for his 44. These two who batted out over 400 balls against this Durham bowling attack, so I hasten to say they know the bowling attack fairly well, and they're probably hoping not to have to stick around for that much of an innings as Potts comes in once again, arms pumping, bowls to Wesley, who defends this one onto the offside. Fielder comes in from mid-wicket and there's no run. Essex remain on 78 for 1.
Yes, it's probably a slight exaggeration to say it's a must-win game, but it's certainly a must-not-lose game. And obviously in cricket there's a big difference between winning and losing. And yes, a draw would do neither side too much damage. Obviously a win would help them enormously, but no, a defeat would be
As the next one there is pushed past the bowler. It's collected by the fielder at mid-off, no run.
And with there being 12 points gap at the moment, a defeat would be especially, I was going to say, inconvenient at best to Durham, but wouldn't suit Essex too much either, especially as Essex have to look forward, if that be the phrase, to Warwickshire away and Somerset here at Chelmsford, neither of whom, or rather both of whom, are going to present stiff challenges.
Yeah, it certainly gets tougher for Essex as Potts comes in once again to Wesley, and this is again just defended onto the offside. Fielder at mid-wicket has no problem jogging in to collect that one, and there's no run as Essex remain on 78 for 1 the score on day 2 of this game. That's looked like it's been Essex's day so far after Durham won the toss yesterday and batted through the morning quite pleasingly. They had a wicket in hand and they were scoring at a good rate, but the new ball changed everything for Essex. The wickets fell and they ended the day at 316 for 8. And they can only add a few, reaching 333 in the first half hour of play this morning. Here comes Potts then to Wesley once again, and Wesley will again defend this one slightly fuller ball, and that completes the over, a maiden over for Potts, and Essex are 78 for 1.
Well, I think one more over, and then I'll go and have my late lunch. And
well, I hope they. What were you after today? Chicken pasty, was it?
I think they call it a chicken bake at my little-known bakers in the middle of town.
Well, I hope after the lunch rush, they've still got some in stock for you. I'd be gutted if they do. I mean, they do bake through the day, I hear.
Yes,
so
they do. They don't run out. Good Lord. So I'll amble into town, which, as I keep emphasising, is so close to this ground. No, there's none near. Well, obviously the 2 London clubs, although even then, Lord's isn't that near loads of shops, and the Oval isn't that near to loads of shops. So, yeah, in many respects, Essex is better situated than any.
Looks like we're going to get some slow left-arm spin.
Yes.
Parkinson
in, and that's just played out on the offside. Parkinson so far has just has a couple of overs before lunch. He's conceded 3, and he moves in now, bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who again takes one of the hands off the bat. It might just be to make sure the bat's facing downwards into the ground and no possible risk of nudging it up to the short leg, just in front of square. Ball seemed to be given slightly more air, and it evades Parkinson, the straight drive, but it doesn't evade Alex Lees at mid-off, who makes ground to his left and fields it. Lees fielding in a sun hat, which is quite appropriate to the weather. I'm trying to... don't think there's anybody else sporting a sun hat today, not out there anyway. And just worked away to mid-on. The umpires wearing rather fetching sort of boaters things, more appropriate to Henley perhaps. Oh, that scuttles through and inconveniences the batsman Dean Elgar to a certain extent. He kept it out, but it didn't look very elegant at the end. You couldn't say it was elegant Elgar. There, it gets solidly over it, head over the ball. Just gone 20-2. My time to take a break. We'll now do a double change of seating, so I'll keep talking until
musical chairs, right?
Martin, yeah, musical chairs. When the music stops, anybody who's not sitting down has to pay a forfeit. I think that was the way the game went. Oh no, you just take a chair away, don't you? Yes, you take a chair away each time, till eventually there's only one chair and 2 people, and then all hell breaks out. Right, Martin is in place. I'm switching his microphone on now.
Am I on? Here's Potts coming in from the Gooch end, playing a miss there from Wesley. Reminder, these two battered out nearly the entirety of the final day last year in this fixture. Massive partnership in terms of balls eaten up, which was 421. In terms of runs, 165. It was a hard watch, but Durham know they've got their work cut out to try and break this partnership as Wesley faces Potts again. He plays that ball into the ground and back to the bowler. No run.
I don't think we're going to see a 400 ball partnership between these. Well, you never know. They've got 3 days left. They could dig deep.
Well, from Essex's point of view, all they've got to make sure is they don't lose.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 points in the lead at the start of this game, 13 now that the first set of bonus points have been allocated. And we're talking about this deficit that they need to reduce. It's looking good for avoiding the follow-on. Deficit now 255 in response to Durham's 333 as Martin Emerson wrestles against a window.
It's tilt and turn. It's always a complicated technology.
Should we have a go? I think that's my fault. I think I opened it. If my wire goes far across enough, I think. There you go. Look at that.
I was trying to open it.
Oh, you're trying to open it?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Oh, sorry.
You've shut it now.
Oh, no, sorry. Hang on. Shall I open it again? There we go.
Then.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that looks like it's not on many hinges, but.
Problem is, if you open it, then the sun's just beating directly in, isn't it? I'll leave it on a vent. Potts balls again here, no run. Sun is shining. There's quite a bank of cloud across to the west, drifting our way. So I think it was net weather said this afternoon there'd be 100% cloud cover, isn't it? But at the moment it's hot and the sun is beating down. Two balls of this 30th over to go. Here's Potts to Wesley. Wesley again defends. Ball played back to the bowler. Very little happening since lunch. Scores 49 for 1. 78 for 1 now. Well, they've been playing 35 minutes since lunch.
Yeah, give or take. The Essex came out the blocks in the first few overs, found the boundary a few times, but things have sort of resettled with the bowling change. Durham brought on the spinner to sort of slow things down a little.
Potts in again. That's gone through to the keeper. I was sitting in the section 19 there, next to that Southend Airport. Michael Buckingham and his wife are there sitting there. He's originally from Sunderland, but they live in Ipswich, so they got the train over today. But I think the entire time I was sitting with them, I think there was only one boundary. So what's the score then? Still 78 for 1.
Yeah, Essex 78 for 1 in this county championship match, day 2 between Essex and Durham. It's 8th versus 9th as Durham look to try and lift themselves out of that relegation zone and Essex look to survive another season in Division 1. Callum Parkinson in for the first ball. That's sort of deflected into the offside. It's picked up immediately by the fielders and they cover for no run. Dean Elgar on 44 and Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, on 28. Two batters in. 78 for 1 now. Having lost the first wicket, that of Paul Walter when Essex were on 7. In comes Parkinson. This is pushed past the bowler. There's a fielder there diving at mid-on. Stops the ball going any further, but they all jog across for a single, and that is 79 for 1. As the sun's come out again, I've said the brightness today has really fluctuated. I've had to switch between my sunglasses and my normal glasses, and well, it's got to the stage now where it's getting quite warm in the old commentary box. The windows got open, the door's now open. Martin's put his sunglasses back on. That's a sign of, just don't hold on to it for too long because it does get dark. Here comes Parkinson, and that floats through past the batter. Gets a round of applause from his teammates. With Essex 79 for 1, Wesley facing the bowl, the slow left arm of Callum Parkinson. It comes in again. This one is turned around the corner. down towards fine leg. There's a chase on, but the ball will race away for a boundary. And that's a 4 for Tom Wesley. He moves now to 32 for his 73 balls in Essex, moved to 83 for 1. So a good response there from Tom Wesley, having been outfoxed by the previous ball. 5th ball of the over to come. 5 from it so far. Here comes Parkinson again into Wesley, and there's a big appeal, a confident one, and it's given. What an over this has turned into. Outfoxed 2 balls ago, a boundary, and then Tom Wesley there, outdone by a change of pitch from Parkinson. He's out for 32. Durham have their 2nd wicket, and Essex are 83 for 2. The man out, Tom Wesley, and Callum Parkinson, the slow left armour, paying dividends. Durham's decision to bring in a bit of spin, paying off almost immediately.
76 the partnership.
So there'll be no 400 ball partnership between Elgar and Wesley today. And a welcome wicket for Durham after the lunch break. They felt like they needed quick wickets. They came out of the sort of blocks with slightly on the back foot with Essex, looking to kind of push on with the scoring. The new batter will be Charlie Allison, who's having one hell of a breakthrough season. Although, Martin, I can never keep up with what Charlie Allison's haircut is like. Depending on which image you see or which website you look at his profile on, he's either got floppy locks or he's got a buzz cut. So difficult to tell under his batting helmet, but you know, maybe
Young'uns these days.
I know. But it is going to be Charlie Allison who joins Dean Elgar out in the middle as Essex look to put together a 2nd partnership.
20 years old, Charlie Allison, right-hander. He's got 545 runs in just 9 first-class appearances. That includes 300s. Highest score 140 in a draw at the Oval. Got 101 in the next game against Hampshire, and then 133 in the last match against Warwickshire. Made his debut in April against Surrey. Yeah. And I noticed in his stats he was a pupil of the Royal Hospital School in Ipswich, which I think is where Don Topley worked. And Don Topley runs a cricket tournament every year for under 15s from around the country, and I think it's played at the Royal Hospital School.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's a very exciting talent, and what a first season he's having. What a statement first season he's having, Charlie Allison.
I came down here years ago to visit a mate who lived in Hatfield, Peveril. And he was a member of Chelmer Running Club. And one Sunday afternoon, as Allison's first ball's a full toss, which he plays up to Lees at mid-on, no run. One Sunday afternoon we went off to watch him in a race, and I think the race was at the hospital school. Anyway, it was cold, quite a miserable cold day, so we went and got Sunday lunch while he was running through all the mud and everything. And then came back and said, "Oh, you did really well." "83 for 2. 9 minutes to 2 o'clock. I'll be doing an update for AD Newcastle in a few minutes. Total Sport on again this evening at 6 o'clock. Counting down to the return of Premier League football at the weekend. Is there an England match tonight, is there?
I believe so, yeah. They are away to, I want to say Serbia, but I will need to double check that.
Yeah,
glanced over that as a headline.
That rings a bell. And I generally never know when they're playing because they're not on my radar these days. Here's Ben Rain replacing Potts from the Gooch end of the ground, bowling to Elgar. That's played on the floor to Gay, short mid-wicket. Will they be in Belgrade? Where would they be playing?
It seems so. Yeah, yeah, you'd assume so.
We were in Croatia in Dubrovnik last October and found the football stadium in Dubrovnik, but it's a tiny little thing with a little athletics track around it. Up the hill, out the port, as Rain bowls. That's defended. But when I looked it up, they were in the 3rd division or something like that. Now, our recent travels around Italy, we parked in Siena's football ground, which looks quite dilapidated these days.
I mean, a football ground with parking is
Yeah,
you're
well,
already speaking my language.
I've visited their stadium twice over the years, and it was both times to use the car park. They've got lots of these green seats, which look like they're temporary stands, but it was 2007 the last time I was there, and they're all still there. But they've fallen on hard times. As rain bowls to Elgar. Elgar plays this out through mid-wicket. Oh, it's missed by Connors, and Parkinson comes to back him up from long leg, and they'll get 2 runs. Elgar moves on to 47 from 100 balls, 85 for 2 the score, so the deficit is 248. Yeah, they're called the Bianconeri, I think their nickname, which is the black and whites. And but in 2020 they went bust, so they started again. They're in Serie D.
Oh my word.
And we parked in Perugia, not at the football ground, but we were up in the old town, and I was looking down on their football stadium. That holds 29,000, but they're in Serie C. So this one's defended by Elgar, pushes it late out towards mid-wicket from rain. And I didn't see Venezia's ground when we were in Venice, but my dad's been to that one. You have to get a water taxi to the stadium.
Ah.
And we flew out of Bergamo at the end of the trip and flew over their stadium, Atalanta's ground, but it's quite an old looking thing and not very big. I think it only holds about 25,000 as me. Rain's coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Elgar. Elgar plays the ball to point, no run there. But my tip for you, if you're ever in Siena, go and park in the football stadium. It's just up above the old town, and it's because in all of these really old cities in Italy now, they've got this limitation of travel, and cars are banned from the city centres, and if you go past the signpost, there's cameras hanging up, you're done.
Do you know what, there's one thing worse than getting a fine from a camera is getting a fine from a camera in a hire car.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh my word, the admin for that.
Oh yeah. Comes around the wicket again here, Elgar. Snuffs that one out, plays it down into the ground, then picks it up and hands it on. 2 runs from the over, 85 for 2. So we were in Siena, and so the football ground's up the top of the hill, and then you wander down into the town. And when we were there, they had the horse racing going on in the main square. It's featured in a James Bond film, if you remember, where he comes out of a hole in the ground and he finds himself in the middle of this horse race in the square. And incredible pomp and ceremony, because the horses represent a number of rival families and clans, and they all march into the city with all their flags,
and banners and stuff,
and they get blessed by the different churches around town, and then they have these huge feasts, hundreds and hundreds of people attending the feasts.
You over there, and Callan Parkinson to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook, and the first ball of the over is defended. Essex 85 for 2.
Well, it was a bit of a pilgrimage, because I went to find Matteo van der Poel Hill, and it is quite steep even to walk up.
Have you been to Lisbon? Those are the steepest hills I've ever walked.
Yeah, I've been up there. Yeah.
Second ball goes for 1 run, a single as they jog across. Played into the leg side there, off the bowling of Parkinson.
Yeah, anybody into their cycling, one of the big early season one-day races is the Strade Bianche in Italy, and it goes around all the Tuscan hills, a lot of it on gravel tracks, and it finishes in the square in Siena with a massive climb up this cobbled hill to the end.
I bet that is very picturesque.
Oh,
Here comes
beautiful
Parkinson place. Into Elgar, who chips this one for a single. They'll jog across as the ball is picked up by the fielder at mid-off.
So that was where, during the lockdown year of Strade Bianche, where there were no spectators allowed on that hill, that was where Matteo van der Poel attacked and left the rest of the field for dead, and there's an iconic photograph of him.
Here comes Parkinson into Allinson. He sort of deflects this one onto the leg side. It rolls away to a fielder coming to collect at square leg. No run. And Essex 87 for 2 now. Elgar and Allison, the batters in after the wicket of Tom Wesley. Caught LBW off the bowling of Parkinson, who once again comes into Allinson. There's a fielder in close. This is pushed to the fielder at mid-off. No run. And Essex remain 87 for 2. Dean Elgar edging towards yet another half century in his incredible first-class career. It would be his 53rd, but here comes Parkinson in once again to Allison, and this is again defended onto the leg side. I think that completes the over. If you get how quick these spinner overs go, I mean, I watch a lot of Bangladesh, I should be used to it, but even that was quick for me. 87 for 2 at the end of that over.
56 overs remaining today. Your family's from Bangladesh, did you say?
Yeah, my heritage is Bangladesh. So
Which
yeah.
city?
It's Chattogram.
Chattogram,
yeah.
Chattogram.
I used to,
Oh
it
yes,
used to
yes.
be called Chittagong for years, and
Yes.
then they reverted back to the kind of.
Because you've got the you've got Cox's Bazaar, haven't you?
Which is the world's. I think I always forget the exact title. It's the world's longest uninterrupted beach.
Really?
Yeah, world's longest uninterrupted beach. So yeah, just miles and miles and miles of sound. That rustling you can hear is the present sound of Dickie Davis returning from his bakery hall. Did you get the baker you wanted? Look at that. I've never seen a man look so pleased with the pasty in his hand.
Here's Ben Rain bowling to Elgar. The first ball of the new over, just pushed out into the offside to Clark in the covers, no run.
Yeah, so there's a few stadiums out there I've been to.
Is it Dakar there?
Yeah, so Dhaka's the capital, but they play a lot of their cricket at Mirapur, which is just outside the city centre, because the stadium in Dhaka was they used initially as a test venue, but it ultimately always belonged to the football team.
Yeah.
And so when the cricket board built their own stadium out in the sort of outskirts, they moved out there. So
Right.
it's technically Mirapur, but you know, Dhaka being their closest city.
Rain to Elgar. Oh, bit of an inside edge there. Elgar wasn't sure where that had gone. It's gone down behind him towards fine leg for 1 run.
I had to tell the story of how this is Bangladesh's home from home here in Chelmsford, because a couple of years ago they had a one-day series against Ireland. Now Ireland couldn't afford to host it in Ireland, so they hosted it here.
Yeah.
3 one-dayers over a week, and for a week Chelmsford became close to Chattogram. It was
Right.
green and red shirts and tigers and a proper festival of international cricket
Well,
here.
Bangladesh's first test match against England was in Chester Street, because I covered that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was that 2005ish?
Something like that, yeah. And the day before the test, they had a national curry cook-off competition.
Brilliant, of course.
Rain bowls, it's gone off down towards backward point. So these rival restaurateurs came from all over the country, Birmingham, London, you name it, you know, Bradford, whatever. And they had this competition, and it was down to I think it was the Sky Sports Cricket commentators had to decide which the best dish was and who was the best curry house of the year. But they did it for just after the press conference ahead of the test match, so everybody was able to have some of this curry. It was absolutely sensational food.
That's what you call catering.
Yeah. Rain bowls, and that is played by Allison up to mid-off no run there. I'm going to have to go and do my update. I'll be back in a sec.
88 for 2 then, Essex. It's day 2 in this county championship match between Essex and Durham. We're in the middle of a Ben Rain over. Ben Rain, who has a single wicket, that of Paul Walter early on this morning, early on in the Essex innings. He fell for 4 when Essex were on 7. And he comes again bowling to Charlie Allison. This is a good enough ball. It's turned down the leg side. There's a fielder in pursuit through mid-wicket. They'll jog across for a single. No chance of a boundary. Nowhere near enough pace on that shot. But Essex will move to 89 for 2. 2 runs from this over so far. And the left-right combination of batters is causing Durham to have to do that thing where you jog across between balls, which as I follow a lot of Bangladesh cricket, Bangladesh used to employ as an actual tactic, just try and tire out the fielding team by getting them all to continually move between balls, score singles, and keep them on their toes, tire them out by making them change fielding positions. As Rain comes in once again, this time into Elgar, who turns this way, one down the leg side, and with that, Elgar hits his half century. It's come from 107 balls. And a round of applause round Chelmsford in appreciation. 8 fours, and he's batted for over 2 hours, Dean Elgar, for his half century, the 53rd of his first class career. And with that, he'll head to the middle and have a little chat with his colleague Charlie Allison. Essex moved to 90 for 2 in response to Durham's 333. Day 2 of the county championship at Chelmsford. It's Essex against Durham in what what's been touted as a relegation battle. Durham in 9th position are in a relegation position. Essex just above them in 8th. And with only 3 games left of the county championship, every point important. As Callum Parkinson comes in for the first ball of the over. This is driven by Dean Elgar through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4. So Dean Elgar, having hit his half century, now just starting to click through the gears. And a confidence boost for Essex, who moved to 94 for 2. Durham earlier today were bowled out for 333, having started the day on 316 for 8. Essex taking little under half an hour to take those final 2 wickets. And in response, well, Durham took the early wicket of Paul Walter for 4, but so far since, Essex have hit back as Callum Parkinson comes in once again to Elgar, who chips this one to the leg side, only as far as the fielder at mid-wicket. No run. And Essex remain on 94 for 2. Sun's out at Chelmsford. It's been a very varying brightness day as Parkinson comes in this time. Elgar lunges forward and defends only as far as the fielder at mid-on. And Essex will remain on 94 for 2. 4 runs from this over so far. And Callum Parkinson rustling through these. Here he comes in once again. This one is turned round towards the leg side. There's no fielder at square leg, so it'll be a fielder on the boundary who picks this up, and they'll run across for 1 run. That takes them up to 95 for 2. Elgar on 55, Allison on 2. And the deficit now 238 runs. This after Durham put on 333. Parkinson in again, and that is defended by Allison for no run.
There's somebody in the county corner over there, and they're sitting with their arms up on the seat, and their watch keeps catching the sun and reflecting back towards us like a laser beam.
There comes Parkinson defended the next ball there from Allison.
And I'm just wondering, it's only just started to happen, that that might put the batsman off at the next over, because Dean Elgar, left-hander, will be staring
straight in there,
back up towards the bowler, but that will be catching his eye line.
I see what you mean. Yeah, just under the, just to the right of the sight screen. Who knows? We might have to ask for the sight screen to be moved up here in the commentary box, Martin.
Well, there's the right of the sight screen. That's the sun reflecting off the top of a metal railing, but the guy I'm on about is sitting in the little green section of seats underneath those flats in the corner.
Ah, okay,
and
gotcha.
he'd put his arms up on the chair, and suddenly it was very bright. I think his arms are down in front of him at the minute now. So Ben Rain bowling to Elgar, who's on 55. Rain around the wicket from the gooch end. Oh, Elgar's played that into the ground, and it got jammed between his feet there. So Rain 1 for 24 from 10.1 overs, 2 maidens. Parkinson 1 for 15 from 6 overs, 1 maiden from him. If you want to get in touch, you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk. You can message me on Blue Sky @MartyCricket on Blue Sky. I don't bother with the other place anymore, so if you're messaging me there, I'm not going to see it. I'll not be responding. Bit of a delay going on here while Potts is cleaning the ball for Rain, and he's discussing tactics, Rain, with his skipper Alex Lees. They've had Colin Ackerman in as a first slip, but they've now brought him into silly mid-off position. There's a couple of deliveries from Rain in the last couple of overs too. Elgar, they've got jammed around his pads. Rain round the wicket, comes in and bowls. Oh, and Elgar's played that just to the right of the fielder, and that's a lovely place shot. It's going to go for 4 up towards the school stand on the far side of the ground. He played that really nicely because he's picked a gap there, got Ackerman in. More of a short extra cover really, but he's quite close, and he's two and a half strips across, and to his right was Graham Clark, and the ball went between the two of them and away for 4. Elgar on to 59 from 113. Deficit 2-3-4.
Yeah, it's a slightly more aggressive field from Durham in this over. As Rain comes into Elgar, and it's all sort of deflected almost in the same direction, but nowhere near enough momentum in it for no run.
It's that time of the year where the annual emails come around.
The annual emails.
Yeah. Who needs a diary ordering for next year? In fact, I think they've gone a little bit early this year. Sure, it's normally about October, November when the diary order goes in.
Yeah, those deliveries take longer lead times these days, you tend to find.
Yeah.
So Essex 99 for 2 then.
I always go for the A5 size.
Do you? Good for the rucksack.
Yeah, and it's handy to, you can see the cricket fixtures laid out nicely in it. Rain to Elgar, that's gone to Ackerman, close in on that offside, no run there.
I haven't had a diary in years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, lots of stuff's online now, isn't it? But
yeah. I'm possibly too dependent on my phone. Everything's on an app. I was telling Dickie earlier, everything's on an app.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about the cricket fixtures is as soon as they're published, they automatically upload to your diary on your phone.
Fantastic.
Football fixtures do as well. Sun's just gone in momentarily. And Rain bowls to Elgar. It's a Yorker length ball. Elgar plays it out into the covers to Graham Clark. Dot ball as he dives and stops it. So the sun's gone in, and it is 8 minutes past 2. But we haven't got the big bank of continuous cloud yet. I think we're at the front of that. And there's more heavier stuff behind. There was a suggestion of a possible passing shower around about 2-3 o'clock. Something passing over us now, which is a bit gloomy looking, but it isn't raining. It's going very slowly overhead as rain comes in to bowl to Elgar. Elgar defends the ball, finds Ackerman once again, short extra cover. End of the over, 4 runs from it. Nice cover drive for 4. So Elgar has 59. Allison, who's not been out there long, he's faced 11 balls, has 2. 99 for 2, deficit 234.
Yeah, the clouds just come out again. It's been a fluctuating day. I've had to switch from my normal glasses, sunglasses back to my normal glasses. Such has been the sort of brightness variation at Chelmsford today. So Essex 99 for 2 then. Dean Elgar there on 59. Charlie Allison on 2. Day 2 of this county championship match between Essex and Durham in what we're calling a relegation battle. It's 8th versus 9th. We're not saying it's a must-win game for these, but
I think it is for Durham. I think it is for Durham.
Here comes Callum Parkinson in. This time this is pushed right all the way back. That's going to go for 4 past the bowler. And Allison gets his first boundary of the afternoon. And that takes Essex over the 100. They're 103 for 2 now. Yeah, so Durham in 9th position. Essex against Durham. 8th versus 9th in this county championship match. At stake, survival in Division 1, because Essex started this game 12 points in the lead and subsequently have scored more bonus points than Durham. They scored 3 to Durham's 2. Here comes Callum Parkinson once again. Charlie Allison looks to turn that leg side, doesn't quite make it. There's a fielder in close who managed to stop that. Some would argue Essex have slightly trickier fixtures coming up. Somerset and Warwickshire, who are 3rd and 4th. But you want to leave nothing to chance here as Parkinson comes in once again, defended by Allison, and Essex remain 103 for 2. Dean Elgar on 59. Lovely half century through this afternoon, and Allison, the man who's having a phenomenal breakout season for Essex, he's on 6. As Essex look to reduce this deficit after Durham scored 333 earlier on this morning. Comes Parkinson once again, and oh, that's a huge shot down the ground, and that's gone for 6. And Charlie Allison has not taken long to break the shackles and click through the gears. That's how we've seen him bat through this season. That's why he has centuries to his name, and looks like he's intending on more of the same against this Durham bowling attack.
I was wondering if that was going to find its way into the river there, but it's back on the field pretty quickly.
So Essex 109 for 2, Allison on 12, and 10 from this over as Parkinson comes in once again. Sort of crouching stance there from Allison as he defends this one, almost sort of bouncing on his knees a little bit, kind of a real signal of body language, a real kind of signal of intent, saying I'm going to come at anything that feels A little bit loose, a little bit wayward. Anything I feel I can hit. As Parkinson comes in once again. Allison to face, and this one is driven leg side. That's going to go for another 4 runs. Field is only inside the circle, no one out there in the deep, and Charlie Allison ends the over on another 4. 14 from this over. Essex 113 for 2, with Dean Elgar on 59 and Charlie Allison joining the party on 16.
Roshan will be back with us a bit later on. So Dick's filled his belly now, so he's coming back in, fortified by the goodness of a chicken bake. There used to be, when I was a kid, I don't know if you can still get it these days, a product called Chunky Chicken, which came in a tin. Rain comes round the wicket here, the ball to Elgar, start of a new over. It's a short one, he leaves it alone. And it was pieces of chicken in a sort of white creamy sauce, which used to heat up in a pan and then just have on toast or whatever. But this thing you've had, the insides of it just reminded me of a tin of Chunky Chicken.
I do vaguely remember Chunky Chicken, yes, and yeah, there is a remarkable similarity.
There was another company, they called Tyne brand, and they made pies in tins. Here comes rain. That's gone off to backward point, no run there. I don't know if you cooked the tin in the oven and then opened the tin with the pie in it after it had heated up.
I can remember steamed puddings where you put the tin of pudding in a saucepan of boiling water.
Yeah.
And then took your life in your hands trying to open the tin can to get it out without having 3rd-degree burns.
Yeah, we dined on some quality gear back in the day.
Oh, did we ever? And we came through it.
Rain to Elgar. Oh, he's gone, is he? No.
No, it's well fielded though.
Yeah.
Backward point.
Good diving stop there from David Bedding. I thought for a minute he'd caught him one-handed, but Beddingham's fielding behind the window frame, so the ball just dipped before it reached him. Elgar on 59. Rain back to his mark. Halfway through this 38th over here on the BBC. Rain comes in again and bowls. Elgar back into his crease, pushes the ball back up to the bowler's end. Was it Frey Bentnos? Did they do pies in tins as well?
I was just thinking when you said that, yes, I'm sure they did. Yeah. Sort of big flat tins. I think you can still get those.
Can you?
Yes.
Rain comes in and balls. Elgar cuts, that's 4. Gone past point and away fairly quickly to the boundary. I was looking at the ground plan here today to try and see how many of the different stands have names, because a lot of it's quite generic, but the Moulsham stand.
The which?
Moulsham or Moulsham?
Oh.
That's the Felsted school stand at the top end there, which obviously has got the school name on it, but this end of that side of the ground is called the Moulsham stand.
Well.
Next ball's a dot ball. It's a shortish one. That is the end of the over, and drinks are being brought on for the batsman. With the score on 117 for 2. They call that far corner of the ground with the 2 little green stands, they refer to that as the county corner.
Yes. Officially.
Yeah.
Unofficially toilet corner, because the public toilets are.
Well, there's also a bar over there, isn't there?
Yes.
Drinks and whatnot.
Yeah, and a food outlet.
Yeah.
And the old folks. Well, I don't know that it is old folks' apartments or if it's anybody can buy one. But yeah,
I always think the apartment on the top left-hand side
top left. Yes.
would be quite a nice place to live. The lady who's in there, every time I come here, seems to have the patio doors open all day. But it's in the shade now, so you're protected from the sun
Yes.
late afternoon. You'd get it on a morning.
And Parkinson moves in, bowls. And yeah, most grounds have flats, apartments overlooking the ground nowadays.
Yeah, there's nothing at Durham, but
No,
got them at Bristol, Canterbury now.
I think probably Bristol are the least appealing. They've got, you know, to my non-architectural eyes, they've got nothing going for them at all. That was just chopped away square on the offside, no addition to the score of 117 for 2. And it's just blocked defensively. I think those at Canterbury are really quite nice.
Yeah, the ones at Taunton, they're a retirement complex. They're quite nice.
Yes. And Allison goes on the back foot there, played out in the covers. No addition to the score. Allison on 16. Elgar 63. Allison, solid, correct forward defensive shot, just pushes the ball back down the 22 yards or so. And, more or less a carbon copy of the shot. Completes the over. A maiden for Parkinson, unlike his previous one, which went for at least 14, if not more. Certainly 2 4s and a 6. So I'm now trying to think of other grounds that have apartments overlooking them. Perhaps it's not as many as I thought.
Well, you've got the very, very luxury apartments at Lord's.
Oh, well, yes.
And they're building an apartment complex inside the old gasometer at the Oval at the minute.
Yes. Those at Lord's aren't actually in the ground, are they?
No, no.
Let's go through. Derby, no. Durham, well, Essex. Glamorgan, no. Hampshire, oh, well, that's dominated by the hotel.
Yeah.
GHIJK, Kent, we've been through. Lancashire, no.
Hotel.
Leicester, no.
Terraced houses at Leicester.
Yes. Middlesex, not Northants. Just trying to picture.
Terraced houses.
Yes, no. I retract that. No, there aren't blocks of apartments overlooking most grounds.
Some grounds.
Yeah, most would mean what, 8.5.
Sam Connors is coming into the attack to replace Ben Rain from the Gooch end. Elgar's facing most of his deliveries from this end. That's played off to Beddingham at point, no run.
Oh, Sussex they have, obviously, at the end from which
Oh
we
yes,
broadcast.
yeah, that's surrounded by flats on all sides, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And they've built a new apartment complex when you come through the main gate there as well.
Yeah.
Sadly, Durham haven't been there this year.
I really enjoy going down to Hove.
Connors comes in round the wicket. Elgar flicks it off his legs and away for 4 to fine leg. Just drifted too far down the leg side there, Connors. Elgar with that 4 moves on to 67. 121 for 2. The last time Durham played a county championship match at Hove, I missed it because I'd fallen over in the street a day or so before and fractured
dear.
my eye socket. So I ended up watching it through one eye on the live stream.
Oh dear.
And, Adrian Holmes had to draft somebody in to replace me at the last minute. In comes Connors, and that's bowled to Elgar, who nearly runs into Connors as he goes for a single. He plays this up to long leg, 1 run. So Elgar 68, Essex 122 for 2. The deficit 211.
One of my most vivid memories of the Sussex ground, and conversely, I've probably been to the Sussex ground second only to Essex, maybe, possibly Canterbury as well. Was not really a cricketing event at all. Well, it was a cricketing event, but it wasn't a cricketing incident. It was a 2020, I think. And in those days, leave you hanging there.
Connors to Allison. Allison turns that out through mid-wicket. That's going to go away for 4, I think, unless Paddington can get around and cut it off from long leg, but he can't. 4 runs, timed nicely. Allison moves on to 20.
In those days, no self-respecting T20 match would not be preceded by some form of entertainment, whatever that might be, and some of it was stretching the definition of the word entertainment. But at Hove one day, they were meant to have a display by, I think they're called the Red Devils, the parachute team.
Yeah.
And it was a very windy day.
Connors in again. Allison mistimes that one. He's played, I think, that onto his front foot. It trickles back to the bowler.
And we were warned over the public address that since it was so windy, it may well be possible, not be possible to have this parachute display because it would be dangerous, which I think everybody understood. And then, I don't know, about 20 minutes, a quarter of an hour before the scheduled start,
Connors to Allison. Allison plays that up to Rain at mid-off, no run.
end of the over. Much to the surprise of everybody, it was announced that, well, the wind's lessened a little bit, so I'm glad to tell you that there will be a parachute display starting almost immediately. And sure enough, this aeroplane came over and they all jumped out of the back. And I don't know how many there'd have been, maybe 10, something like that. And we could see the wind drifting them, if drift is a finite verb, I'm not sure. Yeah, anyway, not one of them landed in the ground. And they all drifted off towards the
Brighton town centre.
Centre of Brighton. And everybody was quite a little bit concerned because they could have landed anywhere in the middle of a road, on the middle of traffic, as Callum Parkinson. And that's lofted, hard, high, and inevitably handsome. Hard and high never go without handsome. For 6 more. And that's from Elgar. I must admit, I just assumed that would be Allison, but it wasn't. It was Elgar. Well, that's most uncharacteristic of Elgar, to hit anybody back over their head for 6. Well, certainly in the time that he's been for Essex. And yeah, he moves on to 74.
Just checking the ball over to see if it's damaged or not.
The deficit 201.
So were they all right in the end, these?
Oh yes, sorry, I was going to come back to that. Now there's a slight delay, and everybody was quite concerned, and yeah, in fact it was the main topic of discussion. It took a lot, as you can imagine, away from the play, because people were imagining all sorts of horrendous things having taken place. Parkinson moves in. No, he doesn't. There's a false alarm. He does now. Moves in, bowls. And that's paddled around the corner for a single. Down to fine leg. And yeah, but then in the gap between the innings, as a sort of public relations exercise, and it was obvious that all the crowd were a little bit concerned, every one of the parachutists, not parachutists, anyway, Red Devils, made his way out to the middle and sort of waved to the crowd as much as saying, I'm okay.
Yeah.
But apparently it wasn't without incident. That's just played out square leg. One of them landed more or less on a bus, which luckily wasn't going along. A couple of others that managed to sort of steer this thing into a public park. I think a couple onto Brighton Beach, which must have been a bit of a surprise to those.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was all okay, but that's the sort of thing that I can't forget, because I was as worried, if not more, than most. As that's just pushed out on the offside.
Well, there was an incident a few months ago in France. Was it Toulouse Stadium or Toulon? And there was a guy parachuting in to deliver the match ball, and his parachute got caught in the stanchion on the roof, and he was hanging there for ages before the fire brigade had to come and get him down.
Oh,
Ooh,
that
now.
appeal for LB. Well, no, it's stifled. No, it didn't have any. I don't know. Something happened there which caused Parkinson to retract his appeal, or
I think maybe a bit of bat in it. But,
yes, he may have realised.
Elgar looking to sweep there.
That's just played out in the offside. There's a sequence at the end of the over, 134. There's a sequence they occasionally show on a programme on the sort of terrestrial channels late at night when you're twiddling looking for somebody to watch rather than go to bed. And it's comic moments in various sports, and there's one in comic moments in rugby of all things. And there was scheduled to be a semi-final which was bound to start on time, because matches at that level always do. And so they'd planned that the helicopter there'll be a parachute display at the end of the match, and they worked out that even with injuries time, the match, it'll be safe for you to land at such and such a time. So everything was geared towards them landing at that time, which they duly did, not taking into account when they did their calculations that this match might go to extra time. And they were still playing. They were still actually playing a very important game of rugby while the parachutists came and landed in the middle of them. Don't think that's covered by the laws of the game.
Connors bowling to Allison. Allison plays the ball to mid-wicket.
Slight misfield, but it doesn't cause any addition to the score.
Colin Ackerman went down to pick it up and accidentally kicked it away, but there's no run. The incident I was on about happened in April this year, and it was the Sale were playing in Toulouse in the Champions Cup, and Captain Yannick Troulet was supposed to be delivering the match ball and got stuck in the roof, and he was 30 metres above the crowd, and the fire brigade had to come and rescue him. And then Toulouse won. Next ball's pushed off to mid-wicket, no run there. It's a bit of a trek, isn't it, Toulouse?
Yes.
I'll leave that one there. Mikey Mike has been on. I was talking about whether you cooked the pie in the tin or not.
Oh, yes.
And he said, Marty's just queried the cooking of Freibontos tinned pies. And he actually questioned whether this type of pie required the removal of the lid prior to cooking or not. If you have one at home now, and you're having it for the first time, I'd strongly advise removing the lid.
Yes, I think so. Yes, it was the steamed puddings who stayed in their tin.
Connors comes in, bowls to Allison. Allison plays that up to Lees at mid on no run there.
Yes, sport has its gimmicks, or has had its gimmicks. It doesn't have so many gimmicks now. They hope that the games, whatever they might be, will sell themselves. I used to be a season ticket holder at a rugby union club. Well, I say A as if it's unheard of, Saracens in North London.
Yeah.
And I used to go along regularly.
Connors to Allison. That's gone down to backward point, no run, picked up by Parkinson.
When they, not only now but also previously, before they had this very pleasant ground in Barnet, they shared with a football ground with Watford. I think it was Watford.
Yeah.
And before the match started, Premiership match, each week, usually a little lad, I don't think it was often a little girl, but it might have been, would bring the match ball on and present it to the referee.
134 for 2. Connors comes in and bowls. Allison defends one-handed there. Almost loses his balance as he plays the shot.
And then they decided it would be a good gimmick to have the ball instead brought in on a radio-controlled truck.
Yeah.
So that went out for a few games. And then one week, it had been raining all week, and this radio-controlled truck got stuck in the mud and never made it out to the middle, and everybody was wondering if there was a remote-controlled AA or RAC van to help it. They discontinued that. That's just played out defensively to mid-off. Yeah, they discontinued that. For one reason or another, most of these gimmicks do disappear. and sometimes they're not always thought through. And there used to be open air saunas and baths and things before a T20 game. All sorts of things. Now it's just the game. Callum Parkinson, unsurprisingly, to continue. 1 for 37 in 9 overs. About 4 and over. It's well for the bowling he pervades. That's quite reasonable figures. Bowling to Elgar. And paddled round the corner for 1, more or less straight to the man at deep backward square leg in front of the, I was going to say the Belstead school stand, but what did you say that's called?
Yeah, Moulsham, I think.
Moulsham.
Yeah.
Well, Moulsham is the area of Chelmsford in which this ground is situated. Maybe that was it. That's just played defensively. So 135, 184 needed to avoid the follow-on. So then it's within sight, but it's certainly not there yet. And this may, from the Essex point of view, sound pessimistic, but it's important to reach that, and then the game takes on a different face altogether. Not quite the word I was looking for. Different aspect. It's just played out into the covers for a single by Allison. Takes Allison on to 20. Not sure if they've clicked it up yet. Yes, they probably have. Allison on to 22 out of 136 for 2. Elgar 76 not out. Last wicket fell. Oh, I've only written the first digit. I've written 8.
What's that? 83.
83, thank you. And that's played hard into the ground and then bounces up into the hands of the short leg with the helmet on just in front of square. 1 strip away. This again paddled round the corner. Now this might be 4, and indeed it will be 4. Short boundaries behind the wickets each end, and the man in vaguely in that acreage was at deep backward square rather than fine leg, so he didn't stand a chance of getting round there. So Essex move on to 140 for 2, so 44 needed to avoid the follow-on. I make that, which should be within their compass, even if, which we hope isn't the case, even if Shane Snater can't bat. He's a useful man to have coming in. Well, he's down on the card at 10. It's really worth something a little bit better than that, but it always depends on what's around. Doug Bracewell is batting at 9. Yes, it's quite a strong batting lineup when you look down it from the Essex point of view. Elgar, Walter, Wesley, Allison, Critchley, Pepper, Thane, Harmer.
Connors comes in and bowls, and that's played away by Allison. Connors couldn't quite get it, and it's run behind him to Rain. 1 run. 141 for 2. Elgar now on strike and 80. Allison has 23. Connors round the wicket to Elgar, that's left alone. Goes through to the keeper. Continuous mixture here of bright sunshine 1 minute and then cloud cover the next.
Yes.
When the cloud is not there, the sun is very hot indeed.
Yep, here we are, the peak of the afternoon really, just gone 2:30. Sun streaming into our boxes. And we're
Connors again to Elgar, an edge, and it's gone along the floor and away down to vacant third man for 4. I don't really think he was much in control of that one. That came in low and sharp. Tied him up a bit, but he's got a 4 from it. He's played 86 tests for South Africa and did play in India. Played India with David Bedingham and scored a century in his penultimate test in Centurion last year. Came into this game with 409 runs this season, so he's now on to 84. He did get a century last year against Durham, 120 not out in the home draw.
Does it give his age in that wealth?
He's 38.
38, is he? Well, that's, yeah.
Connors comes in again and bowls. Elgar fends that away, one-handed out towards the offside, no run there.
Yes, he seems to take the one hand off the bat quite frequently, really. I've commented on it a few times already in this innings. More in defence than any vague thoughts of attack.
He's looking for his 53rd century today, currently on 84, and that would be his 9th in the Championship, and it would be his 5th for Essex, because he's also got 4 for Somerset.
Yeah, it's proved to be a very good signing for Essex.
Connors in. That's a shortish ball which Elgar lets go through to the keeper.
He basically took the place of Alistair Cook when he retired, and at the same time as Jordan Cox took the place of Dan Lawrence, more or less like for like. But sadly, Dan Lawrence wasn't quite as prone to injury as Jordan Cox, which isn't a criticism, it's just unfortunate.
Elgar on strike as Connors bowls. Keeps that one out late there. Plays it up to mid-off end of the over. 145 for 2. The deficit is 188.
And much as Dean Elgar and Simon Harmer know each other and have known each other for quite a while, it's flatly denied that Harmer had any influence on Elgar joining Essex. I'm not quite sure why he flatly denies it. Doesn't really matter, it's not a sin, but yeah, no, it's pure coincidence, so he assures everybody. As Parkinson moves in and bowls to Allison. So Allison, probably the most impressive of the young Essex batsmen, the one that you just feel is more likely to progress possibly to the next level up than anybody else. And he will learn a lot just by playing 22 yards away from the likes of Dean Elgar. I remember Nasser Hussain said he couldn't have had a better initiation into county cricket because he was learning his skills and acquiring runs with Graham Gooch at the other end most of the time. And you watch for 20 yards away and pick up little hints. That's worked away to the leg side for a single.
Former Durham University student, wasn't he?
Yes. Well, we've had a few here. James Foster went to Durham.
Yeah.
As you say, Nasser Hussain. And it's just worked away on the onside.
I was mentioning James Middlebrook yesterday, who's umpiring today, former Essex player. He played in that MCC. It was the first pink ball game under lights.
Oh, right.
When Durham played the MCC team in Abu Dhabi in 2010.
Allison rocks onto the back foot and plays it out to deep extra cover for a single. Well, no, not deep extra cover, deep point, really.
And Jamie Foster played in that game, and he captained the MCC team. And although I was out there covering the game for Durham, I ended up travelling around with the MCC team in their bus. Oh. So I got to know him quite well. He's a nice guy.
James Foster, yes. I remember speaking at one of his benefit dues at Wanstead Cricket Club, if I remember correctly.
we went to the British Embassy in Abu Dhabi one night, and so at the end of the day's play, everybody then had to get suited and booted. It was obviously a hot, humid night. We're on this minibus driving on the motorway through the desert, and then in the middle of nowhere in the darkness, the driver just pulled over and got out, and we thought, where's he gone? And he was having a conversation, and he was on 2 different mobile phones at once, and he basically got completely lost.
Oh,
and
right.
by the time he worked out where he was and where we needed to be, I think most of the people at the British Embassy were ready to head home for the evening because we were quite delayed.
Was that? Yeah, this was in Abu Dhabi itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, not out.
We stayed on Yas Island in a hotel on Yas Island in the Crown Plaza, which is where the Grand Prix circuit is.
Is it?
So you got Ferrari World just across the road. So Connor's bowling here from the Guchen, bowling to Allison, no run there. And yeah, so travelled in each day with the team. The stadium wasn't particularly that far from the hotel, but the tunnel linking the main motorway to Yas Island, there was something wrong with the tunnel, so we had to go on a huge loop every day to get to the ground, which took about half an hour, and then the journey back was quite a bit quicker. But then I went back in 2014 and that tunnel was open, and it was just a few minutes to the ground. The ground was out in the middle of the desert, and you could see the edge of the city, and then the next time I went back 4 years ago, the houses had more or less reached the ground.
Oh.
Ooh, inside edge there from Allison, and he didn't know much about that one. It's gone off towards square leg, no run. But yeah, you could see across to the roof of the Abu Dhabi Golf Club. I played golf there years ago, and the roof is the shape of an eagle. It's got a huge eagle's head in the middle of the roof, and it's shaped like its wings. And that was on the edge of the city, and then trying to pick it out among all the buildings that have been developed in just 4 years, when I went back, was quite difficult. But the cricket ground itself had a nursery ground next door to it, which was in a sort of figure of 8. So you had a double-sided pavilion building with one cricket ground in front of it at either end.
Yep.
Connors, oh, another inside edge there, and that's gone away down towards fine leg for 4. Thick inside edge from Allison. Connors is causing me 1 or 2 problems here.
Yes, he
150
is.
up for Essex in 45.3 overs. 150 for 2.
So 152, Essex just need 32 more to get past their first hurdle.
The follow-on.
The follow-on, which even I, being cautious rather than pessimistic.
Well, they got nowhere near last year, and Durham never enforced it anyway. They were
but with the weather forecast a bit iffy at best, you'd think if they had the chance, then they would enforce it, surely. Anyway, we probably will never find out.
Next ball is defended. I think, yeah, when I went out into Abu Dhabi in 2010, and then we flew back. And I think we got back in. We flew from, must have been Abu Dhabi into Heathrow. Got back on the Friday morning, and it was Good Friday. And if my memory's right, I think the next day that volcano went off in Iceland, and all air travel was stopped for about 2 weeks. Connors bowling to Allison. That's played out into the cover area. It's a dot ball. I'll jump off air at the end of this over, because I'll have to do an update in a few minutes for Newcastle. Yeah, it was a good trip. That's
yeah, I'm sure.
Kirby was playing. Steve Kirby, the fast bowler, he was playing in the CCT.
Went to Somerset, didn't he?
Yeah. He's a coach there now, I think. James Middlebrook was playing. Jimmy Foster.
I always got the impression.
Dot ball, defended.
Always got the impression, and you would know far better than I do, that Kirby was one of these people that on the field played full-heartedly and neither giving nor expecting any favours, but off the field he was a pussycat, lovely fellow.
He's a nice guy,
yeah.
And he's an absolute fitness fanatic. I mean, he's constantly working on his body and weights and running, and very, very fit. Right, I'll jump off.
So it's the change of bowling. Yes, as Matthew Potts comes back into the attack. He now has he's bowled 4 overs for 30. No, sorry, he's bowled 11 overs for 30 runs. Bowled from both ends already, I think. And surveying the field with his skipper. And with Sam Connors sort of nearby, almost eavesdropping. Dean Elgar will be facing the not inconsiderable challenge presented by Matthew Potts. Who moves in now. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who drives pleasantly out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. Yes, Sam Connors. And the sun briefly goes behind a wispy white cloud.
Yeah, it's been in and out today, hasn't it?
Yeah, but beyond that there's a lot of blue sky and craning my neck, looking much further. No sign of any rain-bearing clouds. Which is good news from everybody's point of view. Players, spectators, media. That's nudged down backward of square on the offside. 1 run cruise. Elgar moves on to 86, Allison on to 29. Potts surveying the field, seeing if he wants to make any changes, which doesn't seem to. If they are, they're not obvious. Oh, now there is a fielder coming across from the offside to the leg side to strengthen the leg side for Allison, bringing a shortish mid-wicket, more or less level, a bit closer than level with the stumps at the bowler's end. Potts moves in and bowls. Allison plays that, just evades the man at backward point and goes through for 4. So Allison moves on to 29, the vast majority of which have come in boundaries. I say the vast majority because I don't know exactly how many, but yeah, most of them.
Allison today, 4 4s and 1 6.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, he's looked in good shape for his 33, Charlie Allison. He's sort of come up the blocks in second or third gear, hasn't he, so far today?
Yes. And that's played with obdurate defence by Allison. Younger brother of Ben, who formerly of this parish of Chelmsford and Essex and moved on to Worcestershire at the end of last season or the season before, I'm not quite sure. Potts. Again, a pretty long run. And it's played elegantly, but straight out to short cover. Where it's fielded. Crowd basking in the late summer or early autumn sunshine. Some form of headwear almost de rigueur for everybody out there. Next delivery is ducked. Allison ducks beneath it and it goes through to the keeper. And the end of the over. With Essex having moved on to 157 for 1, of which Elgar has 86 and Allison has 33. They need 184 to avoid the follow-on, so that's just another 27 runs away.
Well, it feels like the context of the game has changed a lot. I don't think Essex are worried about the follow-on. I think they're now thinking about how many bonus points can we get. It's looking good for at least the 1 point for 200, probably 2 or 3. They've about batted 47 overs now, 157 for 2. At the current rate, they'll be looking at another 2 bonus points for their batting if they can get up to that 250 mark in the next 50 odd overs.
Yeah, they're going along at 3.34.
Yeah, it's more than healthy. It's Essex against Durham at Chelmsford in the County Championship. It's the second day. And we're going to see Ackerman join the bowling attack, I believe, from the Graham Gooch end. First ball comes in to Elgar, who pushes his back to the bowler. Essex in 8th, Durham in 9th. Points at stake, a place in Division 1 next season at stake for both of these teams. As Ackerman comes in once again, bowling to Dean Elgar. Defends this one, Dean Elgar on 86 now from his 145 balls. 14 off what would be a 53rd first-class century. And Essex 157 for 2 in response to Durham's 333. Ackerman in once again, and this time Elgar will slash this away down the leg side. It will be collected by a fielder running in from mid-on, and they'll take a single. The score moved to 158 for 2. And Colin Ackerman with his first over of the day and first over of the game. With the 5th bowler that Durham have used in this innings. Just looking to find another breakthrough, just to stem those runs, stem progress that Essex have been making so far. As Ackerman comes in once again, this time it's into Allison. There's a big appeal.
Bowled him.
Bowled him. Apologies, I missed that. I saw there was a big appeal, the way the hands went up so quickly, but he has bowled him. And the gamble of having Colin Ackerman coming in from the Graham Gooch end has paid dividends immediately. Allison departs for 33 and Essex 158 for 3. Well, that's the progress that Durham would have wanted.
Well, yes.
Oh, they call it, and Tolman Martin, they've called a point back a bowling point, is that right? With 3 wickets, yeah. There you go. So the bonus points are looking good for Durham. That's why that 3rd wicket was so important. Because after their innings, of course, Durham were on 3 and Essex were on 2. So
yes, Essex need best part of another 100 before they'll get a bonus point under their belt.
Well, they'll take this. So Essex 158 for 3. Charlie Allison, the last man out, bowled by Colin Ackerman. And they now remain 175 behind Durham's score of 333. Very good over so far from Ackerman, only 1 run from it and then the wicket. It looks like Critchley will be the next man in, sort of making his way down to the ground. As Essex look to continue to reduce that deficit here at Chelmsford. And Dickie, the sun in and out, in and out. I keep taking my sunglasses on and off. I can't keep up. And then I have to come off again.
I think we're all right as we are.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Should I keep the sunglasses on? And they're coming off. They're coming off, Dickie. The normal glasses are going back on. New batter, new glasses. And it's Matt Critchley, the new batter in to face for his first ball, and this is defended for no run. And Essex will remain 158 for 3. So Matt Critchley, the new batter in. With him, Dean Elgar on the other side, 87, carrying his bat through the afternoon. Here comes the next ball. This one's again defended by Critchley, no run. And that brings to the end a very good over for Durham, a very good over for Ackerman. 1 run from it, but 1 wicket, and a big wicket, that of Charlie Allison, who had really played a bit of an innings in sort of second or third gear. Wasn't afraid of attacking the spinners. Wasn't afraid of looking to clear the ropes, but in the end it was a spinner that was the undoing of him. And Essex now 158 for 3. Ball by ball coverage of the county championship on BBC Sports. It's Roshan Allen, Dickie Davis with you this afternoon. Martin Empson with us also, as bringing you every ball of this game between Essex and Durham, a survival game for Durham. They're in ninth position in a relegation position as Potts continues from the Alistair Cook end bowling into Elgar, and he leaves this one. It goes through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. So valuable points.
It does indeed. And yep, Essex in a goodish position, but we're still not sure of the extent of the injury to Shane Snater, so we don't know if effectively that's 158 for 4 as Potts moves in round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, who jabs down on that a little bit late, but in time, which is the main thing in the end. Sun gone in again. If we keep describing it every time the sun goes in,
I know. I was going to say there's been more action with the clouds at some points of the day, which is. I mean, I'm mainly keeping up with my own admin with the choice of eyewear. Yeah.
I can remember the first time one of my colleagues commentated with me in the days when we used to take 2 commentators to a match at Lord's, and as Potts moves in and bowls, and as press played out in the covers, and he said, "Oh, and I can see over the pavilion at the far end an aeroplane." And I said, I used his name. I won't say it. I don't want to upset him. Not that he'd mind in the least. I said, Fred, for sake of argument. If you describe every aeroplane that you can see going over the pavilion at Lord's, or behind the pavilion at Lord's, we'll have no time to describe any cricket. Oh, they're quite frequent, are they? Well, yes, because in aviation terms, Heathrow Airport, one of the busiest in the world, if not the busiest, is no distance at all. Oh, right. That's just played out square on the offside. But, yeah, local detail is all well and good, but you can't overdo it.
Very valid. It's a good over so far from Potts, maiden.
Bowls. Elgar, oh, that's not. Elgar pushes it straight, and they'll go through for 2 comfortably as there's a fielder. Connors in pursuit, saves it going over the boundary, but they take 2 more. 160 for 3. Elgar, 89. Don't even want to think about the 3-figure score, in case we put the mockers on it.
No, we don't want him on that. I think.
I would imagine he's not a man to be getting his nervous 90s. He's been there many times before. And appeal, a very theatrical appeal by Potts. You get 10 out of 10 for artistic interpretation, but not so much for reality, perhaps. And but numerous bowlers of the same, should we say, enthusiasm, so that's fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So 10 minutes to tea here at Chelmsford. Essex are 161 for 3 in reply to Durham's 333. Remember, Durham chose to bat on day 1. They finished day 1 on 316 for 8. Essex mopped them up fairly quickly this morning, and in response, currently 161 for 3. There's a very decent partnership between Dean Elgar, who remains unbeaten, on 89, and Tom Wesley, the captain. And then another good partnership between Dean Elgar and Charlie Addison just now. But it's day 2 of this match between Essex and Durham. Durham, who made 333. They were bowled out early this morning, and Essex 161 for 3 in response. It'll be Ackerman to continue from the Graham Gooch end, and Elgar to face. The first ball of the over is defended back to the bowler. Both teams after as many bonus points as possible. They've earned 3 each so far. Not least because Durham sit currently in a relegation position, and Essex just 1 point above as Ackerman comes in once again to Elgar. Blocks this one away. And there'll be no run. The score remains 161 for 3. The two batters out there. Dean Elgar on 89 from 155 balls, and with him Matt Critchley, the new batter, on naught as Ackerman comes in once again. This is driven nicely through the covers as a fielder in the deep who will retrieve the ball before it hits the boundary, and they'll jog across for a single. That moves Essex on to 162 for 3 and Dean Elgar into the 90s. 7 minutes now to go till tea, so it'll be hard to tell whether Essex are keen to get to that break, just have a reset after the wicket of Charlie Allison, or maybe Durham won't want to have that break because they've had the breakthrough, they've made the bowling changes that have worked. But can they squeeze one more out before tea? There's a slight shift in fielders on the offside as Ackerman comes in once again, and Critchley lunges forward to defend this one. No runs taken, 162 for 3 is the score from Essex.
I think there'll still be 6 overs to tea after this one, because then they have to have 32 in the last session.
That's correct, yeah. It was billed as a 10 past 3 as Ackerman comes in, and Critchley will nudge this one on the leg side and run across for a single.
Is that fixed though? I thought it was usually or when 32 overs remain. And well, we'll find out.
It is when 32 overs.
Yes, that's what I thought.
So we'll have another 6 after this then.
Yeah, 6 more after this. Except on the final day when for some reason all the intervals are fixed.
Here comes Ackerman, and this is pushed into the leg side, straight to the fielder, stood at mid-wicket for no run. And that's the end of the over, 2 from it. Essex 163 for 3, Elgar on 19. Critchley off the mark now with 1. I wonder what that is on the last day.
I've no idea. And
do you think catering closes down? They shift times.
I've never been able to find out why that rule applies. I mean, and I think if anybody could actually solve the problem as to why they're fixed on the last day, then he or she would probably be in line for a Nobel Prize.
How are the emails doing? We've had a look at the Essex email inbox for a while.
I haven't looked. There was none more before to when I came back on air after my late lunch, which was not much more than an hour. In fact, it was slightly less than an hour ago.
What was the email? essexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Yes.
Great.
Might not be able to get onto them till after tea, but
that's okay. We'll get in touch
but
if you
still
are
be
listening.
Warmly welcome. Yeah, they seem to have dried up. They were in quite a flurry.
Well, let's see if we can get a flurry of them for after tea. If you are listening, and you can email us safely, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Your thoughts on the game.
Why is the hours fixed on the final day? That's played down to third man, and it was played down to third man quite deliberately. It wasn't an edge. It was very well played by Critchley, just angling it down there. And because A, there was no fielder down there, and also it's a short boundary, it was bound to be 4. In fact, Critchley didn't even leave his crease, having played the delivery with great finesse. So he's on 5, Elgar on 90. Critchley, and takes the bat away. Critchley, one of Essex's very best signings from another county, I would say. They've been pretty shrewd over the years, both with overseas players and from other counties. Of Essex, they've made 1 or 2 mistakes, obviously, but by and large, I think they've done really well. 1 or 2 notable exceptions, but we won't mention them. As Potts moves in, bowls, and I think as a bowler, we were talking about this yesterday to Sophia Smale, who is a slow spin bowler for Essex and for the Oval Invincibles in the 100, and she was saying or we were agreeing, but she was sort of been at the receiving end of it, how generous Simon Harmer is with his expertise and always willing to hand it on to others, and she's had a long chats with him about how to develop the art of spin bowling. That's just played down backward of square on the offside, no addition to the score. And similarly, I know Matt Critchley has spent hours in the company of Harmer, teaching him the guiles. Okay, they forbade different sorts of spin, wrist spin and finger spin, but the mental aspect of it is the same, thinking the batsman out. It's not as if, so I understand, that's just play defensively. It's not as if you're always trying to get the batsman out every delivery. You're sort of plotting his downfall or her downfall over the next maybe 2 or 3 deliveries.
Yeah, nudging a mistake, misleading them, trying to catch them out with a different sort of delivery. Yeah, it's sometimes the psychology of it is.
And of course, pace bowlers do that very much by variation of pace. Well, even spin bowlers can vary.
Even spin bowlers, yeah.
Pace.
I mean, for Bangladesh, Shakib Al Hassan's many of his key wickets were off a slower ball. Actually, he was sort of really famous for it.
As Potts moves in again and bowls, and Critchley gets forward to it. He's a big man at the crease. Well, a big man everywhere, but from the cricketing point of view, he monopolises the crease, looks in command, and he plays that very competently. He is on 5, Elgar is on 90, Essex are 167 for 3. I'm no longer going to even mention the hyphenated word of follow on. Oh, I just did, but that's only 17 runs away.
Well, the scoreboard says our over rate is just 1 behind, so perhaps we are running to better time than we thought we were. So Essex 167 for 3, just over halfway through their deficit to Durham's 333. And it looks like it is going to be Ackerman continuing the bowling from the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be?
Why wouldn't it be? Colin Ackerman has the prize wicket of Charlie Allison already, looking to add more to his name as he bowls to Elgar. Elgar chips this with 1 bounce to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
And yes, I mean, you use the word quite, to my mind, quite rightly, prize scalp. It is. I mean, Allison has already.
Here comes Ackerman into Elgar, who plays this leg side. No fielders until out in the deep, and draw across for a single. Yeah, he's had.
Allison's already proved that he is a prize scalp in his very short career.
I mean, what an incredible first season! What an incredible first season!
Yeah.
Just what a breakthrough season to have. He's really stamped his name in that batting lineup, hasn't he, for Essex?
Maiden century at the Oval earlier in the season, and several other. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Here comes Ackerman bowling to Matt Critchley this time, who lofts this one leg side. That's going to go for runs. In fact, it will go all the way, and there's no fielder close to the boundary over at Cow's corner.
A very safe shot once he'd got it over the man at shortish mid-wicket. Then, yes, there was nobody else in the same acreage.
Yeah, just bent his knee gently to lift it over the inner circle, and once, as you say, once it was there, it was gone. So Critchley moves to 9, Elgar's on 91, and Essex 172 for 3. And it'll be Colin Ackerman coming in from the Graham Gooch end once again to Matt Critchley, and this one's defended. Essex are on 172 for 3. Durham earlier on bowled out for 333. Both teams have scored 3 bonus points, but both need a result in this game to try and secure safety in Division 1 this season as Ackerman comes in once again. Critchley to face a slightly flighted ball, this time defended again onto the offside. With tea imminent, there's no need for either of these batters to take any sort of risks, but you feel Durham would love a 4th wicket just to go into the tea break feeling like they've earned something from this game, from this day certainly, because it does feel. And it feels like it's been Essex's day so far. But obviously that can all turn on its head, as we well know, as Ackerman comes in, Critchley facing up, and it's another flighted ball, and this is lifted over the head of the bowler. That's going to run away for another 4 runs.
6.
Oh, 6, I beg your pardon, did not see the... I decided to stand in the commentary box, and my perspective is slightly...
I had no idea, I just looked at the umpire.
Oh, the umpire, yeah. I thought it went down the ground there, but no, it was a clear 6 from Tom Critchley. That moves him to 15. Elgar's on 91 and Essex are 178 for 3.
Yes, they are. Well, we have 5 overs before tea. I've done my hour. I'm quite happy to stay to tea, but if it looks as if Martin would like to have these 5 overs, which is fine. So I'll make way with a double shift.
So we're going to do musical chairs, so I'm going to go first.
It means you coming here, me staying on air until Martin's offering a few words.
Hello. Am I on?
What's now doing?
He's got a very big head compared to mine, and everybody called me the big head. It's funny how we've all got completely different shaped heads, isn't it?
I'm told mine's in proportion to my body, though. So
is it? All right.
And also, I've been wearing glasses. That's why, because I've been
I've
sliding
just
one and
put
off.
my sunglasses back on as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the same. So I was standing where you were stood, so in the commentary box, but up the steps, and really does sort of jade your perspective a little bit. You sort of look at the umpire occasionally if it goes, if a shot goes towards the Graham Gooch end.
Here's Parkinson coming into bowl here to Elgar, who moves on to 92 with a single. I think at this juncture of the day, with the sun shining right on the front of the windows, it's quite hard to follow the ball around the ground.
Yeah.
And there's, our reflections in the glass as well. Alex has emailed. We were talking about Fray Bentos pies earlier.
Important conversation.
Yes. Well, it's, we often go down the culinary avenue every now and then. Michelin star stuff like that, Dot ball there as Parkinson bowling to Critchley, former Derbyshire man. Comes in and bowls again. Critchley paddles one round the corner down towards fine leg. Colin Ackerman was at slip and saw what was happening there, so he already set off in anticipation of where that would go, and he's got down there and got the ball at the Hayes close end of the ground. And 2 runs for Critchley, who's played a lot of cricket over the years against Durham, particularly since Durham got relegated by the ECB in 2016. He was playing for Derbyshire in those games. This is a sweep shot down towards long leg, and that's going to go for 4 more. He's just drifting too far down the leg side there. Callum Parkinson. Critchley was onto it early and helped it on its way. So he's batting aggressively. That's the end of the over. 7 from it. 53 overs gone, 36 to go, so 4 to tea. Critchley has 21 already from 17 balls. Elgar 92. Going into this match, Critchley had scored 788 runs against Durham in 11 games. He'd also taken 19 wickets. Don't know if he didn't get a wicket this time, did he? No. And that includes 6 50s and a higher score of 102, which came in a Durham win at Chesterfield in 2017. I was talking about that match yesterday. Durham just got the game finished just before a huge electrical storm came in. And
Ackerman's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end. The first ball is played into the offside, and they will jog across for a single. Essex 186 for 3 now. Dean Elgar's moved to 93. Matt Critchley with him on 21.
There was I was talking about the pies earlier on. Alex emailed, he said, Fray Bentos, it sounds like a new random £9 million Sunderland midfielder.
Here comes the next ball, and it's defended by Critchley. I'm glad we're having this important conversation.
Yeah.
Who would leave the lid on?
Well, now that I think about it, it's a crusty pie.
Yeah, it is
you have to take the lid off.
Yeah.
I've never had one before. I've never cooked one.
Yeah, the logic of it tells me you
But
take the
with
lid
this,
off.
but we were getting a big wires crossed because Dick was talking about steam puddings that you had to leave the lid on for them.
Yeah, understand that.
Yeah.
But a puff pastry, no. I don't think I've ever had one of those tray fry. Also, do they come with a ring pull, or do you need to use like a can opener all the way around? Because that's a big diameter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
I
like
don't
a can. Next ball
I've never had one.
Ackerman is defended by Tom Critchley. Like I said, I'm glad we're having a conversation. This is
Anyway, but I thought Fray Bentos might be sort of the name of a person who invented the pie in a tin.
Ackerman into Critchley. This one is played away towards third man and they run across for a single.
It's actually the name of a city in Uruguay where the company got its meat from.
Oh my word.
So I think it was originally a German company. So you learn something new every day, which is utterly unimportant.
The key lesson, I think, is take the lid off.
Yeah.
I think that's what we've established today, hopefully.
Yeah.
If we take nothing else away from this game, as Ackerman comes in, it'll be Elgar to face, and this is edged really down towards third man. There's a fielder in pursuit, the hat comes off the fielder, down goes the slide and the ball returns, but they will run for a couple, and Essex will move to 189 for 3. Elgar edging towards that century. He's on 95 now from his 164 balls.
Well, if he gets that, it'll be his 9th century in county championship cricket, and it'll be his 5th for Essex. He got 4 for Somerset, and it'll be his 2nd against Durham.
This 53rd overall as their final ball of the over. It's defended, and Essex will end the over 189 for 3 in response to Durham's 333. Dean Elgar on 95, Critchley with him on 22. As we edge towards tea, I thought Essex might look to play these overs out and play safely, but none of it. Tom Critchley's really taken to the spinners, and he's batting at 110 strike rate, which is something you'd expect to see in the 100 or one day, as not day 2 of the county championship.
Yesterday, Durham were going along at 4 and over. Current run rate now 3.5, and they got up to 4 and over tea, and then he came out and basically after tea just blocked a lot. Just a total change of pace and direction, and everything slowed down. That was a period, though, when that was going on, when they started to lose wickets. Here's Parkinson round the wicket. Lots of dust coming up there as Critchley digs out a Yorker. Yeah, going back to Sunderland summer signings and Alex's email there, I think there's only one of them I'd ever heard of. That's defended on a length. That was Granit Xhaka. Have to get your Google out every time they announce a signing and work out where they've come from and who are they. Parkinson up to the stumps, bowls. Critchley forward to this one. That has a little bit of bounce in it and comes off the splice of the bat and loops away in the offside. Parkinson left arm round, gives that a bit of flight, and again Critchley meets it on the bounce and digs it out, and more dust flies up in the air. Just trying to think how many games Parkinson has played in this year, because he's not been in the team all the time. George Drizzell was preferred to him earlier in the year. Comes in again and bowls. That's defended on a length. Where is he?
Good over there from Parkinson, a maiden.
This is only his 4th game.
Only his 4th, fantastic.
Yeah.
Couple of overs left before the tea break. There's plenty of exciting play to come, I think. It'll be interesting to see which way this one twists and turns as both teams look to secure further bonus points. 3 each so far. Essex on their way to a 4th, I think. Realistically, they need 200 inside the first 100 overs to secure that, and they look well on their way. They've only had 55 overs so far. In comes the next ball of the first over. It's Ackerman into Elgar defended. Essex on 189 for 3. Elgar's on 95. Critchley on 22. In response to Durham's 333. Here comes Ackerman into Elgar on 95. And this one is played into the offside. He thinks about a single. In fact, they do take a single. Diving fielder misses. And then the ball goes out into the deep, where it's then collected by a fielder out in the deep. So with that, Elgar moves to 96, and Matt Critchley on 22. Essex 190 for 3. And it's Colin Ackerman bowling from the Graham Gooch end.
I closed the door, but then it got too hot, so I had to wedge it up again.
It's a wise move. I welcomed the draft back.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Essex 190 for 3. It's Colin Ackerman to
This
bowl
will
his
be his 53rd century.
in first-class cricket. Fantastic. Ackerman to bowl then into Matt Critchley. It's a flighted delivery defended back to the bowler for no run. Essex remain on 190 for 3. Dean Elgar on 96 off his 53rd first-class century, and Matt Critchley with him on 22. Matt Critchley to face the next ball from Ackerman. This is again defended back to the bowler. Essex 193 for 3 as Durham look to defend their first innings score of 333. Here comes Ackerman once again. 5th ball of the over, 1 from it so far. Flighted delivery once again, defended by a lunging Critchley. Back to the bowler. And it looks like Essex are not looking to take any risks ahead of the tea break. Final ball of the over to come then. It's Colin Ackerman into Matt Critchley, and this time he's back-footed inside his crease for a defensive shot. End of the over. Essex 190 for 3. Matt Critchley on 22. Dean Elgar 96.
Ponder, ponder, ponder. Does he try and get there before tea, or does he miss out, think about it during tea and come and try and do it later on? Had 120 none out against Durham in this fixture last year, but it was in June in a heat wave with that Kookaburra ball on a lifeless track. Hope I never see that Kookaburra ball experiment again. Just sucks the joy out of the game. And the idea that it's going to benefit the England Test team's a bit of a non-starter when none of the Test players played with it this year. Here's Parkinson, then to Elgar. Elgar drives at that one. It's miscued. It's gone out into the cover area to Connors for 1 run. So he's off strike. He's on 97.
What's he thinking? Is he thinking like if it comes, it comes when it comes? I feel like Dean Elgar's experience, he's not going to be in a rush to hit a century. He's not going to take a risk with his team in this sort of precarious position, is he?
This is defended on a length by Critchley.
I mean, you know, if you're a younger player or you're playing one of the quicker formats, you might think, oh, I need to get to that target quickly. But I think Dean Elgar's maturity. I think you can see out a 20-minute break.
Yeah. Well, he's back on strike again now because Critchley's got a single up to Rain at long off. So Critchley moves on to 23. Elgar's on 97. Essex 192 for 3. I suppose you just play the ball that you're given, don't you? And don't do anything silly. He has faced 168 balls so far. He looks to drive again. It's missed by McKinney and it's away to the boundary. It might get cut off by Connors, but he's going to run 3 anyway, I think. And there's his 100. Comes back for a 3rd ball, and the Essex spectators stand up to applaud the 53rd century in the first-class career of Dean Elgar. Takes his helmet off, waves us back to the pavilion, and that has come in 169 balls, 14 fours and a 6. And he's got there before tea, which is, I've never been in that situation, but if I had been, I'm sure I would have tried to have got there before tea as well.
I'm sure his tea will be slightly more relaxing.
Yeah, he's put his feet up now, done his bit. Parkinson to Critchley. Critchley plays the ball up to long off to Rain for a single. Got 1 ball left after this for tea, so Elgar on 100 is back on strike again. And 1, 2, 5, 6 runs from this over. We've had 3 singles and a 3. Ball returns to Parkinson. Parkinson about to finish his 14th over. He's got 1 for 59, 3 maidens. Comes in and bowls. Elgar sees it safely away. Doesn't even wait for the ball to come to a conclusion there. He's walked off before the ball's even reached the fielder.
That's the sign of a man who's just scored a century.
Yeah. So Essex 196 for 3. We'll have 32 overs remaining, which will start to get them in 20 minutes' time. That is tea. The deficit is 137. It's been a decent day for them. It was a decent day up until this point yesterday for Durham, and it all went a bit awry after tea, so we'll see what happens. But Dean Elgar will resume on 100 and Matt Critchley on 24. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time.
Well.
Welcome back to Chelmsford for the final session on day 2 of this county championship match between Essex and Durham. Essex resuming their first innings on 196 for 3, so they trail by 137. Dean Elgar has 100 runs from 176 deliveries. Matt Critchley 24 from 33, and they have put on together 38 runs so far. They've been together 56 balls. So 57 overs gone of this innings, and we have 32 left today. So that's 2 hours in theory. So around about a 10 to 6 finish. We are running 17 minutes late at the moment, bearing in mind now we're in September. Play starts at 10:30. So Rothesay man alongside me, Martin Emerson, Dick Davies is here as well. So I'll take you up to 4 o'clock, then I'll have to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle. But nicely poised this. I think Essex will be quite happy with where they are. This time yesterday, Durham were 240 for 3 and absolutely cooking on gas, and then it all fell apart for them after tea when they lost Ackerman for 13, Robinson for 15, McKinney went for 121, Rain and Potts got ducks, Jamie Porter got the new ball and he got amongst it and was on a hat-trick at one point. And having been 240 for 3 all out today for 333. So Colin Ackerman's going to continue from the Graham Gooch end, the far end of the ground, bowling in his sunglasses. First ball to Critchley, played in towards mid-wicket to McKinney, who picks the ball up, no run there. It's a lovely sunny day here in Chelmsford. Very pleasant indeed. As Ackerman bowls again, and that's defended by Critchley. So I was leaving the ground last night, there were a few people coming past along the river on boats, rowing boats, kayaks and whatnot. Looked quite nice. Pleasant way to spend an evening.
That's a lovely September evening.
Yeah.
That's also how I'm commuting home later.
By boat? Yeah. I thought you came by hovercraft. Critchley plays this ball out towards deep cover, and Connors comes across from third man to field it. They get 2 runs, so Critchley moves on to 26. 198 for 3, so nearly at 200 Essex, but batting points now don't come until you reach 250. It used to be 200, it's now 250 up to 450. And this one is defended by Critchley on off stump from Ackerman.
Lovely gentle breeze going across the ground now for the evening session.
Your mic's just I'll just turn you a little because your mic seems to have drifted away from you slightly.
It has, hasn't it? There you go.
A bit closer.
Yeah, all good.
And Critchley defends this one from Ackerman around about off stump. Got 1 ball left of this 58th over here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Essex, around the world on the BBC website and BBC Sounds and most smart speakers. This has gone off to Clark at short mid-wicket, no run there. To the point where if you have a smart speaker and you can't tell your smart speaker to play this game, it's not really smart, is it? It's just a speaker.
Yeah, smart speakers are fantastic. They are all the rage at the moment. So yeah, I think you just say play Essex v Durham and it should bring us up.
Yeah.
Final session then on day 2 of this county championship match between Essex and Durham. Essex 198 for 3 in response to Durham's 333. It's a deficit of 135. It looks like we're going to see Ben Rain return to bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Yeah.
1 wicket to his name. That was very early on in the Essex innings. That of Paul Walter for 4, so he'll be looking to add to his account for this match. I think we've got an interesting sessions play ahead of us as Essex look to reduce that deficit, but Durham in the hunt for Division 1 survival. They need wickets and they need them quickly, especially if rain is to come tomorrow. Here comes Rain then, bowling into Elgar. The first ball is left straight through to the hands of the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson.
There's one thing that hasn't happened today, because I said the weather forecast suggested there could be a bit of rain here around about 3. Well, that never happened. Looking across to the south though, that sky looks a little bit naughty, but I think that's going to miss us. It's going to skirt around the back of us, hopefully.
But
That's quite dark and grey up there, isn't it?
Well, we were saying earlier, the weather apps, depending on which one you use and when you check, the predictions have fluctuated as Ben Rain runs in once again, bowling to Elgar, who chips this one to the fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run.
There's another app which I sometimes use, which I was told about. So one of the listeners, Stuart Manger, he worked as a teacher at Sedbergh School in Cumbria, and he used to work at this Felsted School here. And we were covering a game at Sedbergh when Durham played Lancashire a couple, 2-3 years ago. Maybe it's a little bit more now. And he was telling us about the weather app that the farmers use round there and the fells.
That's detail and information that I'd absolutely love. Here comes Ben Rain then, bowling to Dean Elgar. This is a good length delivery. It's pushed onto the leg side to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run. And
it is a Norwegian weather app. So the Norwegian word for drizzle, I think, or rain is yr, Y-R, and the website is yr.no for Norway, and that is fairly accurate. It gives you a really good breakdown, because for the farmers, certainly around the Sedbergh area, there's lots of pastures, and they need to do
that's a fantastic
hay.
That's a fantastic news. Here comes Rain bowling into Dean Elgar again, who'll nudge this into the leg side, straight to a fielder, no run. So, Essex then.
Yes, I'll have a look on here.
Yeah, go have a look. Let's see
what the
predicted.
Norwegians think about our weather prospects.
Chelmsford, yeah. Rain expected tomorrow. I wonder if that will play into the minds of the players.
It's 23 degrees in Oslo at the minute.
Oh, fantastic. It's not too far off that here in Chelmsford today. The sun has been dipping in and out of the clouds, but we've not had any rain, which was predicted. But much to the delights of the crowd who've turned up today, and I'm sure the players who are looking to get as many points as Rain comes into Elgar once again. This is pushed through towards mid-wicket, no run. And Dean Elgar will remain on 100, the 100 that he completed just before tea. And Matt Critchley at the non-strikers end on 26 as Essex moves to 198 for 3. 135 runs behind Durham's first innings total of 333.
I've put in Chelmsford. It's come up with a Chelmsford, a city in Middlesex in Massachusetts. There's also this one here. There's one in South Burnett in Queensland in Australia, and Ontario in Canada.
There you go. Here comes Rain then, again to Elgar, who sort of blocks this one quite aggressively, a bounce and into the hands of the fielder it covers, and that is the over, no run from it. And Essex are 198 for 3, Elgar on 100, Critchley on 26, and Essex 135 runs behind.
I'll go for Chelmsford Administrative Centre, Essex, England. Let's see what it says. Weather now 20 degrees, feels like 20. No rain. Tomorrow, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. The Norwegians reckon we'll have some heavy showers around about 9, and then possibility of showers from mid-morning. As Critchley plays this one from Ackerman out through the covers for a quick single. So he has 27, 199 for 3 now. Yeah, it's suggesting showers throughout the afternoon tomorrow, but it'll still be 18 degrees and light breeze from the south. Could be quite muggy in those conditions tomorrow.
I might bring a jacket.
You might bring a jacket. Ackerman round the wicket to Elgar. Elgar plays the ball up to Lees at mid-on. Dot ball. So still 199 for 3. Next ball bowled to Elgar. It's gone off towards point. Dot ball. Round the wicket comes Ackerman. Elgar flicks this to Clark at square leg, no run. On the emails, Jamie O'Donnell's been on with an email entitled Pies.
That has been this topic of the day, hasn't it? Are they still talking about Frey Bentos? Or the pie manufacturers aren't available, of course?
Other pies are possibly available in tins, where I wouldn't really have a clue. Next ball's a top ball. He says, afternoon, Marty and the gang. A cold shiver went up my spine at the mere mention of Frey Bentos tin pies. 30 years ago, on the first night of moving into my first flat share with my mates, I'm much the worse for drink. Still one in the over. As the next ball comes through and is played to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 1 run from it, so still 199 for 3. With the lid very much still on, I fell asleep on the couch and woke up at 4 AM with the inside of the oven door shattered, shrapnel and fatty beef all over the shop.
Oh my word.
Jamie O'Donnell doing stupid stuff so the other listeners don't have to.
Well, I think the lesson of the day is take the lid off your Frey Bentos.
Yeah, and he said, PS, it's touch and go whether Durham stay up or not at the moment, he thinks. Jamie in Glasgow.
I'd agree with that. These are survival fixtures. Essex and Durham both in the bottom half of the Division 1 table. Durham in a relegation position. They're in 9th. Essex just above them. They started this game 12 points ahead. So every bonus point counts, especially if it looks like rain is headed this way tomorrow and perhaps the players feel there may not be enough time to get a result, but I'm sure both teams will want one. Both teams will want a little bit of buffer, a bit of distance between them and the relegation zone. If Ben Rain starts a brand new over, this is pushed into the offside as a fielder in the deep squared leg. And with that, Essex will move to 200 for 3. Dean Elgar on 100. That century he completed just before tea, and with him, Matt Critchley on 28. Essex now 200 for 3 then, 133 behind Durham's first innings total of 333. They started the day on 316 for 8, but Essex took the final 2 wickets in the first half hour as rain comes in, this time to Elgar, who turns this one round the corner towards fine leg. There is a fielder there, and I'll take a single. Elgar moves to 101, and Essex to 201 for 3. Martin's going to take a little break. This is the County Championship on the BBC. It's Essex against Durham at Chelmsford. And returning is Dickie Davis. Dickie, how was your late lunch? I don't think we've spoken since the chicken bake. Ben Rain will continue this over into Matt Critchley. It's a quick ball, just defended into the leg side, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, who picks up and gives it a little polish on his trousers. The sun's back out at Chelmsford for this Division 1 County Championship match between two teams in a relegation battle, neither team safe. Essex are 12 points ahead of Durham currently. Essex in 8th, Durham in 9th, with 2 games to go after this, so every point counts, every bonus point, every bowling point, every batting point, and of course neither team wants to lose here. I'd say Durham probably definitely want to win as rain comes in once again to Matt Critchley, who looks to pull this round the corner, does so successfully. That is going to go all the way for 4. Really swiveled to meet that shot. It wasn't quite a pull, it was almost like his legs did the work for him there. That's a beautiful boundary. Matt Critchley moves to 32 and Essex to 205 for 3 as we reach 4 o'clock in the final session of day 2. .205 for 3 as rain comes in, and this is pulled away beautifully by Matt Critchley. They'll run across for a single, and Essex will move to 205 for 3.
And it's rain continuing. I've taken over the commentary because I'm about to an update to the 4 o'clock news. Rain moves in, bowls. That's met with solid and stolid defence to bring the over to its conclusion. Dean Elgar reached his 100 in the over just before tea and hasn't added to it since. Not that we've had an awful lot of overs since, but yes, it's mainly been Matt Critchley who's been responsible for the 10 runs that have been added since the tea interval. But Essex are going well. We still have no more news about Shane Snater, I regret to say. As Ackerman moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively by Critchley, pushing out into the offside. .206 for 3. Critchley goes on the back foot, plays it out into the onside, fielded quite spectacularly at short mid-wicket. Ackerman again, here we go. Essex have had a good day, and yeah, having got rid of those 2 remaining wickets in the first half hour of the day, they've really piled on the pressure, because just a few overs after tea, they're now 206 for 3. The batsman out, Paul Walter for 4, Tom Westley for 32, Charlie Allison bowled by Ackerman for 33, and at the crease, Matt Critchley is on 34. Is on. They've taken it off the screen now, but the main feature of the day is, yes, Critchley's on 37, and Dean Elgar has made 100, and he made his 100 just before tea, and hasn't added to it since, but nevertheless it was another sumptuous century mixing defence and attack. So Essex in the prime position, 210 for 3. Right, and we don't have any extraneous noise in our ears after either, which...
I tell you, when it pops up, it is distracting.
Yes.
But, nice to know the latest news, though.
Isn't it always the way, just you're doing a live update, they take the score off the scoreboard to show you the partnership. Yeah. But it's not the first time it's happened. That's stroked elegantly by Critchley. Ackerman obviously has been, as I just said, it's been a masterclass. I didn't use that word, but masterclass, his innings. But yeah, Critchley has played some very, very good shots in his 41.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looked good value as well. He's sort of trundled along at quite a decent strike rate. It's almost one-day cricket level. At times it's been 100, 115, which is not what you expect to see in the county championship, but it's been very entertaining to watch, and it's really helped Essex along in terms of exerting their authority over this game. So Essex 214 for 3. Final session here at Chelmsford between Essex and Durham. Earlier today, Durham bowled out for 333, and in response so far, Essex 214 for 3. Dean Elgar will be the man to face the next over of ball from Rain, and that is pushed into the leg side. A diving fielder at mid-wicket managed to stop it for no run. Yeah, Dean Elgar on 100, completed his century just before tea, hasn't scored since. Perhaps in no rush to add to the score, particularly with Matt Critchley at the other end scoring nicely in a very decent rate. But Essex looking good for their 214 for 3, and will be looking to close as much of that gap as possible, particularly if there is rain looking likely on day 3. They'll want those bonus points in the bank at the very least, as Ben Rain comes in once again, bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. There's no fielder at point, so it does go into the deep, and they will jog across very leisurely for a single, and that is Dean Elgar's first run of the session. He moves to 101. Essex moves to 215 for 3. And the deficit now 118 runs, so Essex chipping away at that total. Bonus points up for grab today, so they'll be looking to try and capitalise on that and put a little bit of a gap between them, at least psychologically, between them and Durham, both in terms of points and in terms of this game. Ben Rain just having a good look at the ball and a little bit of a polish on his t-shirt. Here he comes now, bowling into Matt Critchley, who pushes this back past the bowler straight to the fielder at mid-off for no run.
He plays very correctly, Matt Critchley. I mean, that forward shot, okay, it wasn't a particularly attacking shot, but his left elbow was just in the right position, which all the old coaching manuals tell you to do.
Yeah, it's very textbook and elegant.
Very
at times,
textbook.
actually. Yeah, he sort of his positioning is actually phenomenal, which is why he's able to play with such confidence. I think doing such textbook batting. Here comes Ben Rain then running in, and this time Critchley will nudge this to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run.
You get the impression with Critchley, although he plays all versions of the game now, and indeed last year had a 100 contract, that he was basically brought up on in the longer version because he has that sort of longer version outlook and style, whereas those who are brought up on the shorter version, they're well, this isn't being facetious, I know that they're basically in the coaching, they're just told to try and hit the ball as far as they can by one means or another.
Here comes Rain then into Critchley once again, and this is flicked round the corner, but it's picked up by the wicket-keeper for no run. Well, some of the shots he's played today, you'd think he's got both in his his armoury.
He's obviously built on the basics.
Built on the basics to know how to play his shots as well, because he's played very elegantly, actually. Like you say, very textbook, but at times, there's been sort of elements of finesse to his stroke play and the boundaries he's scored, and also just his awareness of what's happening, because Durham have been very clever with the fielding positions. They've nudged things around, they've moved players around, changed the number of slips, but he's always reacted quite well as Rain comes in to Critchley again, and this is chipped down towards third man. There was a fielder just wide, but it will make its way all the way down to the boundary, and that's another four. That's exactly the sort of shot we've been talking about with Tom Critchley. Calm as you like, elegant stroke play, very textbook, and gets the results. He moves to 45 now from 54 balls. Essex moved to 219 for 3, and the deficit now 114 runs behind Durham's first innings score of 333. And you have to feel Essex now sort of turning the screw. It's been their day, and they look like they're trying to keep it that way through the final session.
Yes, very much so. They need to pile on the pressure, really. Well, they will know their game plan exactly, really, and hope it goes according to the plan. But between now and stumps, as Ackerman moves in and bowls round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who pulls that away to mid-wicket, about 2/3 of the way to the boundary for a comfortable single. The ground is covered in shadow at the moment, or shade. Ackerman to Critchley. Critchley goes on the back foot, and as if to prove the point, a purely defensive shot, although it did in fact pick up a single because it was misfielded by Ackerman. Backward defensive, everything. You could take a photograph of that and it would not be out of place in any coaching manual. As you can tell, I'm a bit of a Critchley fan, but you can't help but be a Critchley fan when you see it played like that.
Yeah, 100%. Why wouldn't you be?
Why wouldn't you be? Yes, exactly. That's played out on the onside. And Derbyshire loss has been very much Essex's gain. As with most sport, professional cricket is a cruel game. As Ackerman moves in, bowls, and pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary, and 4 more runs down towards the hospitality boxes, more or less towards the left-hand one, which is where Mission Control are, more or less. So they had a good view of it.
Love the phrase Mission Control.
And unlike some mission controls, luckily they very rarely have to say, we have a problem. Because they don't, because they're highly accomplished. And genial with it. And that's just pushed back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 225 for 3. Still to come, Michael Pepper. Now he can put bat to ball with considerable purpose. Rocks onto the back foot does Dean Elgar, but doesn't pick up a run. Noah Thane can be equally aggressive. Then there's Simon Harmer, who's no mug. I can't really remember much from the batting point of view about Doug Bracewell, to be honest. Shane Snater, assuming he's fit to bat, is probably, if he really does come in at number 10, he's one of the best number 10s in the business.
Yeah, 100%. Well, plenty of batting to come from Essex.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come.
Well into the final session here at Chelmsford, with Essex taking on Durham, and it'll be Ben Rain to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, bowling into Matt Critchley, who pushes this back past the bowler and all the way to the boundary. It's going to race for 4. And once again, another elegant shot, textbook from Matt Critchley, like he's done all afternoon. And with that, he moves to his half century. It's come from 56 balls. He's gone along at some pace for a county championship match, and he's been brilliant to watch.
It has.
Matt Critchley joining exclusive club today. Well, not exclusive club, but joining Elgar with the milestone. So Matt Critchley's on 50, Dean Elgar 106, and Essex 229 for 3. Here comes Ben Rain in once again to Critchley, who just works this one into the offside. They'll run a single as the ball is collected in the deep by fielder at backwards square leg.
So we've got the best part of 25 overs to go of the day. Essex are 103 behind. Be a bit optimistic to think they'd gain parity by stumps, although that don't only mean 4 and over, and they've probably been going at quicker than that so far. But,
well, they've had a month of one-day cricket. We've had the 100, and you wonder whether some of that has just remained in their blood this afternoon. As Essex now 230 for 3, so 103 behind Durham's first innings score of 333. As Ben Rain starts his run up at the top of the Sir Alistair Cook end, bowls. And this is worked away into the offside. There's no fielder at point, and so it's picked up in the deep for a single. Essex moved to 231 for 3. Dean Elgar on 107. Matt Critchley on 51. He's just reached his half century. And Essex just looking at chipping away at that deficit. 102 runs behind now in this relegation battle. Durham are in 9th, 12 points ahead of them. Essex in 8th. So every point will count as they go into the final 3 matches of this season. So far, they've both got 3 bonus points each. But Essex nudging their way towards the 4th should they reach 250, and I expect they will before they bat 100 overs. And of course, Durham will be in the hunt for more wickets to add to their tally, especially if there's rain tomorrow, and if this game gets shortened or even not complete. Here comes Ben Rain then into Matt Critchley, who chips this towards the fielder at mid-on. There's a diving stop taken to prevent that from rolling all the way for another boundary. And there's another polish of the ball. There's been a lot of polishing of the ball in the last few overs. I wonder whether maybe it's not doing what the bowler wants to do, or maybe a little bit of dust on it. They've seen a bit of dust through the track this afternoon, particularly the spinner's been on. I know we're in Chelmsford, but it's reminded me a lot of the tracks at Chattogram, where Bangladesh play a lot of their test cricket. Here comes rain again into Matt Critchley. Oh, it's a bit of a short ball, but he turns this away beautifully. It's not going to go all the way down to the boundary at third man. It's collected by a fielder who returns it.
Yes, if Durham want the ball changed, then rather than appeal to the umpire, the best way is to put a slow bowler on for 1 over, bowl exclusively half volleys, and get the ball hit out of the ground. It's a popular ruse.
Here comes rain into the left-handed Elgar, who will turn this way leg side. This is racing away towards the boundary where there is a fielder. Takes a diving stop at third man, and his efforts gets a round of applause from the Essex crowd. So 233 for 3. Dean Elgar on 108, Matt Critchley on 52, and Essex now just 100 behind Durham.
Yes.
And if we didn't think this was Essex's day before, it's fair to say it probably is now, Dickie.
Sorry?
Probably fair to say it's Essex's day still.
Yes. Yeah, undoubtedly. So it's going to be. Looks to me, in my untrained eye, as regards Durham players, but I think that's Callum Broadway. Why did I say Broadway? Callum Parkinson come into the attack.
Bit of right arm off break.
And he's just setting the field with skipper Alex Lees. And wisely they post somebody on the long on boundary. Well, almost on the boundary. I think he will go on the boundary with it, especially with it being a short one. If you get the ball hit over your head and it goes for only 4 on a short, defending a short boundary like this, then you are in the wrong place. Because you're not going to concede any more runs by being right on the boundary than you are by being 10 yards in. As Parkinson bowls left arm over the wicket to Dean Elgar, who indeed plays it out to the man at long on to yeah, and that man's staying there more or less. He's long on to Dean Elgar and long off to Matt Critchley. Critchley just or Elgar just has a word with Critchley from 20 yards away. They don't come down the track to meet, so it's not one of these clandestine meetings. And that's just played elegantly for single, again down to the man posted there. If he turns round, I'll see if I can identify him. He's tall, lean.
Oh, you've described him beautifully. We need a shirt number now, don't we?
Tall and lean describes a lot of county cricketers nowadays.
Yeah, that's very true.
And that's nudged down towards third man. There's nobody in the third man area, but it probably won't reach the boundary. Indeed it doesn't. They come back for 2. As throw comes in. Score moves on to 273 for 3. And yeah, it is really quite overcast now. There's no sign of rain whatever. And an ineffective reverse sweep. In fact, not only ineffective but fairly painful, since I don't know if it was the ball or his own bat that Elgar managed to wrap into his foot. Or
it's a slight hobble there from Dean Elgar, wasn't it?
Yes, he's a bit of a hobble. As Parkinson moves in again and just played defensively back to the bowler. Parkinson starts and stops and goes back to the start of his run-up. Not that that's any great hardship, it's only about 3 or 4 paces.
Yeah, it's not long walk back, is it, at all?
No. Be a different matter if it was Potts who had to start again just as he reached the crease. But yeah, it's the end of the over, and Essex 237 for 396 in arrears.
Just seeing some new gloves brought out for, I think, Dean Elgar, who well, presumably had an opportunity to change them during the tea break, which wasn't so long ago, about half hour ago. But yeah, they've popped out. He's getting some new gloves by the looks of it, so there's a slight delay in play. Matt Critch is taking some much needed fluid in. Looks like we're going to have a change in bowling with Sam Connors returning, so Durham are going to continue with pace from the Sir Alistair Cook end. And spin from the Graham Goot seems to be their tactic into this final session this afternoon. 237 for 3 the score. A gentle breeze just started to flow across the Chelmsford ground as we go into the evening session here. Essex 237 for 3. They're now 96 runs behind Durham's first innings total of 333. Here comes the first ball from Connors, and that's defended back towards the bowler. Dean Elgar not out on 111, and with him Matt Critchley on 53. as Essex look to chip away at this total that Durham set. The general feeling, the general consensus was that Durham could have and possibly should have scored more. They ended day one on 316 for 8 and lost the last 2 wickets in the first half hour of play, and since then really it's been Essex all the way as Connors comes in once again to Critchley, who defends this one back to the bowler again. No score and 20 odd overs to go, so what drama remains? Will Essex
Yes, indeed.
look to reduce that deficit entirely? Will Durham look to, well, they'll certainly look to take wickets, but will Durham take further wickets? And
They'll certainly hope to get 300.
you'd hope so. I think bonus points are going to be on the back of their mind today, especially if there's rain predicted tomorrow. If Connors comes into Critchley, who defends this on the back foot, back to the bowler again.
Looking to my right at the Tom Pearce stand, yes, quite a few people putting sweaters and light top coats on, not because any threat of rain, but the temperature's dropped significantly and the elements are just reminding us that it is the 9th of September, not the 9th of June or July.
Well, expected rain is always frustrating in cricket generally, but when you're in a relegation battle and you're thinking, well, we need points to survive here,
Yeah.
can really weigh on as Connors comes in once again, and this is driven beautifully through the offside in the covers. This is going to go all the way, I think, but there is a fielder in the deep to just stop it in its tracks, and in the end they'll run a single and Matt Critchley will move to 54 and Dean Elgar will face the next ball. Yeah, it's 4:25, so we're looking at about 22 more overs to go today, which is plenty of play to come. In that time, you know, you'd think at the rate they're batting, Essex could be looking at 300. Really, just
They ought to get 300, I'd have thought, unless they lose a clatter of wickets. And yeah, a lead is not impossible, but it depends. Well, it depends on 2 factors, I would say.
Here comes Connors once again into Elgar, pushes into the covers, and they'll take a gentle stroll for this single as the ball is picked up in the deep by a fielder, sort of deep cover.
If Essex don't lose 2 more wickets, then I would say they stand a good chance of overhauling their visitors. I say that because Michael Pepper, it would be unfair to say he only knows one way of playing, but he does like to hit the ball, and if he's still around with one of these 2, then you'd think the lead is within their range.
Absolutely. Here comes Connors once again, defended by Critchley, back to the bowler, and that will complete the over. 2 from it. Essex 239 for 3. Yeah, I wonder whether they'll start thinking about maths at this stage. I think Essex will be fairly happy with the situation. They are well on their way to overturning this deficit. They are on their way to getting a handful of bonus points, 11 off their 4th in this game, which will only put a gap between themselves and Durham. And that's really, if this game is to end as a draw, that's really all they need to do, because of course, you know, 3 points separate 5th to 8th, and you know, a lot of other results to happen that can go in their favour.
And after that, of course, if I believe in the event of, you know, 2 teams in contention, I don't mean in contention, but in contention with each other as to, you know, not wanting to fill the relegation place, then I think victories is the next consideration. I don't have the tables to hand at the moment. Rushan might, but let's just play defensively back to the bowler.
I do. So Durham on 114. I'd say Worcester at the bottom, 89, some way off. The Durham who are 114. So that's, you know, sort of good. What's that? 25 points behind.
Yeah.
And just 12 ahead of Durham in 8th, with Essex on 126. But only 3 points separate the next 4 sides. So between 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. 3 points, which, you know, we're talking a matter of bonus points, let alone results.
But what is the, you know, how many wins have Essex and Durham had respectively?
2 apiece.
2 apiece, yeah, so that, yeah.
Essex have had a couple more draws, Durham have lost 5, Essex 3, so that's where those draws have come into hand and put the gap between them, and of course bonus points, of course, as well through the season. So
a slight misfield there accommodates the taking of a single to Critchley, taking Critchley on to 55. Elgar 113, which he still is as he plays the ball out to mid wicket. Yeah, so points are the deciding factor first of all, but then it's wins in the event of two sides finishing level on points. That's pushed back to, but it probably seems likely that these two sides may finish on the same number of wins. And if two sides, that's just pushed out into mid-wicket, if two sides finish on the same number of points and the same number of victories, I've no idea. I can't begin to hazard a guess as to how it's next decided. Do they play darts or something like that?
Yeah, that'll be it.
They're winning club
The
cricket.
pavilion, there you go. It's the final session of the day at Chelmsford. Essex and Durham in a relegation battle. Durham in 9th, 12 points behind Essex at the start of this match. They've both got 3 bonus points apiece. And Durham 333 in their first innings. Essex batting at the moment 241 for 3. So 92 behind, and it'll be Connors to continue bowling pace into Matt Critchley, who pushes this into the offside for a single. Both teams in need of points. Essex in 8th, 12 points ahead. However, only 3 points separate the teams between 5th and 8th. So after this round of games, I would expect some shuffling in that middle of the table. And of course, Essex would love to put a bit of a buffer between them and the relegation zone. Of course, Durham would like to get out of it. So plenty at stake. Both teams will want results, but both teams will be looking and hunting for bonus points. And the way Essex have bat, you think they've really got it on as a priority as Connors comes into Dean Elgar, who pushes this into the covers, one bouncing into the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. 242 for 3 the score. Dean Elgar on 113. And Matt Critchley with him on 56.
I would like to thank, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry to say, because I put my email in my laptop away now. Well, not mine, BBC's. But he emailed us as a Yorkshire fan from living in Edinburgh, I think it was. Come back to that.
Here comes Connors into Elgar again. Looks to turn this way to the leg side. It's picked up again by the fielder in close, and there'll be no run. We've put the laptop away. We'll have to do an email roundup tomorrow morning.
Well, not permanently. I mean, it's only just. What I mean is, I didn't bring it onto the. I mean, I didn't put it onto the front level of the commentary box. I sort of left it up. No, I think it's okay. Thanks, Martin. I might have a look. Well, I will have a look before the close. But
here comes Connors into Dean Elgar again, and a defensive shot. The ball seems to work its way up the middle of the bat there, and almost Elgar wasn't entirely sure where it had landed, but as it goes, it was safe. It's another dot ball, and Essex remain on 242 for 3.
But this email from the Yorkshire fan in the wonderful city of Glasgow, in Edinburgh, said that he thought the reason that why there are fixed intervals in the final day is that there can't basically be any jiggery-pokery, for want of a better word.
Here comes Connors. This one's defended again, this time into the covers, and another dot ball. This has been a good over from Connors, one from it so far.
As regards the remote chance that one or other side could determine the result of their game, depending on how some other game went, I can see the theory of it, and thank you very much, sir, for pointing that out. But as he says, would this actually achieve anything? I suppose it's the nearest they can get to trying. I mean, I believe the last day of the season all Premiership games kick off at the same time.
They do indeed. Connors is into Elgar. This is work down the leg side, and they will take off for a single. It's collected by the fielder in the deep, and Essex will move to 243 for 3.
So yes, thank you again. I will, when I open my laptop again, I will look at it again and give you a recognition for it, because I really appreciate it, and it's something that's bewildered me for years. And it does make sense, albeit that cricket's not. It's not like football. You can see easily why it would happen in football. If both sides played their last matches on the Saturday and one or two sides played their last matches on the Sunday, it could easily influence how they play, or whether they know they only want a draw rather than a victory. And So thank you again. Right, it's going to be Parkinson coming in again, and I think it'll be time for
The time for musical chairs again.
time for me to. Do I I've totally lost track.
Yeah.
I think you're off, are you?
Yeah, go have a little break.
And I'm going.
Wait, I'll let you do this over. I'll do the next one as you and Martin switch seat.
Yeah, well, once Martin's moved down, I feel very guilty sitting in his seat actually. And that's swept away for 4. Moving Essex on to 244 for 3, so they're just 6. No, that's before the 4 went up. 248 for 3, so they're only 2 shy of their first bonus batting point, which will take them ahead of their guests, the visitors. They are sort of guests.
I like the term guests.
I remember going to cover a rugby match not so long ago, and they had a scoreboard there which says, most say home and away, or some say home and visitors, and that's just played defensively. And at this particular club, it was Cambridge. There's no reason to be shy about it. It was Cambridge Rugby Club, and there the scoreboard says home and guests. And I thought that's rather nice.
That's nice, home and guests. I like
typically rugby. And that's just played back to Parkinson. As soon as this over is completed, I'll make way for Martin and go over to the other side, the other end of this vast commentary box, which must be all of 2 or 3 paces. And that's played out on the onside, no addition to the score. And of 248 for 3, Critchley plays it with authority, drives it straight, they'll pick up a single. Critchley moves on to 62. And the gentleman in front of us has just had enough. It's the end of the over, going home or whatever. And 249 for 3 at the end of the over.
A fairly steadily paced session so far. Final session of the day. 19 overs remain, and Essex 249 for 3 in pursuit of Durham's first innings total of 333. They're 84 behind now. And taking a seat beside me, it's Martin Emerson. I'm going to take a short break, and Dickie will jump back on for the next half hour.
Jumping Dickie. It's got very gloomy out there. There's a lot of dark cloud coming quite low, and I was outside a few minutes ago. It got quite chilly, and a few spots of rain around. Here's Connors bowling to Critchley. Critchley plays out into the covers to Potts. This is Critchley's 7th half-century against Durham. He's got a century against them as well. He's been a thorn in their side for many a moon. So I was reading his stats out earlier on. He'd gone into this match. He'd played Durham 11 times. A couple for Essex, but the majority for Derbyshire. 788 runs he had going into this, with 102 as a highest score in Chesterfield in 2017. This is a dot ball played to mid-wicket. And he had 6 half-centuries as well. So he's now on 61 today. 74 balls. Elgar on 115. They remain 1 run away from a batting point, which would take them back to a 13-point lead over Durham. And the deficit is 84. Will Gidman, who's one of the Durham coaching team, is actually on the field chatting to Emilio Gay, who's fielding down at deep mid-wicket in front of the pavilion. So he's about 5 or 6 yards on the field having a chat there. That ball went to the gully, no run. His brother Alex, who used to captain Gloucestershire, he was on that MCC team in 2010, which featured James Middlebrook and James Foster. James Middlebrook umpiring here. James Foster, the former Essex wicketkeeper batsman, former England player and captain, yeah. So Connors bowls. This is played out to deep point by Critchley for 4. It was a shortish ball. When did Critchley come here then? 2021. So him and Sam Connors' careers will have crossed paths at the county ground at Derby. That brings up the batting point, the first batting point. 250 for 3 after 70.4 overs.
Yeah, I have now put the laptop on again, and yeah, it's Michael. Thank you. I'll read your email, Michael, at the end of the over.
Connors in again. Critchley plays this to Lees, who is at mid-on.
I can do it before then. There are several reasons for fixed times, including assisting umpires and allowing final day TV coverage. Surprise, surprise. But the main reason is to prevent manipulation of play, such as delaying tactics to force a draw and ensure both sides have equal opportunities within the allotted time. Yep, fair enough.
In comes Connors again. Bowls, it's driven. It's gone up to mid-off, no run there.
He concludes by saying, for example, the batting side can't unduly slow play to avoid a loss, and the bowling side gets a clear window to take wickets. This final sentence, though you still wonder if fixed times really do that. Yes. But who knows in these modern age when nothing is, all sorts of dastardly deeds are done.
Drinks break going on here at the end of the over. Essex 253 for 3. We were talking about pre-match entertainment a little bit earlier on, weren't we? And you were on about the parachutists. And Martin Stiles emailed. He said, "Can I remind you of the incident at the Joliet Slammers versus Gateway Grizzlies baseball game that I alerted you to earlier in the season? Between innings, they had a hot dog drop in which 2,600 hot dogs were dropped out of a helicopter hovering above the pitch." He said, "I'm enjoying the commentary. Luckily, it's scheduled for my weekend off," he says. Parkinson, left arm over from the gooch end, bowling to Elgar, who flicks the ball up towards long on for 1, moves him on to 116, 254 for 3, and at this rate, this deficit will be wiped out by tonight.
Well, yes.
And then you'll see how many runs, really, Durham left out there. I was doing the maths earlier on, and
yeah, I think I was doing the over from the far end, wasn't I? Parkinson strokes that out to mid-off, long off rather, for a single. And brings Dean Elgar down to the business end. And Parkinson bowls over the wicket to the left-hander. Goes on the back foot, pulls it away. And didn't time it properly, it went straight to the man at mid-wicket. No addition to the score of 255 for 3. Parkinson in again. This time it trickles out on the onside. And it's picked up by Alex Lees, the skipper. Still with his sun hat on, though possibly a little bit optimistically now. This too is pulled away on the leg side, and it does bring 1 run out to deep mid-wicket, 2/3 of the way to the boundary. A good throw comes in right beside the stumps and into Ollie Robinson's gloves. Parkinson in again to Critchley. Critchley just pushes that out on the onside. Big gap short on the onside, and the taking of a single there is very easily achieved.
End of the over. 257 for 3. Martin on his email says, "I think the northern Italian city you visited is pronounced Bergamo." Bergamo. Well, we asked people there, is it Bergamo? Bergamo? How do you say it? And we had so many different pronunciations from people who lived there and worked there.
Oh, yes, I can imagine.
So, one lady in a restaurant said, "Bergamo."
Well, that happens in every country, doesn't it, really? I would say Newcastle, but I'm sure you wouldn't.
Newcastle?
Exactly. And long may regional accents remain.
Connors from the river end, bowling to Critchley, that's defended. Yeah, Alan Pardew, when he was Newcastle manager, was Newcastle. It's definitely Bath in the West Country. There's no R in it. You don't go for a bath, do you?
No.
Unless you live in a stately home. Connors comes in, bowls. Critchley plays it into the ground. It bounces back past the bowler and up to Bedingham at mid-off. I've had a message on Blue Sky. Just find it again. And it was Ross Gregory. How big a blow would relegation be? Well, financially, I don't think there's that much in it, really. I mean, obviously, if you're in the first division, you're then within a chance of trying to go to win the title. But, I mean, Surrey seem to have that wrapped up this decade. As Critchley plays this off towards point for a single.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
the 100
sometimes
partnership. It's come in 149 balls.
Yes, I sometimes wonder about this, and people ask me as if I'd know. It's down to opinion, really. I mean, it's not like the difference between Division 1 and the Premier League of football, which is worth millions. I suppose, I'm not quite sure who it was who made the point. It might have been you, Martin, that if the second division is less likely to attract the good players because they think that first division cricket has played out into the onside, for a single. First division cricket is more likely to give you the nod by the England selectors, which is probably true. There are plenty of exceptions, of course. Essex were in the second tier most of the time that Alistair Cook was in his pomp, but no, generally. But other than that, as you say, financially, I don't think there's a great deal in it. I don't think spectators mind that much. They quite look forward to going to different grounds for a change.
Yeah. Connors in again, bowls. This is swept off the legs here by Critchley out the deep mid-wicket to Gay for 1 run. So Critchley now has 69, looking for a second century against Durham. Yeah, I mean, from a spectator point of view, if you look at how many people turned up in the good weather to watch the one-day cup at our grounds, some big crowds.
Yes.
Quite often watching second-team cricket.
Yeah.
It's just about having a day at the cricket, isn't it? And
exactly.
Just soaking up the atmosphere and enjoying what you're seeing.
Well, that's it. You hit one of my nails on the head. And
Connors in again. He's drifted off down the leg side a little bit here. Elgar plays it out the deep mid-wicket to Rain for 1.
Yeah, cricket is unlike, I would suggest, almost any other sport, in as much as a day at the cricket, from the spectator's point of view, involves more than just watching 22 people play cricket. There's the whole atmosphere, there's the social aspect of it, there's sitting around with people and nattering about not necessarily cricket, but all sorts of things. There's meeting old friends, there's having a couple of beers. There's all sorts of things about, yes, a day at the cricket, which you can't say about a day at the football or a day at the rugby or anything like that. It's different altogether, presumably because the day lasts 6 or 7 hours rather than an hour and a half or 2 hours at the maximum.
Durham have only been relegated once because of their seasonal form. So that was the first season of 2 divisions. They went down, they only won 2 games. They beat Surrey and Derbyshire at home. And Derbyshire went down with them. They only won 2 games. They beat Surrey and Durham. And it took them 5 years to get promoted again. There was a couple of those seasons where they were swapping places with Derbyshire as to who was going to finish bottom of Division 2.
That's just played out into the deep field, into the long on. Parkinson still bowling from the far end, the Graham Gooch end.
The last time they went down was for financial reasons in 2016, which the ECB had certainly helped create. A lot of teams were very heavily in debt, trying to restructure stadiums to fall into line with the criteria for test matches, and then bidding silly amounts of money for tests.
That's just played back to the bowler. Doesn't stop it clean. He just parries it into the offside. Sorry.
But they lost a lot of good players as a result of that relegation. Mark Stoneman and Scott Borthwick went off to Surrey. Graham Onions and
That's just pushed out to long off for a single to Critchley, taking him on to 70.
Graham Onions the following year, along with Keaton Jennings, went off to Lancashire. Paul Coghlan went off to Notts. And you went from having a very settled squad who'd done quite well in the county championship. They'd won the title 3 years earlier. They'd come close to being in the mix in 2016 as well for a while.
And Dean Elgar plays that into the onside. They go through for a single as Emilio Gay tumbles to his left in fielding it.
So to go down, to lose a big chunk of your squad, thousands of runs as well, and all those wickets, and be docked masses of points for the next season.
Yeah. That's just played with stern defence by Critchley, who's playing a very, very good innings. I don't just mean a productive innings of 70 runs, but yes, just the way he's played has been very impressive. Goes on the back foot there and plays it back to Parkinson. Well, maybe that's a subject that might prompt a few emails in from both Essex and Durham supporters. To you personally as supporters, does it matter that much whether your team are playing in the first or second division? Purely from the supporters' point of view, you know, the club can have their own concerns, but it'd be interesting to see people's views. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Or Cricket at bbc.co.uk. When they got relegated in 2016, and it came as such a massive shock, you know, they'd been fighting fires financially for a few years, and they were the victims of the banking crash because they were sponsored by Northern Rock, who went out of business. I mean, how often does a bank shut down, you know? So they were fighting fires for a few years, and then they ran out of people to turn to. But the debts at some of the other counties were far bigger than Durham's. It's just Durham had nowhere to go.
No.
And that their debts were called in by the bank, and that's what sent them over the rails, really. But I always felt when they got relegated at that time, such was the punishment, the relegation, the docking of points, as Ackerman is coming in to replace Connors here from the River End. That's played away by Elgar for one out towards the covers. So Elgar now moves on to 122, 265 for 3, and the deficit's 68. I thought at the time it would take them probably about 4 or 5 years, because in 2017 you suddenly had young players propelled into the first team who were probably a good 2 to 3 years away from really being first team ready, but needs must. And they got some right seeings too, getting bowled out for 66 and 61 on the same afternoon at Leicester. And if you take the COVID year out of it, it did take them 5 years really to get back up. Ackerman bowling to Critchley. Quicker delivery. Critchley whips that away out through mid-wicket. McKinney comes in off the boundary and misfields, so that will allow 2 runs instead of 1. Didn't take it cleanly, it rolled away up his leg. So, I don't know, if they go down, would they come straight back up again? Not necessarily so. Can they keep the core of the squad that's taken them down? Do you want to keep players who've taken you down? That's another question.
Well, yes.
A lot of them are on long-term contracts though, so moving players on would be quite difficult in some situations. Some other players are coming to the end of their contract and will probably not be seen anymore. I think Paul Coghlan's out of contract at the end of this year and has just had a terrible, terrible time with injuries over the years. 267 for 3. Ackerman bowls. Critchley cuts a wideish ball out towards the boundary on the far side of the ground. It was a poor ball that was too short and too wide, and it just sat up nicely for him. He's punished it. Rain trying to cover that boundary in front of the Felsted School stand, couldn't get around in time. Ackerman in again, bowls. That's pitched up, and that's sensibly better bowling, and played back to him by Critchley. So Critchley on 76 from 91. We've got rays of sun shooting down in big shafts of light through gaps in the cloud. No run there. Looks like the Japanese flag, doesn't it, with the rays of sun coming up?
Yes, it does.
Brighter skies on the way by the looks of things. Ackerman bowls. Critchley plays the ball back to Ackerman. He can't quite take it cleanly, but it's not going to be a run. That is the end of the over, so 7 from it. And Essex in a decent position here. They've continued on after tea, where they left off before it. Elgar's moved on to 122. He was 100 at tea. Critchley's on 76. He was 24 at tea, so he's going along quite nicely. He's got a strike rate of 81.7 at the moment. Elgar's 56. The deficit is 62, and we've got 14 overs to bowl tonight, which is around about 52, 53 minutes of normal cricket, but they've got the spinners on at both ends now, so they might actually get through them quicker.
Yes, indeed. Might even get some bonus overs as Parkinson moves in, bowls. That's whipped away on the onside. Just backward of square, and they go through for such a comfortable single that Dean Elgar literally walks the 20 yards or so to the far end. Parkinson. Oh, there's going to the slip has been taken out now, and Colin Ackerman has been put in at short mid-on, not short enough to be called silly and not short enough to wear a helmet, but about 2/3 of the way down the track. But that's played down on the leg side.
The live points table, Essex have climbed a place.
Parkinson. Oh, by virtue of that extra point, yes.
Yeah, so Worcestershire at the bottom of the table on 92. Durham now have 116. Yorkshire are back above Durham on 127. And Essex now 129. Sussex 130.
That's just pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score. That's now played out off the back foot into the offside. Callum Parkinson keeping the Essex batsmen quiet, which is no small achievement when they're on 123 and 76.
So,
and again, just pushed out to the offside. Very good over from Parkinson. He conceded a 1 off the first delivery and nothing else after that.
I said earlier today in Division 1, Durham's first innings total was the highest so far in this round of matches, but they had lost a bit of money, a bit of time. The new ball's been thrown on, still in its wrapper. They had lost a bit of time at Taunton because of rain yesterday, so Somerset have now passed Durham's first innings total. They're 362 for 5, so they've got 3 batting points there. Yorkshire still only the 1 bowling point, so that's how Essex have gone above them. The third innings is already well underway at the Oval, so this looks like it's going to be a quick one. Surrey are batting again. They're 117 for 1 against Warwickshire. So there was only 2 runs difference between the 2 innings. Surrey out for 246, Warwickshire out for 248. So that's a close one. So Surrey leading at the moment by 115. Have we had 80 overs then or not? No, still 4 overs to go. Hampshire are batting again in their game at Hove, so Hampshire have a good lead there. They were 226 all out in their first innings. This is tickled away by Elgar down to fine leg off Ackerman, first ball of the new over, picked up by Parkinson, 1 run. Elgar onto 224, 273 for 3. Hampshire then bowled Sussex out for just 122. And they're nearly all out in their second innings. They're 167 for 9. So that one looks like it could be over in 2 and a bit days. So Hampshire at the moment leading by 271, but Sussex have gradually been sucked towards the bottom end of the table in the recent weeks. Next ball is played off towards deep point. That would certainly help Hampshire's situation because they were at the top of the teams, of the list of teams who are considered statistically were in with a possibility of going down. They started this round of matches with 129, so that would be a big win for them. Ackerman again bowls. This is played back to him. And Worcestershire in Worcester are in their second innings against Notts. They're 55 for 3. So they lead by only 30 runs. They're bottom, they're well adrift, and Durham play them next week. Ackerman in again, bowls. That is played back to him by Elgar. In Division 2, at Leicester, Gloucestershire were all out eventually for 482. Leicestershire, the leaders, 239 for 4. In comes Ackerman once more as the sun pokes through the clouds here and bathes the ground. That's a dot ball played to mid-wicket. Derbyshire made 283 at Lords against Middlesex. Middlesex are now 283. As Elgar pulls this off the back foot, out towards mid-wicket for 1. Unfortunately, the little arrows right over Middlesex's score. They're 283 for 6, so the scores are level there. But they have 4 wickets remaining in that innings. Just looking at the other scores in that Division 2. Kent batting again at Canterbury, a 14 for none in their second innings, so they lead Lancashire by 23. So that was a tight one as well. Kent 293 versus Lancashire 284. In Northampton, Glamorgan made a 467, and Northants 223 for 3 in reply. So there's the scores around the doors.
Parkinson continuing from the far end in respect of where we are at the Graham Gooch end, and plays that out onto the onside, offside. No addition to the score, and one more run is added there as it's pushed out to long on by the South African, Dean Elgar. And I was just pondering another single played out to that man in the deep, this time at long off. Not that he's moved, but right hand and left hand fielder. Talking about sort of attracting players to different counties and test status and all that business. So, some of them really established players at the top level, you almost forget what county they are theoretically affiliated to. I mean, I wonder how many championship games Ben Stokes has played for Durham this season.
Yeah, that's true.
I just none, was it?
Martin says no. Well, it's also the nature of cricket, where because players have so many allegiances to different clubs, don't they?
Yes, that's pushed away on the onside.
When you look at some of these players, and I know there are other cricket websites available, but if you look at the cricket info pages and the profiles, there are some players who have sort of 3 columns of or 3 rows of teams attached to their name.
Oh yes, that's pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score. Parkinson got through that over very quickly, conceded just 2, single off the second and third deliveries. So these two are bowling really well in tandem, 2 spinners, and Essex are being slowed down considerably. It looked as if 300 was a certainty. Well, 23 required off 11 overs. Yeah, you'd think so, 2 and over. But the lead is very, very unlikely. And an additional bonus point on top of the 300 is almost impossible.
New over then, Ackerman is into Critchley for the first ball, who smashes this towards mid-wicket. There is a diving fielder who has to hold on to it, and that would have stung.
It did, yes. So Parkinson there, I think.
Yeah, the number 17 jersey. No run there. Essex stay on 277 for 3 as Ackerman comes in once again to Matt Critchley. It's a lofted delivery, and it's driven past the bowler. There is not much on it, so the fielder out in the deep will collect. Actually, they'll jog across for a single as it goes, so Essex will move to 278 for 3. They're now 55 runs behind Durham's total of 333. They started the morning 316 for 8. 2 wickets fell quickly, and since then it's already been Essex piling on the runs and chipping away as Ackerman comes in once again to Elgar. This one's blocked and defended out. Yeah, as we go to the final as we go into the final hour of play, just over 10 overs left. But you just sense, with the urgency that these teams must have for bonus points and potentially even getting a result with the rain on the way tomorrow, what's going to happen is Ackerman comes into Elgar once again, who turns this away on the leg side. It is picked up by a fielder running into what would normally be the square leg position. Durham had left it vacant. They put a couple of fielders out in the deep instead, so the fielders have had to run. They've done so successfully, and Essex will add 1 to the score. 279 for 3 now, with Elgar on 126. And Matt Critchley going on very nicely, 79. His strike rate has now come down to 77, but it was up at 115 at one point as Ackerman comes into Critchley again. This is pushed right back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, we've seen Essex score at some rate, actually. And also Durham, yesterday morning, seemed to go along quite quickly in the first session and a half. Here we go once again with Ackerman into Matt Critchley, and this is pushed again back to the bowler. So Durham employing spinners from both ends to sort of stem the flow of runs and maybe frustrate Essex. There's not been a potent wicket taking ball for some time, and Matt Critchley and Dean Elgar have looked very comfortable in their positions. Elgar reaching a century shortly before tea. He's now on 126, and Matt Critchley with his half century now on 79. I mean, are Durham doing enough to try and find a wicket this side of close of play, Dickie?
Yeah, quite. So Parkinson, unsurprisingly, continuing. I think I'll make this my last over, then I'll come back for the final 10 minutes of the day or so just to wrap up the programme and indeed my season. That's just pushed out on the offside.
Oh, you're not with us tomorrow?
Sorry?
Are you not with us tomorrow?
No, in fact this is my last day of the season.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I'd got a cake.
Well, not only is it the last day of the season, who knows what the cricketing gods and even higher authorities have in their minds.
Oh, quite right. Oh, I would have got a cake, balloons, bunting. I just needed a bit of notice, Dickie. You got to spring that on me.
Can I just point out, Rushan, we're only a couple of minutes from this.
Yeah, but I'm on air for the rest of the day. I wouldn't if I'd known.
You're just 2 minutes from the centre of town.
Yes, you could easily buy things. Yeah.
I'm not sure with the spinners on. I can't even pop out in the middle of the overs.
The expense account will wear that, won't it? That's just pushed out in the offside.
It's been great commentating alongside you.
Oh, likewise.
You've been very welcoming to me at Chelmsford.
Well, we try to be. We try to belie the reputation that we know of the ground and Essex as a place has with some people. I hasten to add, not all. But yeah, we know it doesn't get good press, and in some ways it's justified, but not nearly doesn't nearly justify as bad a press as it sometimes gets. That's just played solidly defensively. Trickles out on the offside. End of the over. Yeah, I'll be back in about half an hour or 25 minutes to wrap up the day and say cheerio. I'll keep talking till Martin picks up the headphones and Rushan can try and negotiate the trailing cables and come across to here. Which is, if viewers and listeners could see the gymnastics we have to go through, and it doesn't come easy for me as a man of nearly 29. It's not that funny.
Right, there's a drinks delay going on out there. Meanwhile, James Middlebrook is waving something bright and shiny in his hand.
Martin, have you got a cake or bunting? It's Dickie's last day of the season.
Well, I didn't know. I would have brought my violin as well, but even though I don't have one.
Sprung that on me like, oh. What are you doing tomorrow?
He's going to an open-air concert tomorrow in
Who are you seeing,
Regent's
Dickie?
Park.
Who are you seeing? Regent's Park Open-Air Theatre?
Yeah.
Oh, stunning.
Thursday.
Well, I think it dries up by then, hopefully, the rain, so... Yeah. I was taking a walk around the ground a short while ago, and there was, I don't want to call it drizzle, there was just a little bit of...
little spits of
rain, sort of coming through. That seems to have faded away, and I think hopefully we'll have an uninterrupted last half hour of play. And we are into the last half hour of play here at Chelmsford. Essex are 280 for 3.
New ball. Ben Rain has it. He bowls to Elgar. It's played off to mid-wicket. Essex batting how Durham should have batted yesterday, or certainly how Durham should have continued to bat yesterday. Instead, they fell apart after tea. Essex still behind at the moment by 53. 280 for 3 the score. Jamie Porter took 3 quick wickets with the new ball last night. Can Durham do something similar now? Rein this back in a bit. Can Rain do it? He's bowling to Elgar. It's flicked off down towards long leg by Elgar to the county corner at the far end of the ground. It's going to be signalled as a leg by. It's come off the thigh pad.
Well, now that Dickie's gone, I wonder if anyone in the ground has a card. Do we need a card?
A card?
I don't know. What do you get someone that's the last county match of the season?
Buy them a pint.
A pint, fair enough. Okay, yeah, that sounds more reasonable actually, now that you've said it.
In this case, it might be a pasty.
Or a chicken bake.
Yeah.
Here is fond of. A gift box.
Critchley facing Rain here. Rain's just organising his field again. He's moved Emilio Gay round to a sort of deep gully. He's got 2 slips in place for him as well. Mid-wicket, a long leg. Comes in and bowls. Critchley plays the ball out the other way though, through the offside, across the square for a single. Parkinson picks it up. Critchley now on 80. And this season, Critchley, I'm just looking at his stats for the season. He's had 2 centuries and 4 half centuries, and 715 runs now. This is his 12th match. His 19th inning. Elgar's on strike. Rain bowls. Elgar forward to this one. Plays it up to Lees at mid-off, no run. Elgar's on 127 from 236 balls. And Elgar playing in his 9th match this season, and he's got 536 runs so far, with a highest score of 127 not out, because that is what is currently happening. That's where he is now, in the middle, with that number against his name. So 250s, and this is his first century of this year. Rain around the wicket now from the river end, the Sir Alistair Cook end of the ground. That's played off towards the covers, no run. Sun's just gone in again now. A larger, darker cloud has just drifted towards us. Shafts of light coming down towards the virgin active centre. It's like a sign from heaven. Go and get on a running machine. Lots of fluffy clouds as far as the eye can see drifting in from the west.
Yeah, it looks brighter in the distance than it is over. That's been the way for the day, hasn't it, really? Sort of various shades of brightness.
Rain bowls. It's a half volley outside of off stump, and it's fended away one-handed by Elgar very nicely down to vacant third man for 4. Nice shot, but it was a loose delivery from the bowler. Essex move on to 286 for 3, so they're 14 away from a second batting point. So far in this game, they've picked up 4 points to Durham's 3, so they've opened up a 1-point gap on them again, increased their lead on them by 1 point. So they're 13 ahead again now. I was looking at the statistics recently. Sussex have been gradually sliding down the table in recent weeks. They've only won 1 of their last 6. They were a point ahead of Essex, while Hampshire weren't out of the woods, but Hampshire, as I said, going through those scorecards, having a good day.
Yeah, it's definitely tight in the, definitely tight through the middle of that Division 1 table. 3 points at the start of this round of matches separating number 5 to 8. So a lot of survival talk, a lot of points to be earned.
As things stand, Essex now on 129 points, Sussex 130, Hampshire 132, Yorkshire 127, Durham 116 and Worcestershire 92.
And Essex potentially 14 runs away from another point.
Yeah.
286 for 3 then, Essex, as we enter the final half hour of play. It's going to be Potts back into the action, and this first ball into Critchley is driven to the cover straight to a fielder for a dot ball. Essex 286 for 3 in response to Durham's 333.
How many overs left today? 8 overs.
8 overs left today. They are currently 47 runs behind. Dean Elgar on 131 and Matt Critchley on 80. They came together when they were on 180. Here comes Potts once again from the Graham Gooch end, and this one is defended, and well, I don't know what's happened there, but Potts has taken a tumble upon delivering. Hope he's okay. He's back up on his feet, but something happened there as he delivered the ball. Actually, looking on the screen, there seems to be a bit of a little bit of a kind of pothole, if you like, in the crease, and he seems to have tumbled for that. But yeah, it looks like he's really back at where he would have landed post delivery. But he's back up on his feet. He's back up at the top of his crease. 286 for 3 then, Essex. Critchley to face the next ball from Potts, and he comes, and this is short and driven beautifully by Critchley. It's picked up by a fielder in the deep, and they'll run across for a single. 287 for 3. Dean Elgar on 131 and Matt Critchley on 81. And Durham returning to pace for the final few overs of the day, with Matthew Potts walking back up to his mark and run over the Graham Gooch end. Will there be some final twists and drama in the final few overs of this evening? Day 2 of this county championship match between Essex and Durham on BBC Sports. Every ball with you on BBC Sounds, on your smart speaker, and the BBC Sports app. Here comes Matt Potts then bowling to Dean Elgar. It's a full ball, and it's chipped back to the bowler with one bounce. Be another dot ball. It's 287 for 3. Essex, the deficit now 46 runs. Remember, Durham on day 1 won the toss and chose to bat. They started the day on 316 for 8, and those 2 last wickets fell within the first half hour of play, and since then it has really been Essex. They lost an early wicket, the wicket of Paul Walter, for 4 runs when Essex were on 7, but since then, partnership after partnership as Potts comes in, this time to Elgar, who works this into the offside. They'll take off for a single, but there won't be much more there as the fielder collects the ball and throws it back in. So Essex will move to 288 for 3. And Durham will be looking to try to do something with the new ball as the sun hides behind the clouds once again here at Chelmsford. It's been in and out all day. The varying brightness levels have had me changing between my glasses and my sunglasses continuously. I'm back on the glasses now, and I think this is where I'll probably end up remaining for the remainder of play today, with the clouds looking slightly ominous. There is rain due tomorrow, remember, as Potts comes in to Critchley. This is pushed into the offside, picked up by the fielder at point, and they'll run another single. And the score will tick along to 289 now for 3. Elgar on 132 and Matt Critchley on 82. Potts yet to pick up a wicket today. 44 runs in his 15 overs. He's not had much luck so far. But Essex will be in the hunt for that 5th bonus point. If they reach 300 by the end of the day's play, they will get there. They've got 7 overs to do it, so you sort of have to feel that maybe that could be a psychological target for them. Every point matters. If there is rain tomorrow, you know, it makes the odds of getting a result in this game slightly more difficult, and both teams do want a result.
Rain to Critchley. Critchley plays that into the covers, no run there. Next ball played into the covers as well, no run there. Conversation going on between bowler and skipper, and they've decided they're going to take Ackerman out the slip. So there's just one slip in place now in McKinney. Ackerman jogs up to the cover area. And they're putting too close in on the offside on the drive there, so Beddingham's come out of the covers and gone very close in. There's a silly mid-off, and Ackerman's just behind him as a sort of second short cover. Rain bowls, Critchley plays the ball to point to Clark for a run. Takes him on to 83. 290 for 3 now. They're just 43 behind. I was looking for a while like they'd wipe the deficit out today, but I don't think they will now. Things have slowed a little bit. Durham have tightened it up with the ball.
Yeah, there were a number of overs by the spinners there, weren't there, which sort of tightened up for them. I mean, there's no rushes there. They're on 4. They're in the lead. They know, well, they might have had news that they've just jumped up the table a bit based on the other results. It's not a bad position to be in if you're Essex.
Rain around the wicket. Oh, that spits in sharply. He's appealing for LB2, but it sounded like there was an awful lot of bat on that. And it's hurt Elgar. It's got him right on the thigh as well. I think he jammed the ball onto his thigh pad. What can you see on the monitor?
Let's have a look. Here it comes. Yeah, it was looking like it was sort of slightly wide on the offside, and I'm not really sure what part of Elgar was struck, but he seems to be okay now. There's a little bit of a gentle hobble initially, but no, it looked like it was missing off.
Just spat at him though, that was the thing. The new ball is 2.4 overs old. Elgar leans forward to defend this one and then seems to take a while to sort his balance out and bring himself back up from that shot position, using his bat as a bit of a walking stick there. So obviously he's got a sore leg now. Looked to me like he was rubbing the inside of the thigh pad area.
Thighs, yeah.
Rain comes in again. He bowls. Elgar plays one-handed once more, and it's away down towards the VIP stand for 2. Plays a lot of shots one-handed.
He does. He's done that a fair few times where the other hands come off the bat, actually. I wonder if that's a stylistic thing of it, or if it's he aches sitting and he can't quite stretch the lower arm. 292 for 3 then, Essex, into the final 6 overs of the day here at Chelmsford in this county championship match against Durham.
Do you play any cricket, any club cricket or anything?
I do. I play at North Enfield.
North Enfield?
Yeah,
right.
it's an old family club.
Mm-hmm.
I quite like the vibe down there. You know, 3 generations of the same family playing in the Sunday team. It's very kind of heritage based, very welcoming, very picturesque ground in the outskirts of Enfield. You know, sort of church spire, trees round.
Is there?
Yeah, it's very beautiful. I love it down there. And you know, you sort of have the little club house open, help yourself to the drinks, pay for yourself in the bar sort of vibe. It's very nice down there. 290.
It's a parliamentary constituency as well.
Potts is into Critchley, and this is work towards the boundary at Cal's corner. There is a fielder converging. He'll slide and stop the ball, but they will run a couple, and the score will move to 294 for 3.
So it's right up at the top of London then, is it?
Yeah, that's where I grew up. Yeah, so even though I don't live there anymore, I still drive down because I just like the vibe down there.
Waltham Cross.
I love that you're learning about Enfield. This is one of my favourite things of the day so far. Essex are 294 for 3. Elgar on 134 and Matt Critchley on 85. We're into the final 6 overs of the day. What drama is left? Will Durham find another wicket? Will Matt Critchley reach a century? Will Essex reach 300 and get another bonus point for the day? We'll soon find out. Here comes Potts into Critchley, who sort of thumps this one into the ground defensively. Essex 294 for 3.
Well, Waltham Abbey, I've stayed there plenty of times.
Yeah, it's a lovely hotel just outside the M25.
Yeah, well, we used to stay there a lot because it was back in the day, Swallow Hotels was part of the Vaux Brewery Group from Sunderland, and they had some luxury hotels around the country. And my mate's mum worked for them, so she could get us rooms in the best hotels for £6 a night.
£6 a night,
including breakfast.
Oh my word, they do good breakfast as well. As Potts comes into Critchley again, this is work behind the stumps, sort of pushed towards a short third man area. There is a fielder there who collects it, so it's a dot ball. And Essex are on 294 for 3. They're now 39 runs behind Durham's first innings total of 333. If they make 300 inside the next 17 overs, which I would say they are odds on to, they will secure a 5th bonus point. And in this relegation battle between these two teams, Essex and Durham in 8th and 9th respectively, where every point will count. Here comes Potts once again into Critchley, and this is pushed through the covers. They'll jog across very gently for a single as the ball's retrieved and returned to the wicket keeper.
The other thing, of course, is that Durham have only got the one bowling point here, and they've struggled to bowl teams out this season, so they could end up where they only end up with 1 or 2 bowling points, which wouldn't be good for them either. And even if Essex then draw the game, it's a winning draw for them. They've increased their gap on Durham and will keep Durham in the bottom 2.
That's right, Essex started the game 12 points ahead, and there is rain forecast for tomorrow, so both teams will know that getting a result is going to be a tall order. And so, I mean, Essex have looked more like the side looking for a result so far, but if not, bonus points will be key as Potts comes into Dean Elgar this time, who blocks this one back to the bowler. Scored 295 for 3 now. Elgar's on 134, Critchley on 86.
What I was reading on the BBC website the other day is it seems they've reached an impasse in terms of reshaping the county championship for next year. And any thoughts now about changing the structure of the divisions and how many games are played? Looks like it's probably going to be put off in terms of county championship cricket until the following year, if it happens. Because for a while I was thinking, well, would it matter if Durham did get relegated?
As Potts comes into Elgar, and this one is worked into the offside. There's a fielder converging into the sort of point position which was vacant until they jogged in, and that completes the over. Essex are 296 for 3, Elgar's on 135, Critchley's on 86, and there are 5 overs left in the day.
So effectively what they were talking about trying to do was create 2 parallel top divisions of 6 teams, and then another division below that feeds into either of those top divisions of 6. So they'd obviously need 12 teams for that, so even if you finish 9th...
You could be safe.
You could be okay, but that doesn't appear to be happening. But if Durham were to end up in Division 2, it may only be for
a short while.
For a year. Ben Rain coming in the bowl to Elgar, that's left alone. Well, the other issue is, of course, if you end up in Division 2 and then the split comes the year after and you've had a bad season in Division 2, you can end up in the bottom division, the feeder division.
I think, have they released how the promotions would work in terms of which of the 2 is it region based?
There would be 2 teams going up.
Just 1 into each?
1 into each, and then 2 coming down, 1 into each. But it hasn't been voted through anyway, so
we'll have to wait and see on that.
Where are we at with terms of overs left? 4.5 overs to go today. Rain comes in and bowls, and Elgar plays the ball out through the covers off the back foot for 1 run to Connors. Casey Aldridge is joining Durham for next season, but Mitchell Colleen, who hasn't really featured in the first team much, he got a 5 on his first team debut but ended up on the losing side. I think it was against Somerset earlier in the year. He's coming to Essex next year. Young fast bowler with plenty of prospect, Neil Colleen's son.
That's exceptional forward planning from the teams, I love that.
Rain coming in to bowl, right arm over to Critchley. Critchley punches that out into the mid-wicket area. Stiff wrists, really strong, firm arms there. That's gone for 4. I think Rain just lost his line there. Went a bit too leg-sidey. So Critchley moves on to 90. That brings up that batting point, 301 for 3. So Essex are now level with Sussex on 130 points. Second batting point takes them on to 5 points from the game.
I think they'll be happy with that. That's a really good turnout for the first 2 days of cricket.
Rain bowls again, and this is turned away. Off down towards deep square leg for 1 for Critchley, so he moves on to 91. 302 for 3, and the deficit is now 31.
Now, if you're Matt Critchley, what are you thinking? You're on 91. There are just over 4 overs left to go for the day. Do you think ice bath and ponder about it tomorrow?
Rain in, over pitched, drilled out through the covers. It's going to be cut off by Connors. 1 run for Elgar. What was the question, sorry?
If you're Matt Critchley, you're on 91, 4 overs to go.
Right.
What are you thinking? You're
I'll
thinking,
try and
like,
get there today.
would you? Because, you never know. Overnight cramps has been out there for a little while.
Sun comes out. Rain bowls. Dot ball, end of the over. So Durham are now 2 points behind Essex, so that means Essex now are 14 ahead of them.
4 overs remaining today then. Essex 303 for 3. The deficit now just 30 runs. Early this morning, Durham were bowled for 333. They started the day on 316 for 8, but those 2 wickets only took 25 minutes to fall. And since then it has been all Essex. The 2 batters in. Dean Elgar is on 137. He's batted for 4 hours for his century, and with him Matt Critchley going along nicely. He's on 91 now. If you're Matt Critchley, do you push on and try and get that century before the day's over, or do you just play each ball as it comes? We're about to find out as Potts comes into Dean Elgar. It's a short ball and it's worked towards a fielder at short third man. That'll go down as a dot ball, and Essex will remain 303 for 3. Plenty of plays on the way. This is a relegation battle between 2 teams who are 8th and 9th, that bottom half of the table, all very cramped together. Just 3 points separating 5th to 8th position at the start of this round of games. But Essex have done very well with the bonus points. They've secured 5 so far. Durham just the 3. So you'll suspect the home team slightly happier as Potts comes in once again to Dean Elgar. He pushes that back towards the bowler. There's no run there. And Essex stay on 303 for 3. 30 behind Durham's first innings total. A decent first innings total, one of the higher ones in this round of county championship cricket, but there's a feeling amongst the Durham fans that maybe they left runs out there, or there were more runs for the taking. And with this being a relegation battle, points are so crucial, but rain due tomorrow, which puts an additional pressure on those bonus points. Every bonus point so valuable, and so far Essex have capitalised more. Here comes Potts once again, and this is nudged towards the fielder at backward point. No run, go down as another dot, and Essex remain on 303 for 3. 3 dot balls so far.
The way things are, it looks like Durham could end up with just 1 bowling point from this, which will not be good for them at all. As I said, they've struggled to bowl teams out, and there are only 3 down here, Essex. These 2 have put on an excellent partnership now, 145 runs, I think it is. So
here comes Potts into Elgar. This one is left straight through to the capable hands of wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. So that's 4 dots in a row. Elgar and Matt Critchley taking no risks as they into the final few overs. Elgar, who has batted for 4.5 hours now, will be looking forward to, I imagine, an ice bath this evening. And what must Matt Critchley be thinking? 3 overs left, 9 runs to a century. Does he try and go for it, or does he let himself try and sleep on it tonight as Potts comes into Elgar this time? He works this on the leg side. There's a fielder there. in close, and that's another dot ball. So 5 dot balls in a row then from Matt Potts.
These two here, 145 this partnership. The record 4th wicket stand for Essex against Durham's 218. It was Mark Waugh and Aftab Habib at the Riverside in Chester Street in 2002.
I imagine that record may not even be anywhere near their sights or thoughts for now. But they have batted well, and obviously tomorrow, with the rain expected, who knows how much play we'll get, or how long these two will get out in the middle. To be seen though, the weather has sort of continuously changed as we've gone, as Potts comes in now to Matt Critchley. Comes into Dean Elgar, I beg your pardon, who does a little shadow shot. That will be the over. And Essex are 303 for 3.
3 overs to go tonight. Rosham is done for the day. Dick's going to come and replace him, and then Dick's done for the season. $303 for 3, so the deficit is 30. And we've got 3 overs to go today. And Sam Connors is replacing Ben Rain from the River End. But it'd be a massive bonus from a Durham point of view if they could break this partnership now before the end of day 2. The new ball is now 6 overs old, but Elgar and Critchley have stood firm. Critchley, strike rate of 74. He's got 91 from 123. Elgar, strike rate of 53.9. 137 he's got from 254. Connors coming in, right arm over, bowls. Critchley plays the ball up to Potts at mid-off, no run there. Sun's gone in, bank of cloud just sitting to the right of us. In comes Connors, that's driven by Critchley out towards the far side of the ground where the apartments are. 1 run. He's got 92 now then.
So, will he or won't he get them tonight? One thing's for sure. Well, not for sure, but the way he's batted, you'd have half a crown on him certainly getting a century, whether it's today or tomorrow. He's batted sumptuously. I don't recall one mistake. Beautifully constructed mixture of defence and attack.
Elgar turns this up to Potts at mid-on. So Essex are now on 130 points. They've got the same points as Sussex. Hampshire, as things stand, are on 132. Warwickshire are then way above them on 151. So you're looking at really Durham, Yorkshire, Essex, Sussex, Hampshire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any 5 going down with Worcestershire at the minute as things stand, but Durham's second bottom. Connors around the wicket this time. Elgar plays that out towards mid-on.
And is the Sussex game over?
No, I don't think so. I'm just adding in the bonus points that have been accrued so far.
Yeah, right. Okay. I deliberately haven't been following the other games. I've just been sort of thinking, because they'd all say, well, all we can do is play our own game. And
Stumps at Taunton, Somerset 391 for 6 in the first innings of that game against Yorkshire. Surrey now leading Warwickshire at the Oval by 159 runs at 161 for 1 in their second innings. Connors to Critchley. Critchley plays the ball up to Potts at mid-off, no run there. Hampshire have been bowled out by Sussex for a second time. A low-scoring game, this one. So Sussex 18 for none need another 260 to win that one. So Hampshire made 226 in their first innings, then bowled Sussex out for just 122. Before Sussex then bowled them out for 173. Worcestershire are 5 down in their second innings against Notts at Worcester and lead by only 60 runs at 85 for 5. Connors to Critchley. Critchley plays the ball up to Lees at mid-off and he misfields it, bounces off his foot and runs away, but they'll only get the 1 run. Leicestershire now 265 for 4 at home to Gloucestershire, so they're 217 behind. Derbyshire ended up behind against Middlesex by just 15 runs, so Middlesex all out for 298. Derbyshire are just starting their second innings. Here we've got 2 overs to go. Essex 306 for 3, the deficit 27. Kent in their second innings are 62 for none against Lancashire and lead by just 71 runs. Northant's got quite a bit of work to do to try and get anywhere near Glamorgan's first innings total of 467 at Wantage Road. Northant's currently 265 for 3. Scorecard tells me there's a T20 in Cardiff tomorrow between England and South Africa.
That's just played away on the onside by Critchley for a single. Potts bowling from the Graham Gooch end. So by virtue of that single, Critchley loses a strike. He's still 6 short of 3 figures. Not that it'll be his first century for Essex by quite a long way, but nevertheless there's still obviously something magical about the century. It appears in the statistics, 99s don't. As Potts moves in again. Oh, outside the off stump. Goes zipping through, kept low. In fact, wicketkeeper Robinson took it probably just below knee height. Slightly away to his left, as you'd expect. To the left-handed Dean Elgar, who in his turn has 138 to his name. Potts in again, bowls, and that's nudged down to third man, but straight to the man at third, who is Bellingham. More or less straight to him. And Potts wanders off into the distance, far end of the ground, towards the signs promoting the sponsors of this competition. And he moves in now round the wicket to the left-handed South African, who gets behind it and just pushes it out on the onside, no addition to the score.
Actually, I think Essex are now on 131 points because they've got 5 from this game. So the league table I was looking at hasn't added in all the points from the day. It was just updated at the end of each day. So
right.
But what we do know is they've now increased their lead over Durham.
Potts bowls, and that's just played out to mid-on.
By 14 points, or 14 points.
One delivery of this over remains, assuming it's valid, and we've got no reason to think it won't be. I think Potts did, or somebody bowled a no ball, maybe it wasn't Potts. It was at this end, I remember, but I don't remember the bowler. As Potts moves in, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Dean Elgar, and outside the off stump, and Dean Elgar lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 1 more to go. Essex 307 for 3, a deficit of just 26 with 7 wickets in hand. A handy position for the home side. As Martin does more, I was going to say mental arithmetic. He's covering his page of his book in statistics and adds and takeaways and give back that you've borrowed and all that. few members of the crowd, as you can imagine, understandably drifting off. Well, in fact, quite a few. Buses don't go, well, they go fairly frequently from Chelmsford to various places.
Connors comes in and bowls. And that's played away by Critchley out towards long leg for one. Moves them on to 95. Partnership 150 runs now in 243 balls.
Yeah, that's greeted understandably by a round of applause from those who are still staying.
Right, I'm going to do some maths on the radio here. So I think Essex have got 131 points now. I'm going to work out how many Sussex have got from their game with Hampshire. In comes bowler, bowling to Elgar. Dot ball played after bedding him in the covers. Right, Hampshire and Sussex only got bowling points in their matches. Neither got a batting point. So Sussex are now on 130. So Essex have gone above them by 1 point. That's what I'm reading into that. And Hampshire now have 132. Could be an invaluable week from an Essex point of view, this one. Elgar plays this ball from Connors out into mid-wicket area for 1 run. But as things stand, Durham look like they're only going to get the 1 bowling point out of this match. Because the cut-off for bonus points is 110 overs. And by the time today finishes, we'll have had 89. So they're suddenly going to have to take 3 quick wickets very quickly tomorrow in a very short period of time. 21 overs they'll have, aren't they? Next ball to Critchley is pushed away out into the covers.
So Critchley's not going to get his 100 today unless there's a no ball and they take an odd number of runs off it, and takes him down to the business end. But
well, there's 2 deliveries left according to the scoreboard.
Well, yes.
So what's he on 90? Well, he could, yeah. If they get a single, he could get a 4 last ball.
He could indeed. Now my maths was found failing as well.
Connors around the wicket to Elgar. Elgar does play that out through mid-wicket, so that brings Critchley back on the strike then. So
who knows?
He does have a chance.
He does indeed.
I have to say I'm always suspicious of anybody who's got a brain who can look at a scoreboard and immediately work out deficits and leads.
Yes.
I'm always suspicious of people like that. It's not normal.
No, I agree entirely. Unless it's a poor delivery, which I don't think it will be, based on history, Critchley will not get his 100 today. He won't try and be heroic.
Connors in, bowls. Critchley pulls this out through mid-wicket. He'll get a single, so he'll finish the day on 97 not out. That's the end of the day. Essex 312 for 3 are just 21 behind Durham, who didn't bring the strongest of bowling squads with them. They've only got really 2-3 seamers in this attack, 2 frontline seamers, and Connors, who's hardly played any cricket this year. They went for extra batting strength and it didn't pay off. And tomorrow, you would imagine, fairly early in the exchanges tomorrow, Essex will move into the lead, and then it's basically about trying to just bat and bat and bat and snuff Durham out of this game. A long day in the field then for the visitors after they were all out fairly early this morning for 333. I think they only lasted 20 minutes this morning, but Essex have batted all day. Elgar has done today just what he did last year. Similar scenario, and he walks off with his bat under his arm on 140. Made 120 not out last year. Critchley on 97. The last wicket fell on 158 for 3, and they closed the day on 312 for 3.
Yeah, well, thanks, Martin, very much for the commentary and the pleasure of your company, and the same to Rushan. Those two will be on duty tomorrow, I won't be. I'll be watching on the live stream when allowed by my wife, and I'll intersperse the watching with whatever tasks she gives me. And Nick Gledhill will be taking my place on behalf of Essex. So thanks very much for listening. From my point of view, not only today and yesterday, but all season, because that's my final performance of the season. Hope you've enjoyed our commentaries and continue to, because there's a lot of cricket to be played this season, and every day of which could be very, very interesting. And we just hope that the weather will allow full days of play right up to the final knockings at the end of September. So thanks for listening, and enjoy your evening.